welcome to the Ardennes Forest and welcome to Spa-Francorchamps, opened in 1920. This is an incredible venue to go motor racing at. The Spa 24 hours, the 6 hours of Spa, the Formula 1 Grand Prix here, and MotoGP will be coming here in a few years' time. The actual real circuit, a few little modifications made around this place, not yet reflected in any sim racing platform, but this track, it stays just as wonderful and just as magical. That run through up Eau Rouge and Radion is always iconic. The 7 kilometers here, well, it is a track that is very much on the drivers. You've got those high-speed cornering sections and you've got those super long straights. So it really is a balance between having a lot of downforce and having a lot of straight line speed. Here you can see the track map on your screens. Those legendary corners of Eau Rouge and Radion, Le Combe, Pouon, Stavelot, Blanchimont, that super fast left-hander, and the bus stop chicane at the end of the lap. It is a very, very tricky place. And, well, the Belgian weather sometimes throws up even more difficulty for the drivers. Rain, not something that can ever be counted out around this place, especially when you're racing for 6 hours. Joining me this evening, as always, is Lodinas.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Gustas. Still an afternoon, not an evening. Of course, this is a special event on the World Sim Series platform. Welcome to the Bunasta Summer Race. And it looks like it's one of the more popular races on the World Sim Series platform because we have 98 teams participating here this afternoon, and the coming evening we have 49 teams on the first division, so equal amount of vehicles on track in the second division. I think we have 25 GT4s and 24 GT3 cars, so plenty of battles on track and plenty of expectations, and a 6-hour race. Well, it's still an endurance race, but I think it's more about the speed of the drivers and the equality of the drivers that are in one team. Of course, there's some strategy involved, but not so many pit stops, so you have to think and you have to act when you are on the racetrack. We are looking now at the qualifying session of the GT3 cars because, well, first time in history that World Sim Series has seen, we have a separated qualifying session, meaning that the GT4s have already completed the session and we have the winners announced, winners chosen already, and the GT3s are still here battling it out on the racetrack with 10 minutes of time remaining. We have Chris Warner, who is currently on pole position, and that's the Peak Performance team, driving a McLaren 720S vehicle. Doing quite good. I think the second position currently belongs to Slava Ukraini by 3 degrees, with Mantas Podolaitis behind the wheel. That's the Mercedes AMG GT3, and we have another McLaren on second row. That's Pacossi with the McLaren, as mentioned before, in the McFlurry course team. Weather forecast. I think we have an overcast, but almost no expectations of rain this afternoon, though you never know because the weather system is dynamic. And we have some clouds. Who knows, maybe there will be some spots of rain coming here later.
So we do have quite a lot of McLarens in those top 10, top 5 positions. But it will be interesting to see how which car actually handles throughout the race. You've got that front row of a McLaren and a Mercedes. Then it is McLaren, 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 and you're gonna have to head down all the way to P7 to find the next non-McLaren. That's the Ferrari 296 GT3 by Dennis Bank IW Motorsports. the further down the field you go, I think the more different cars you're gonna see, but still so many McLarens, so many Ferraris, few Mercedeses, but that Mercedes sitting in P2 from the Beaver Grease team, they are an outlier, definitely, in that Mercedes camp. We'll see how they do. It is only a 200th of a second difference between those cars. Grantas Karatskas in the number 1 car. That's one of your favorites, I think, for today's event.
Well, he's currently 15th, but well, as far as my memory goes, Grantas Karatskas was always experiencing some problems during the qualifying session, and there was rare times when he got that pole position, but during the race, well, he changes dramatically and he becomes one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack presented. So if Grantas Karatskas will not find the cure in this session to get a better lap time out of his McLaren, out of his McLaren, we will definitely be looking at this car during the race, because he should perform much better. But of course, there's still 7 minutes of qualifying session remaining.
I think I saw some traffic actually in his first quali run that he did, but I think that first quali run is always just to get your laps in and then make sure that you're kind of prepared and you've done a lap that's valid. You don't have to start behind the GT4s, and then you can start finding some lap time. But Chris Varner, I think he is on course to improve his lap. Let's see if he can make it into the 2-minute 15 range. The first driver to do so. He crosses the line. No.
I think he did a lap time which was by 0.005 of a second better than his previous attempt. He's still on a flyer. I think he started this one pretty good, but now he's behind the schedule, so no better timing now at this present moment for Chris Varner. And we have Milan Radivojevic, who is currently 4th. He's driving slightly faster, and look at the gaps. So the first and the 4th place are only separated by 0.07 of a second. So any slightest mistake or any slightest improvement can gain you 4 places at one try. And Milan Radivojevic is kind of on a mission to get a provisional pole position, and I think he's going to do that, crossing the line.
Team BGZ car, and yes, he does go by 100th of a second. There's another car improving, Jacopo Grillo, but he's just started his lap. Mantas Povilaitis as well improving. We can see on our timing screens, we can see them going purple, but purple at a 0.0. So that's just hundredths of a second these guys are finding. It looks like this is very close to the limit that these GT3 cars can do around this place. Not seeing any sizable improvements from anyone else. Federico Baccosi, he's at a 0.1. Luca Brizzi, he was kind of improving, now back down to not improving. Let's see if anybody can find some of that lap time. So Milan Radivojevic in the Team PGZ car, that's your provisional pole sitter at the moment. Peak performance in P2 with Chris Varner, and Slavo Ukraine by Beaver Grease Racing and Mantas Povilaitis. They're in P3 right now. P4 only down 0.07 of a second from the pole position, so it's a really tight top 4. Then you're starting to see a little bit larger gaps, but still from P5 to P9, they're all inside a single 10 to P10 actually. They're all inside a single 10th of a second. That is very tight. That promises a very interesting race. Mantas Povilaitis gets his lap ready, going wide, and that's the best way that you can prepare a new lap. Let's see what he can do. So across the line, immediately a 10th up. Let's see what he can do out of turn 1, and if he can keep improving. Looks like He doesn't have the greatest of exits. It's going to be so tight at the top, and this is all going to be about not making those big mistakes, not making any mistakes on the lap. Very lucky to actually not have to go a little bit wider there, even if it is a tiny loss. This qualifying has tiny margins, so it's very important to get everything right to the second. Milan is back out on track in the PGZ number 9 car, as well as the performance car back out on to the circuit.
Yeah, and the time is running out already. 2 minutes and 40 seconds remain for this session, so everyone who wants to get in a faster lap time has to be cautious, get back to the pit lane and get out for one more final shootout. And due to the new way that this qualifying session is presented, we have some work for the stewards presented already. Number 6 car has received a warning for not following the qualifying procedures. They exited their pit box before the command from the race control. So basically race control has sent commands to the drivers when they had the ability to go out on the racetrack and start their lap times. And Mantas Povilaitis, he was not performing better, and he finished his qualifying session in this way. So that means Mantas Povilaitis and his whole team have no better chance to get a position for this race than the position number 3. But we have cars on the racetrack still running in this session, and they can improve. In the meantime, Grantas Karetskas is up to the 12th position. He's currently still on a slightly faster lap, but it's
Chris Warner as well on a little bit quicker lap. Milan as well trying to improve. So those two are in a shootout and heading towards the line. I think Grantas Karetskas, that might have been his final shot at this, but he is still circulating. So we'll see if he actually tries to make an improvement. He's now into P10, 16.375. Who else? So I think this is the actually Milan Radivojevic. It looks like his lap has been deleted for track limits, the one that he's currently doing right now. So this is all in the hands of Chris Warner. If he can improve by 100th of a second, actually he needs to improve by 11 thousandths to go pole, and no, he's wide and off into the barrier. That is qualifying done for him. But Dominic Bacillo, he's improving by 0.8 of a second.
Wow, maybe this is a system failure, because that would be a lap time of 2 minutes 14, which I cannot believe we will see this afternoon. But well, he's still on the racetrack. He's still going in a McLaren. He's currently 9th. Oh, that's the Sim Academy team, by the way. Beautiful livery. They should be running out of the academy in Vilnius, Lithuania. Dominic Bacillo, famous name in the sim racing community in Lithuania. A long time no see. So I'm pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting to see how Dominic will perform this afternoon. Well, he's already 9th. Predictions are kind of out of hand, and I'm pretty sure there's a failure in the system. I cannot believe he's 2 seconds faster than his fastest lap time, which
that would be a very impressive lap time. He'd be almost down into the 2-minute 13s.
But look at the gaps. The GT3 cars, 16 GT3 cars are within 9/10 of each other on the racetrack, which is as long as 7 kilometers.
Up into P6, by the way. He improved 16.305. That's his lap time. Dominic Bacillo is with a 16.337, and he is in P10 because you've got two cars on identical lap times in front of him, but he's improving by 3 seconds, or at least that's what the timing screen says. That would be hard to believe, but let's see. what he
We
does
have a
across
new.
the line.
In the meantime, we have a new pole sitter. That's Federico Pacozzi. He managed to go faster with his last attempt, and no, there's no improvements for Dominic Bacillo. So there was definitely a failure in the system. But in the meantime, while the qualifying session was still running, we had Federico Pacozzi who managed to snatch the pole position by what, 300ths of a second. So that's how tight your grid is. Only 400ths of a second separate position number 1 and number 3. So it looks like we will have a short break between the races. You can see the cars being lifted up, though, so that means the teams are adjusting the setups of the cars before they start rolling into the warm-up lap. Maybe we have a chance to go through the qualifying results as we wait for the lights to go out in this Bunasta Summer Race special event. Let me try and get that onto your screens. There we go, and I think Gustas Grimbergas could run through the qualifying results, maybe just separate them because we have a lot of cars, and maybe we should start with the GT4 class.
Actually, we haven't run through the GT4s at all. It was Jan Nims taking the pole position. Not that surprising of a pole position, but it is Jan Nims in the AOR Racing Team, number 27 Alpine, and he takes the pole position in that class with a lap time of 2 minutes 27.885. And you've got the whole sim racing car in P2, 29010. Then you've got Rivetto Racing Team on a 29092. Sean Clark Racing follows them in P4. Adfork Sim Racing. That's Adfork Sim Racing IRT. Then the Cytic Hispanos Locos team lines up in P6, P7 for the Orange Limburg Lions. Marin Racing Team in P8, Baclaran in P9, Sankurs Sim Racing IRT in 10th, Team Iris in 11th. Then it's JCB Dankmula 1 Racing by Brenner Esports, powered by N Serial. I don't know how they fit that name on there. Silverio Garage IRT lines up 13th, Alvar Racing 14th. RCT Motorsports after them, Krakždutes 16th, 17th for Sim Sprint Series. EP Lab Sim Racing 2 in the 18th, Den Pole Racing 19th, 20th for King Racing Motorsports, Breaking Point Racing 2 in 21st, Men of Hell with 1L in 22nd, SRK Racing Team 23rd, 24th for the Jim Tobb Racing Team. That is your GT4 lineup. In the GT3s, it is McFlurry Corsa taking the pole position, as we saw already. Team PGZ in P2, P3 for Peak Performance, Slavo Ukraine by Beaver Grease Racing in P4. Pavlaitis was improving at the end there, but couldn't manage to get that lap completed. Team R&D in P5, P6 for WCR X Veloce. That is Grantas Kratskas and Tadas Juknavicius in that car. And then it's Catania Stimoli, and then it's Bulldog Racing Team with Catania behind the wheel, Stimoli behind the wheel of the LMSS team. EP Lab Sim Racing in 9th, 10th for Sim Academy, and that car we were watching at the end of Dominic Bacillo. Then Dennis Bank IW Motorsports 11th, 12th for Powered by Esport Pro Am. Vig Project Strato in 13th, 14th for Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech University. We Shite Team in 15th, 16th for OG Racing Team, Rivetto Racing Team, Team 3 in 17th, Mexico Racing Team 18th, ATAC Sim Racing 19th, VCR IRT in 20th, G League Esport 1 in 21st, 22nd for Rivetto Racing Team, 23rd for the Sim Sprint Series WSS Team, 24 for Raiden Esports Racing. Beaver Grease Racing rounds off your grid in 25th position.
30 seconds.
Just to highlight how close these fields are, at Tot Drap, they are on pole for the Division 2 race. You've got the Division 2 race running as well at the same time. Those were for the drivers that were not as quick in pre-qualifying. They set a 2 minute 16.505, just 4/10 off the pole lap in Division 1. That would have landed them 13th in Division 1, so both divisions have strong drivers, but this is obviously the top one and the one we want to watch out for. So highest non-McLaren is in P4, and then to find the next non-McLaren, you're going to have to look to all the way down in 11. So McLaren Cup on the way, underway here at Spa-Francorchamps. Just 4th place for that Mercedes, and that is going to be a dark horse for the race, because this car is going to be using up the fuel differently, it's going to be using up the tires differently, it's going to be doing everything differently, and that might be how you win a race, or that might be how you lose a race. Yes, they did. You have a Ferrari in 11th. That's your highest Ferrari. I like the orange livery on the McLaren in P1. Kind of makes it look a little bit like a McLaren F1 when that car is kind of closer. I like the design on that one. It won't be too big of a difference because you're going up a Rouge. GT3s have a lot more power than the GT4s. You're not really going to be forced in too those problems there. So heading down the hill we go. Let's get ready. Get ready to see all of these McLarens and a few of other cars fire up and come into life for 6 hours of racing, and I think we are green. The clock has started to tick down and up Eau Rouge. Everybody comes. Looks like it's clean so far. Incidents happen at the top of the hill here often, and then the car is really hard to control. It looks like we've gotten through kind of cleanly down into Lake Holm. This is going to be 3 wide coming into Lake Holm, I think, but just about holds on, and that is the lead held onto by McFlurry Corsa, but it looks like this is a move being made by Warner on Radiojevic, I think, maybe. Yes, he gets the move done. Oh, and he goes wide, and that's Warner. That's the Team PGZ car back in front. Almost touch. They touch. Oh, and at Speaker's Corner, they touch and have an incident, and that is the Mercedes of Mantas Povilaitis up into P2. Well, I guess that's what... Yep, Nims, as always, losing a spot or two at the start, but then normally he recovers. Well, he was a second quicker per lap, so don't think he'll struggle too much. Somebody going very wide. I think that's Adam Kachon. He really missed that braking zone at the bus stop. GT4s, well, quite a lot of Caymans, quite a lot of Alpines, I mean. I think that's a Cayman in the lead of the class at the moment, so also some variety there at the front of the field. Dominic Bacillo, by the way, fastest lap of the race last time round and up into P5 from P10. So one of those drivers that really gained spots today, well, at least in the first laps, obviously getting through all of that carnage. He's now got, I think that is Grillo in front of him. And Radivojevic behind them right now, so he's kind of recovered. The gap between the front two, well, that isn't huge, but it's kind of still there. 0.2 of a second, so I think that is very close for the lead as well. 0.1, they're kind of running in formation, and I think they're down here. The outside, Povilitis to the outside for the lead. He's trying to get something done. Grantas Karatkas just watching behind them, not trying to make any crazy moves. Grillo off the track somewhere. Is he in a wall? But Chillo as well. Car still looks okay, so maybe he was just in that gravel trap on the exit of the Colm. Where is Mandas Povilitis? I think that's still a battle that's kind of raging at the front. They're approaching a GT4 finally, so, but actually only 7 minutes into the race? That's pretty early. Oh, and Matapolo. Into the pits for Bellucci. He's not running. His light is not running slow. He's yeah, he's battling Radivojevic, and they've kind of separated again. Grantas Karatkas up to the lead, but I'm still very confused as to what happened with the number 8 car. Maybe we can get some input from the stewards on that, because that was a car that was just running in the lead with, well, did it actually rejoin the circuit already? Or is it still in the pits? Okay, so Gianluca Bellucci, 72.3 seconds down pit road without a stop, so that's definitely a drive-through. Oh, to the inside! Wow, that is a very late move, I think. The stewards are really gonna have to have a look at that. Almost took out 2 GT4s in one turn. Could it be track limits? into the wall, into the wall. Into the wall goes Bellucci. He's going to have to wait before he can rejoin. I think he might need to go backwards here. Yes, that's what he does. But, oh, and a big touch, a big crash. I'm not sure, but a huge crash. Who was that? That's car number 38. It's for Alvark Racing. That's Alvark Racing. I mean, it looked like he had already gone super wide. Maybe an avoidance of the accident by Gianluca there. But, wow. So that hit into the wall. He'll be very lucky if he can escape that with just a bruise. It looked pretty big. And there's never a small incident at Eau Rouge.
Number 5 drive through for contact with number 6. We should find out who number 6. That's Jacopo Grillo.
Number 5 car. That's Dominic Bacillo. They had that incident at Lake Home that we missed, actually. I think it was lap 2. Lap 2 or lap 3?
Yeah, it was definitely the beginning of the race, so maybe it was lap 3, I believe. Maybe it was lap 2. We're looking at Dominic Bacillo right now. He's 17th, but a drive-through will get this team right to the bottom of the field.
Battle for 8th. That is Vilnius Tech University, P8. Then you've got 9th, 10th, and 11th in one single train of cars. And they're all McLarens. No, is that a Ferrari at the back?
Yep. It's really hard to judge from the distance because, well, the shape of these cars are quite so similar. But yeah, indeed it is a Ferrari.
I think it's wrong to not have it in red. Yes, they are very similar. They're too similar. I don't think, well, in the real world, there are not that many McLarens out on track. Here, you've got pretty much the whole grid of McLarens, but it's very hard to distinguish what is a Ferrari on track. Not that many Ferraris, so maybe not that huge of an issue. This is a battle that's actually happening as well. This is for a podium spot. Interesting that it has come up, but that's Bekiroglu in the Dennis Bank IW Motorsports car against Radivojevic in the Team PGZ car, who was actually fighting Mantas Povilaitis for P2, but now has kind of dropped off.
We have a GT4 car running in the pit lane. I think that's Carlos Rala. He's trying to get that car to his mechanics to try and have it fixed. But that's actually not the beginning for an endurance race as a team would imagine. I'm pretty sure there is a lot of work coming in before such races. The teams do put in quite a lot of practice laps to be competitive during the races. When you put in a lot of driving hours and you have a contact in the first 10 minutes of a special event, that's really a shame, a big shame, and I'm not sure how the drivers keep motivated to stay in that race after, well, you know that you almost have no chance to perform. And it looks like we have a battle for P2. Radivojevic became quite aggressive now when they met a GT4 car in between themselves on the way, but it looks like that McLaren is performing slightly better at this stage of the race than the heavy Mercedes-Benz. Mantas Povilaitis is doing a good job, but look at the gap between Grantas Kareckas and Mantas Povilaitis already. It's 4 seconds. I'm wondering if we have teams that have only one driver in this race. And we have Chris Warner, but well, of course, you can use one sim rig for your team, but share that seat. You can have a maximum of 3 drivers in your team. Most of the teams have 2 drivers, and we have quite a lot of teams with only 1 driver and a couple of teams with 3 drivers. I'm wondering who what of the teams are made of 1 driver, because I'm pretty sure it's possible to complete one 6-hour event with only 1 driver.
I think you're not going to see that many people doing this race alone. Most of them are just sharing a sim rig.
Quite different lines through Evolution Radion. Looks like Mantas Pavlaitis doesn't have the straight speed. He loses his advantage by the end of the Kemmel straight, and Radivojevic is right on his tail again.
It looks like maybe Radivojevic is just a little bit quicker, but still, well, still a great job not running the McLaren, because it does seem like that is the car you want to have. Maybe Mantas Pavlaitis will be overtaken at some point, because just seeing how much Milan has caught up to him kind of makes sense that, Milan is going much quicker. It's actually a strangely slow lap, maybe. So maybe some traffic playing a part in that, because the 19.3 is very slow, and definitely slower than what he was running before, because he's extending the gap to Milan. Once again, 1 second is that gap now. Dominic Mitchell, yes, he has served his penalty up into, down into 22nd position now, with all the other cars that have served a penalty. The only one I am not seeing, and maybe that is now a car that has been retired, I'm not sure, I need to have a look. No, the McFlurry Corsa car of Bellucci is still out on track, but definitely much farther down the field than they'd want. 23rd on track they are, after that spin and contact with the barrier at Reading.
So looking at the GT4 class, we have a battle for P2. That's Denis Prekor trying to kind of protect his position from Adam Kajani. Adam made a small mistake on the opening lap. He was quite good from the line. He had a great start. Now he's running 3rd and trying to kind of battle with Denis Prekor. Janims, by the way, back in the lead. He enjoys a healthy advantage already. That's 6 seconds against Denis Prekor. But we have quite a lot of battles behind our leader of the GT4 class, which might help Jan Nimtz in the long run. Jose Neirola running 4th in GT4, and we have Lucas Lichten battling Jose Antonio Cabrera. This is for position 5 in the GT4 class. Oh, Adam Kajoni and Denis Prekor have just met each other on the racetrack. That's going to be a slow lap. I think they lost out a little bit while battling. 2 minutes 31.1, so Adam Kajoni was slightly faster than Prekor. Yep, and well, that's a multi-class race, and we have GT4s and GT3s on track, and it's still kind of running slow for both of the class leaders. But as soon as the GT3s will run into these bigger GT4 packs, we will have a little bit more different lap times for both of the classes, and that might influence the way that the field looks now. Right on the tail is Adam Carcioni.
It's again a very single-making class that they have running. And one different car that's actually running in the top 3, just like the GT3s, where it's all McLarens, and then you've got that Mercedes in P2. This is all Alpines, and you've got the Porsche in P2. I don't think we've seen a Porsche in the top in the GT3s, have we?
Do we have a Porsche at all in the GT3 class?
I don't think we do. That's interesting. At a place like Spa, you know, Porsche has been historically very strong around that place. No Porsches this time round. It is a McLaren Vest in the GT3 class.
You can easily call that so because, well, the majority of the vehicles are McLarens. We have a couple of Mercedes, we have Ferraris, we have Lamborghinis, but I don't believe we have Porsches on this field. So that's an advantage of... Yeah, okay.
Just an update, actually, on the GT3 class. Mantas Povolitis has extended his gap once again. The gap between P2 and P3 up to 5 seconds at the moment. So maybe it was some kind of anomaly, maybe some traffic issues that he had, and that's why Mantas Povolitis in the Slavo Green by Beaver Grease racing car kind of went side by side with the Team BGZ car. Now it's back to normal.
So the maximum amount of stint time for one driver is 65 minutes, so everyone is clearly still far off the first mandatory pit stop. But it's going to play a game in the field. Oh, we do have a Porsche. Look at that, Lucas Rommel. He's 6th, so we have a Porsche in in top 10, and that's the new 992 GT3 car.
Yeah, well, we didn't see it at all in qualifying. It was definitely out of the top 10. Top 10 as a minimum, but for sure, well, we kind of didn't even notice it, but nice for someone to pick the Porsche. Say the best sounding GT3 right now on the grid.
Yeah, so they qualified 15th, and now they are running 6th.
We're taking a slower GT4, so interesting how that car will look throughout the race. Obviously, it's very, very important to just stay out of trouble and not crash. And that's already going to be a big advantage.
Quite a lot of warnings are being handed out right now. So car number 18, car number 19, car number 7, all with a warning. Car number 17 also. So most of the warnings are for slight contact with the rivals. But that's going to influence the race of all the teams. Well, if you have 2 warnings in your pocket, you have to be really, really cautious and maybe try to figure out another strategy the way you are driving around this circuit to just try and avoid that drive-through penalty, because, well, it's definitely going to hurt quite badly to the overall results of the drivers. Look at how aggressive some of the GT3 drivers are trying to deal with that traffic. They don't want to waste any amount of time being stuck behind those slower class cars. And sometimes it looks pretty dangerously. Thomas Truffo, so another Ferrari in the top 10s. And, well, the machinery, the manufacturers have differentiated in the top 10s right now. We had quite a lot of McLarens, and now it's a proper GT3 car field with different manufacturers, and we have a small battle building up between Thomas Truffo and Lucas Rommel. car number 20 and car number 21 for P number 6. Still a long way to go, and well, the drivers try to settle up a little bit, try to figure out their rivals, their strengths and their weaknesses, to try and find a way to get in front of the cars that are currently ahead.
Actually, that gap has gone down, or at least it is stabilized. So maybe, well, my guess is that maybe the Mercedes is a bit better on its tires. I'm not sure.
That's highly possible.
It could be traffic as well.
Well, Montas Paulaitis has extended his lead against Milan Radivojevic to 1.5 seconds. Kan Bekiroglu, number 22, is still within 1 second of Milan, trying to hold on to his rivals. Luca Vernole is 10 seconds behind the 4 leaders of this race and trying to deal with that traffic. GT4 cars kind of in the way, making the life of the GT3 car drivers slightly harder. Etienne Pernot running 8th, right on the tail of Thomas Truffaut.
That is another battle that rages all the way up to P5 because there are quite a lot of cars there. Radivojevic has now closed back in, at least a little bit, but not much. So interesting that the gaps kind of fluctuate like that. I'm guessing it is the traffic because there are quite a lot of cars on track. You know, you're looking at 25 cars that are slower than you and 25 cars that are the same speed as you. It's a lot of traffic to negotiate and a lot of different types of drivers to negotiate as well. Because you're going to have the super fast guys at the front of the field. You're going to have the mid-pack guys somewhere in the middle. But then, because of the incidents, now you've also got the super fast drivers at the end of the field as well. So the GT4s, when they have these guys coming up, they're going to look in their relative displays. They're going to see, oh, okay, he is, you know, P20, so he's going to overtake me in a certain way, and maybe, you know, I have to adjust to that certain way. While in actual fact, it's going to be a fast car that's not going to do that, and that's going to go by you super quickly. They're going to overtake you differently. Same thing for the GT3s. You see the car's position, you want to estimate where are they going to be, how quick are they going to be, how much do they understand. We're actually looking at Pan.
Yeah, that's Bekiroglu. He was running 4th. Now we have a change in our top 3 places. So Radivojevic is up to P2, Pavelaitis down to P3, but
bunker?
It is, and it was a heavy contact, and I'm not sure if we had an accident on the racetrack, but this car is totally damaged. Look at how difficult it is to drive for Bekiroglu to keep this car basically on track. It's not turning into any direction. He has to run on dirt, and he's just trying to bring that car back into the pit lane, which is looking like a total nightmare. And he's actually
doing a good job staying out the way, actually.
But it's still
a very good job staying out the way.
Still pretty dangerous. He's now down into P19, actually P20, and there's still a little bit of track remaining to get this car back into the pit lane. I think this happened on the Camel Straight, if I'm not mistaken. So right at the beginning of the track, he's now at Blanchimont. but he's going to lose quite a lot of precious time. We are 30 minutes into the 6-hour race, so that's still the beginning, but well, after such an experience, I'm not seeing a lot of chances for this team to finish high up in the order.
Well, you know, you really need to be perfect with these you know, in these kinds of races, and well, having an incident like that just kind of dampens your spirits. That's for sure.
So Mantas Pavlaitis still racing. We will get some notifications from race control whether it was a contact or the driver lost on his own. Not sure how that all evolved because, well, Pavlaitis was running second, Radivojevic was running third, and Khan was running fourth. So the second and the third positions swapped, and Khan is kind of rolling backwards down the order with the damaged car, and the battle for P2 is still continuing. We have a battle between Thomas Truffo and Lucas Rommel in those Porsche and Ferrari cars. This is now a battle for P5, not P6 as it was before, due to one car being involved in an accident. So we can see which of the new cars performs better on Spa-Francorchamps, whether a Porsche or Ferrari has the better chances and the better characteristics to run around this circuit. It looks really similar, but Truffo looks to have a slight advantage against his rival in that Porsche car. And he's already trying to make some switching lines to gain advantage on the exit. It doesn't work out this time. And I think he's going to kind of have a good turn into La Source to have a good exit and try to figure out something down on the back of the Camel Straight, leaving a slight gap between himself and his rival to be safe in this Aurouche and Radion section of the race circuit. Using the slipstream, the gap is 0.3 of a second, so that's a little bit too big to make a move happen down the straight into the Lecombes, and still the Ferrari was a little bit too far behind, even though Truffo was thinking about a move, was choosing different lines to have a good exit, but it looks like Rommel is doing a decent job right on the places of the circuit where he needs to, but now the traffic that they are running in might influence the way that this battle is evolving. Let's ride on board with Truffo, who is kind of hoping for those GT4s to play into his own advantage. It doesn't happen on this particular part of the racetrack. Into Polhoen, one of the trickiest corners of Spa-Francorchamps circuit. This is a fast 2 apex left-hander with high speeds, and you can easily lose the back end of your car, so you have to be really careful while going at those high speeds. Look at the job that Lucas Rommel is currently putting into the tires of his Porsche 992 GT3 car, but it's one of the difficult positions to be at in racing situations like these, where, well, you have the position but you do not have the pace to extend that advantage. And using the slipstream, Truffo is gaining on Rommel. We have GT4 cars in the distance, lining out on the outside of the
and
corner.
they touched.
It was
and
a small
they're
touch.
Still gonna stay side by side. It's
They touch more.
Rommel.
They touch
Well,
more.
Rommel holds on. In any case, at least lives to fight another day. You've got Pernois behind them now. Who's gonna maybe try and make a move as well. So getting past another one of those GT4 cars. And still side by side. Well, side by side with the GT4, side by side now. These two with the GT4, he just about makes it thick. I think you saw him miss that apex on the entry into Aurouche. I think he wasn't exactly sure if the GT4 would still be there or not. You've got the Vilnius Tech car behind them, but that is 6.2 seconds behind. By the way, Mantas Pavlaitis lost his position to Milan Radivojevic?
Yep, that all happened. They happened a couple of laps ago when Khan had his incident, and now we get a notification that car number 22, that's the same car that was damaged and trying to get back into the pit lane. They are still in the pit lane. Khan Bekiroglu has received a drive-through penalty and a warning for causing an incident with car number 49, and the 49 car is a GT4 Aston Martin Vantage car. They are currently 48th, so I think that happened when Khan was kind of limping back into the pit lane. We have a position change for P2 again. Mantas Pavlaitis back up into P2, Radivojevic is down to P3, and I believe that Mercedes is doing a better job of saving those tires on that machinery, because at some stages it looks like just that Mercedes is kind of more predictable around the corners than the McLaren is. But again...
So definitely, I mean, it does look like the Mercedes is just a bit more stable. Maybe the drivers are just a bit more happy with how that car is handling. It is a big thing, you know, in endurance racing, to have a car that's comfortable, that you know you can push. It's very important, you know, that you know you can push comfortably and not have those twitchy moments that kind of tire you out. Obviously, this is a 6-hour race. It's not a 24-hour race. This is much more of a sprint. I'm not saying a 24-hour race is not a sprint. You're still going flat out for 24 hours. But this is even more of a sprint, because a drive-through penalty pretty much puts you out of the race.
Yep, so the drivers have to stay on the maximum performance, and as you mentioned before, the more comfortable car gives you much more joy during races like these, because it's not a 24-hour race where you think a lot about the strategy. This is a race where you kind of think about the speed of your lap times. That GT4 is getting into the way of Andrea Katana and Chrysos Papanastasios. They're battling for P15. And Christos had a small mistake exiting the Radion corner, but it looks like he managed to stay just in front of his rival, car number 12. Guess what manufacturers these teams have chosen for this race?
That's the thing. I've just rewatched the incident with the GT4. That's the thing, stay on your line, because once those GT4s start moving across the circuit to try and let someone by, well, that's when incidents happen, and that's where problems start.
Interesting situation in the GT3 car. So Thomas Tuchel finally managed to go around Lucas Rommel, but they ran into Luca Vernole, who is running fourth. I wonder where Luca lost his time, because he was way ahead of these two battling drivers. But this brings much more joy into the race itself, because we have 4 GT3s running at similar pace that are currently battling for that one position that belongs to Luca at this moment. Mir Rahmanian having some difficulties. We have a small battle behind. Another 4-car pack.
That is, yes, Rahmanian to the inside. Actually, that's Rogulski to the inside, right? Rogulski went to the inside and got past. So all the non-McLarens are actually climbing up the field.
So it looks like the McLaren is fast for one lap, but it's kind of not the best car for the whole race. You cannot put a lot of trust. You would definitely disagree. He qualified 6th. He's now in the lead with a 10 seconds advantage, having no problems whatsoever. But, well, he doesn't have the need to push that car to the maximum at this moment. Well, at least by the looks of it, of course, he's the fastest car on the racetrack. The fastest lap time of Grantas Kareckas is currently 2 minutes 17.0, and he holds the fastest lap time at this moment. So no problems for that McLaren driver, but you couldn't say the same thing about the remaining field. We had quite a lot of McLarens in the top 10s, but we don't have quite a lot of McLarens in the top 10 right now. We have basically a lot of McLarens who are kind of battling rivals and running into problems. So back to those 4 GT3 cars that are battling for P4. I think Luca Vernole has a slight speed advantage. He extended his gap to 1 second against Rommel. Of course, he meets the GT4 car traffic. And a multi-class race is all about luck and all about the places where you will meet those GT4s. A lot of cars are driving into the pit lane already. There was a GT4 who entered the pit lane right now. It's still too early for the first mandatory pit stops. We have to wait.
I mean, you're always going to try and push it as long as you can.
If that's the deal.
Because you have to go over the hour. I mean, if you want to have a good strategy, you know that there's not going to be a safety car. So you have to go over the hour. You have to go as long as you possibly can.
So the top 16 drivers have not yet entered the pit lane. We have Chris Warner, who had that drive-through penalty at the beginning of the race. He's currently 17th. He's the driver who is driving a car and is registered as one driver. He might be sharing his seat with his colleagues, but that's the hardware seat where the driver jumps out of his rig and another driver sits down. Or he might be the driver who is competing on his own. Dominic Bacillo up to P20. They already made that drive-through penalty after that incident. We have Jacopo Grillo, the number 6 car. They are running 22nd. They have also been in the pit lane for a drive-through penalty, but the majority of the grid are still staying out to drive for as long as possible. As Gustas has already mentioned, that's what you want to do in an endurance race, especially of a 6 hours event. You have to count the time precisely, and you have to plan your strategy as good as you can to avoid that extra pit stop by the end of the race, where, well, you will definitely lose quite a lot of time if you do miscalculate your strategy. Oliver Gleiner running P9th at this moment, right on the tail of Vilnius Tech University. Yet another McLaren, of course. This is a McLaren versus Ferrari battle. Oh, and being stuck behind a GT4, that's quite a lot of time wasted there into the Lasource corner. Oliver Gleiner had to drastically lift up of his throttle and wait out till they complete that corner to be able to get back on the power. I think Vilnius Tech University has similar situation now, and this is a good chance for Oliver to try and gain that spot, and he's going for it into the Lescom.
And traffic take it away because, well, even though Eisner did get stuck in turn 1, he's now up in front. That's the beauty of endurance racing. You can get so destroyed in terms of traffic to turn 4, and then your competitor gets stuck at Rouge.
You have to be brilliant at traffic reading. You have to not only see what's right in front of you, you have to kind of predict and calculate the timings to try and understand your moves and what you're going to do when you run into those slower cars. Sometimes it's maybe safer to lift a little bit earlier to try and overtake on a safer spot than run into your rival right into the braking zone before the apex, where you, basically lose quite a lot of time there. And that's what happened to Vilnius Tech University. They ran into a GT4 just before the Eau Rouge corner, and then, there was nothing that the driver of this car could do afterwards. So 1 position lost. I think it's still good for this car. They are in the top 10 places. They lost one position now, but the main task for most of the teams is just to stay safe, avoid troubles, avoid contacts and damages, and that basically can guarantee you a good finishing position in an endurance race like this one. And it looks like they are slightly slower than Gleiner because they are kind of falling backwards. 1.5 seconds separating now Oliver and Tech Vilnius University. I would enjoy having a look at the GT4 class. We had a battle between Dennis and Adam Kashoni for P2. It looks like Adam Kashoni lost quite a lot of places. He's down in P4 in the GT4 class. Does he have damage? I believe so. His Alpine is not looking in one piece, at least looking at the hood. He's 12 seconds behind Jussi Neirola.
Jan Nims has already put 17 seconds on everyone, and he has completed 17 laps.
No problem for
19 laps. Yep.
No problems for the driver from Germany, which interestingly chose to drive a GT4 class car. Well, we know him as an expert in the GT3 class, and we were kind of surprised seeing Jan Nims behind the wheel of a GT4 car. His teammate is Simonas Urbonas, as usual, a great tandem of drivers who can basically drive the vehicles at similar pace, and that's what gives you the best team in endurance races. In endurance races like these, to have equal drivers who are able to put in similar lap times, that basically is your recipe for good results in races like these. Antonio Cabrera trying to gain on Lucas Lichten. It's a battle.
For the GT4s, it's exactly the same, but the traffic, you might have a GT3 come up and pass you at a very wrong point. Well, wrong for you. And you might still lose time or gain time. If they pass you right as you exit onto a straight, that's you gaining time.
Yep, definitely, and that's what you want. That's what a driver loves to see. Those faster cars overtaking you on exits of corners, not on the entries or on the apexes. The way you lose less time. And Cabrera is right on the tail of Lichten. He's getting ready for a move, and this is a good move because this is a battle for P5. So high finishing places in an event like this, which became really popular on the World Sim Series platform. As mentioned before, 98 teams gathered this afternoon to battle each other out, have fun.
More GT3s than GT4s, actually double more. But yes, still one of those very, very popular events. I don't think we've had that many events where we've seen this many teams, this much interest. Well, that's the magic of Spa, I guess. You kind of see that sometimes in Spa. A lot of cars, a lot of interest, a lot of drivers on the circuit. So continuing on with the field, this is Lichten who's trying to make maybe a move.
He does, because the car in front is Adam Kajoni, and Adam Kajoni is driving a car that has some damage, and you can see he cannot perform the maximum speed out of his Alpine, and that will become a battle for P4 in the GT4 class. Oh, Mantas Politis.
He's spun, and it looks like there's damage on the rear of that Mercedes. How that has happened, I don't know, but also the front. So down into the pits he goes. This is not great for him. Oh.
Did he lost it on his own? That's the replay and the very end of what happened. A couple of contacts with the wall, with the concrete wall, and quite a lot of time lost here. So that's our talks about a Mercedes being one of the more comfortable cars. Maybe that was an accident. We could just see the end of this, and it all happened at the bus stop chicane, so lucky that it happened right before the entry into the pit lane, which, well, cost you slightly less time, but with 5 hours and 8 minutes remaining, that's not what a team wants to see, because now that might mess up with the strategy of the team, of course, adding to the lost time that the mechanics will have to fix the car. But it
would be
like
very strange if he did that on his own. I mean, in a GT3 car, just spin out like that?
Yep. I'm not sure. Maybe it was a contact, because we have another news coming from race control. Drive-through penalty for car number 9 for causing an incident with car number 7, and car number 9 is currently second. That's Milan Radivojevic.
So he probably ran into the back of Mantas Politis. If it's just a drive-through, Mantas will not be happy because, well, he's going to lose much more time.
Well, no, this penalty is not for this accident. This penalty is for an accident between cars number 9 and number 7. So this had to happen earlier. And
no, but Mantas Politis and the car in P2.
Oh yeah, okay,
yeah.
You're right. Mantas Politis is car number 7. So it looks like they made a contact here in the braking zone. So he received a drive-through penalty. He's still on the racetrack. He has, what, 3 laps to complete that drive-through?
Yes, normally it's.
But still, well, it's kind of a penalty. You will lose quite a lot of time, but it's still not that bad as it is for car number 7, who have to get into the pit lane and waste precious amount of time while the mechanics will be fixing the vehicle. And suddenly, I think the 2 cars that we're battling for P2 in this race are kind of, well, at least for now, out of this battle, leaving Luca Vernole to go up into P2 if he will run out, will not run into some sort of problems. And we have Truffaut in that Ferrari and Rommel in that Porsche that are still running pretty close, running into the GT4 traffic. So that might bring us some new teams onto the table in the battle for positions on the podium positions. Rommel almost running. Did he run into the GT4? I believe no, but it was really, really close.
Well, you know who's going to be really happy about this? Grandas Karatskas, who's going to lead by almost half a minute now.
So good start. Good start. Half of the job done. Running wide on Paul Hoon. That's Thomas Truffaut. Doesn't have good exit. Maybe those tires have seen some aging already. Maybe he just caught up with some dirt on the outside of the ideal racing line, which made his tires not that grippy as he was expecting. Still managed to stay in front of Rommel. Lost a little bit to Vernole. And they don't know yet that car number 9 has received a drive-through penalty. and that they are battling actually not for P4 but for position number 3. Truffo managed to overtake Rommel a couple of laps ago. Now he's trying to defend from that Porsche, which looks to be a little bit more gentle on those tires that they are running on right now. Still staying out. It's still a little bit too early to drive into the pit lane. 55 minutes completed, so the drivers have 9 minutes of seat time available. They will be entering the pit lane. That doesn't mean that there will be a driver change. The teams, I'm pretty sure most of the teams are running on a double stint strategy, but you never know. Every team decides on their own what they want to, what they want to race in this endurance race, and what strategy they are going to use. Quite close on the back end of Truffo Ferrari is that Porsche 992 GT3 cars, two freshly baked GT3s battling on virtual circuits. Truffo has to go defensive, taking a tighter line into the Lecombe section and positioning his Ferrari quite nicely to avoid overtakes. Rommel was having a small look into the inside of the exit of turn 9. Both of the cars are sliding, and there's quite a fast car behind these drivers, but I think that's a car which is not battling for position, so that might be a GT3 that was involved in those accidents at the beginning of the race. I'm not sure how to find out who that vehicle is, but it's looking pretty fast. Yeah, look, so Rommel decides to let him through, even though that's a car that is at least one lap down behind this battle.
If you see someone that's quicker, even if they're, 20 laps down, and you think, okay, maybe I can use you and get behind you and save some fuel as well.
Yeah, so that's definitely something that's going through the mind of Rommel. And Rommel actually suddenly slowed down a little bit, running into the traffic. Oh, how wide that McLaren was running through turn 18. Is the car number
Next time around they can actually jump into the pits finally. So that's going to be our first hour of the race done in a minute and 45 seconds. Radivojevic has not had the penalty issued, I believe, yet, right?
I'm not sure if the driver received the information, but we got the news already. That's Jacopo Grillo, by the way, who mixed in between those two cars battling for P3. That's Rommel now behind Grillo, and Grillo started in the front seats of this race, I believe, so he was pretty fast in the qualifying session. We have Rahmanian, who has entered the pit lane, still a little bit earlier than expected, but, well, basically around the pit window time, which doesn't look too bad right now with the overall strategy of the drivers.
Who's another one of those big angels? Actually, I want to see what kind of manufacturers we have in that top 5. So we're going to consider the number 9 car as having a penalty. Two McLarens, Ferrari, Porsche, another McLaren. So there's still quite a few McLarens there, and McLarens are always going to be there. But the gaps are definitely changing, and the way the race is going is definitely changing, and this shows that maybe the McLaren is more of a hot lap car than it is a fantastic racing car like what the Ferrari and the Porsche have shown. This is the Ferrari of Truffaut. From 4th onto the pit lane, this car running in a virtual P3 once that number 9 car receives its drive-through penalty. So first of the top 5 to actually come in for a scheduled stop. They make it just under the hour mark. And well, this is a smart time to get your pit stop done.
And that's a different strategy than of your main rival. Lucas Rommel stays on the racetrack. Well,
I mean, the max it's going to be different is by 4 minutes.
So I'm pretty sure that Rommel will be entering the racetrack by the end of this lap, and he's running into some traffic also. Willow right in front, dealing with the traffic slightly better, even though he's running 19th. Well, Jacopo Grillo is currently 19th, mixed in between those top 5 places. Rommel doesn't have the pace at this moment by the looks of it. There's Pernod right on the tail of Rommel, so he lost quite a lot of time while battling with the traffic. He now has to be defensive from another car, from another McLaren.
Ooh, that GT4. Yeah, it's always scary when somebody does that. When somebody's trying to let somebody through. Radivojevic into the pits. This is probably going to be that scheduled pit stop. Actually, if you serve a drive-through, does your stint timer reset? I think it does.
I think it does. As soon as you enter the pit lane, your driving time resets.
Well, the question is, if you have a penalty, does it reset? Probably it does still, right?
It should. Why not? Because, well, the system is accountable for calculating such situations, and, well, you cannot kind of inform the system with a lot of details. It's just registers your pit entry, and it should just reset
yeah, I'm
the
just
time.
interested, you know, how even in the real Spot 24, how would that work?
Mercedes Helicon is out of the pit lane, I believe. Quite a lot of cars actually making those pit stops. Well, most of the top 10 cars are making that stop. What about Grantas Karetskas?
He has to come in now.
He has, because he stayed out. Is this a perfect stint calculation?
I think it is. I think he's pushing it to the very, very limit of stint time, but I think they're just comfortable. They know they can make it. And they can. It's a minute still to go, and I think it's around 25 seconds.
Yep. So he's out on the Blanchimont straight. And this is how you do it, actually. Not only by raw pace, but actually by working brilliantly with your clock.
These guys have enough experience to do this correctly. The sun has come out, by the way. Well, it has come out around 20 minutes ago, but it has properly come out now. And the Spa circuit looking a little bit more difficult. A little damage on the left-hand side of that McLaren.
Well, it might be. They still have to deal with the traffic, and, you know.
There's a little bit of damage on the left-hand side. Let's see if they actually get it fixed. Yeah, these guys have a lot of experience in races like this, and they know exactly how to do it.
This is a team standing of 2 drivers, so Grantas Karetskas behind the wheel. Tadas Juknavicius is waiting somewhere in his sim rig in another spot. I'm not sure if we will see a driver's change now. It might be just a regular pit stop and a 2-stint run for the WCR and the Lotte team. We have some driver changes. Mikhail Turski behind the wheel of this Ferrari, out on the track, P7. And he just got behind the wheel of this car of his team. Milan Radivojevic staying behind the wheel of that McLaren, still running second. So I believe they did not receive the information that they have a drive-through penalty yet, because they are staying on the racetrack for quite some time. Mantas Pavlaitis back on the racetrack. They are running 9th. So, well, they didn't lose quite a lot. They didn't lose too much, but they still lost some places. And we have a position change. It looks like Vilnius Tech University managed to overtake Turski in one of the corners of the racetrack. Turski has just came out of the pit lane, I'm assuming, and he's on colder tires, so he didn't have the pace that he wanted out of his vehicle. And look at the speed difference. Vilnius Tech University looks to be flying off on the racetrack, already 1.3 seconds ahead of Michael Turski. And what about Mantas Pavlaitis? He's running 9th, 2.5 seconds behind Turski.
So Mantas Pavlaitis will be the one that's coming back through the field. Interesting that they kept Mantas in the car while Grantas changed with Tadas. I would have done, well, I would have said to take Mantas out of the car because he was probably a little bit frustrated, maybe more than a little bit frustrated with the incident. And, well, so Mantas, yes, 53 minutes in his first stint, right? If he takes it to the very end, he's going to make it, I think. Yes, because you have around a minute and a half. So he needs to stretch these stints out, definitely, but yeah, he's going to make it. And he didn't lose that much time in the pit stop.
And the car looks in one piece, so maybe it didn't have quite too much of the damage, which was easily fixed. So up to P7 already, so Turski having some nightmarish time on the racetrack, just losing spots one by another. Down in P8, that's good news for Mantas Pavlaitis, of course. Now he's 2.5 seconds behind the Vilnius Tech University team, but then look at that gap.
But he did lose actually half a minute.
Yes, of course.
But when Milan actually gets his penalty, he will drop way further behind.
And he should get that penalty
anytime now.
Anytime now, right. So he will be entering the pit lane, well, not by this occasion, but maybe in the distance of 2 laps, and he will not be very happy about it. But of course, well, you make an accident, you receive a penalty, and that's just the way it is. So maybe he was aware that some sort of an penalty is coming on his way. So he stayed in the car. So number 18, another drive-through for causing an incident with car number 2. So 18 is Lorenzo Giannessi. Another Ferrari on the field. And number 2 is Chris Warner. So there we go, Lorenzo Giannessi going into the pit lane for that drive-through penalty. Same speeds in the pit lane, no matter whether you're driving a GT3 or GT4 car. Not losing time here. Christos Papanastasios, maybe that's the name, hardly to pronounce, is kind of falling behind and losing places. So he's now down in P14, battling with Jacopo Grillo. Grillo is up to 13th position, and this is a McLaren, which is pretty fast, but was also involved in some sort of an accident and lost time, so has to settle in a position which is out of the top 10 places. But that doesn't mean you are kind of losing out of battles and one-to-one situations. So Grillo has a companion on his tail. Papanastasios is, I'm not sure if he lost places or if he's trying to gain some, because he's looking pretty fast. Mantas Pavlaitis up to P6 already, so that didn't take long for our previous P2 holder. So he's up to P6 now. He has a clear track ahead of him, not taking into consideration those GT4 cars, but there's a 18 seconds gap between himself and Dylan, and Radivojevic, by the way, is into the pit lane, and we can actually see if he'll lose out to Pavlaitis, because there's quite a gap between himself and his rival, but of course the very long pit lane will do the job. Mantas Pavlaitis around La Source, but they should be pretty close to each other actually. As soon as Radivojevic will hit the track, Pavlaitis is going down the straight into Illusion Radion. You can see the position swapping right now. The gap should be roughly around, well, what, 10 seconds maybe, because Mantas Pavlaitis is on high speed in his Mercedes, Radivojevic running still slow. But that ended up into the advantage of Mantas Pavlaitis. Let's take a quick look if the time resets when you do a drive-through penalty. Yes, indeed it does. So it kind of makes your day worse when you have to enter the pit lane for a drive-through penalty, but it also plays some sort of a role with your strategy. Maybe not by much, but well, that's roughly 10 minutes of free driving time for car number 9 with that penalty involved. I'm not sure if we can pull out something out of it, and if that's a lot of influence, but still, maybe some sort of a small advantage. But Radivojevic coming out of the pit lane right into a hot battle with Tursky and Warner, and that can become really hot, and it does become hot. We have a contact and both of the cars sliding, and this is another nightmare for Radivojevic. Well, now that's what will influence the final result of car number 9 in this race, and I think that's all on Warner. Another contact between Radivojevic and that was, I believe, in that bright blue McLaren. So another contact and another job for the stewards to try and decide whether it was illegal or legal.
Well, he's gonna now run with that 5-minute buffer. Well, that extra time he has added on. He's not going to make it to the end, that's for sure. But he is going to shorten his pit stops. Now, the real question is, can he make it on fuel? Because if he can make it to the hour and 5 minutes he has kind of reset his stint, he will be shortening the final stop by quite a lot. If he keeps running at an hour 5-minute stint from now on, he's gonna be running only for about 20 minutes in that final stint. Maybe even deciding on no tires. But you do tires with fuel, so no, not really. Maybe less fuel in the car. might be able to actually make a pretty quick pit stop and gain some time at the very end. So looking at the gaps now, you've got Mantas Polvilitis P5. For the lead of the race, it's Luca Princi in P2 at the moment. And if you remember, I believe this was the car that had contact with Dominic Bacillo in the beginning of the race.
The number 3 car that we're looking at right now?
Yes. I'm gonna consult my timing sheet and I'll get back to you with an answer to this question.
Yep, some statistics would really help, but that would mean that, well, some cars are doing pretty good in this race, even though they had problems at the beginning of this event. So Luca Princi is second. He's 35 seconds behind the leaders of this race, so it's going to be a really hell of a job to try and catch up with the current race leaders, and I don't see any chance of this happening. But still, it's an endurance race and quite a lot of things happen unexpectedly. Christian Ian Uzo is running third, 7.5 seconds behind Luca Princi, and it doesn't look tight at the 4-5 places in the GT3 field. We have we have a couple of hot spots on the racetrack between some GT3s. That's Thomas Shivokas and Dan Van Zutphen. They are battling for 10th position. Vojovic, after that contact with Chris Wardner,
Sorry,
is...
I was actually wrong. That wasn't Princi who had the contact with Bacillo in the beginning. I am very wrong. Very, very wrong.
Okay. Well, a lot of McLarens, and it's easy to make some sort of bad decisions.
We know it was a McLaren who had this. That's for sure. Beaver Grease Racing, by the way, the other Beaver Grease Racing car, it's been very steadily going up. That's the one we're looking at right now, actually, the Thomas Shivokas. They are up into 11th from last, just by staying out of trouble.
Oh, so this car started last on the grid in
Yes.
the GT3 class.
Yes. Well, it didn't start behind the GT4s. It started... Oh, big spin. That's at Puon. That is not... yeah, so it started 25th on the grid. This car now 11th on track.
So this is a replay for what happened to Papanastasios. Roughly with a
Puon
30...
Double Gush, whatever you want to call it. The corner name has changed. The difficulty of the turn hasn't. And easy. And that's a very bad rejoin from whoever that was in the GT4. Almost takes out another car, but does well to kind of keep it together right after.
Yeah, but they are continuing racing. I'm not sure if it was a rejoin. That car was still on a slide, and maybe it was a bad sliding catch practice. Two cars in the GT4 class were involved in an accident, and the GT3 car was caught up, and Papanastasios decides that, well, the car is damaged, I need to go into the pit lane and try to fix what's happened. And he actually was in the pit lane 15 minutes ago, so that's quite a bad impact on the strategy of this team. So these unpredicted stops, well, you have to make a pit stop if you have a damaged car and you are not thinking about your strategy at the moment, but it's will play some sort of a role up towards the end of this event. Well, they were running out of top 10 places. That's not a big deal actually, because, well, you are not kind of in that much of a racing mood. You are just still trying to finish the event that you started, and it's still well, you can safely consider it as a start for a race at this moment, because we are only 1 hour and 20 minutes into the 6 hours event. Radivojevic, we have two cars running same livery, so that's Milan Radivojevic overtaking Amir Rahmanian, and you might think about it as a maybe team strategy, because, well, Radivojevic was fighting for P2 up until the moment he made that contact with Mantas Povilaitis, and afterwards received a penalty which made the race of this team slightly different than they were expecting at the beginning.
These are teammates. I think this is just the same livery, but I don't think they are teammates.
Yeah, maybe that's a standard livery of ACC.
Because we're looking at VCR IRT for the number 25 car of Papanastos.
No,
and
that's
well, that's Rahmanian, I'm sorry.
Yep, that's Rahmanian, car number 11. This is the ATAC Sim Racing.
Yes, the other team is the Team PTZ.
But it looks like that's not a standard livery, is it? They have different logos on the front end of the car and the side. That's the Zenity. Well, makes you wonder when you see two identical cars. You definitely think that's the teammates straight away, but, well, you cannot be sure if that's a universal livery used in the ACC platform, or is it a team livery. So something to predict, something to think about, but nothing serious and nothing special about that.
Yeah, well, it would be interesting to have totally different team names and be on the same team.
Yep, that's for sure. So Radivojevic up to P8. Mantas Povilaitis currently 5th. So Radivojevic 25 seconds behind Mantas Povilaitis. So he was definitely closer as he exited the pit lane after that drive-through. But that incident, well, it has cost what, more 10 or 15 seconds actually for Radivojevic. Another warning for car number 5, unsafe overtake and contact with car number 30. So car number 5 is the Sim Academy car. They are up to P14 now. That's the car that Dominic Bacillo was driving at the beginning of this race. So they managed to fight through the field. They were running 22nd with a drive-through and the early pit stop that they had to take. They are doing a pretty good job actually. Up to P14, 5 seconds behind Michael Tursky. So they have something in their pocket, under the sleeve, that they might change through the course of this 6-hour event. We have 4 hours and 36 minutes remaining, so still plenty of time for the teams to make it change and make it happen. By the way, this is a race that's called Bunasta Summer Race, and it has some prizes to offer for all the participants. Well, not for all the participants, but for the top 3 finishers. Oh, Luca Prinzi.
Down into the pits.
Not sure, I cannot turn on his camera, so I think something happened with car number 3 and they are out of our timetable. So they were running second and now they are running nowhere. I see the car being registered as stopped in the middle of the track, so maybe some connection issues. They are flashing yellow. That means they were in some sort of an accident, but they out of the table. They are out of the table, and will they be able to rejoin if this was a connection issue? Our system got stuck. Chris Warner
I'm trying
out
to
of
see on. I'm just reading through the Discord, seeing what.
Yep. Luca Prinzi is back in the pit lane. Can we try and get a replay? No.
there was the global servers actually did go down about 10 minutes ago, and it went back up again. But it was a case of don't leave the server. Now, why would that car go off while still on the circuit? That's a different matter.
Anyways, we have a changing situation in the top 3 places, because Luca Prinzi is still standing in the pit lane. They are currently down to P20. They were running second. They met some sort of issues which are unknown to us.
Gap to P1 is 50 seconds.
Yep, because, well, it was 38, I believe, while Luca Prinzi was still in P1.
So now the Porsche, the number 21 Porsche, is in a battle for P2. 2 seconds behind Ian Mutsu. I take my words back when I said I don't think there's a single Porsche in the race. Obviously is, and they're running on the podium at the moment. They do have the Slava Ukraine by Beaver Grease racing car coming up to them, though. That's Mantas Pavlaitis and Povilas Klimanskas. These are 2 quick drivers in the cars, and no, I don't want to play the skills of the Vig Project Strato car, or indeed the number 21 Porsche, but I do think the Beaver Grease car is going to catch up and overtake them. If they don't get into any trouble. What are your opinions of this Ferrari? I don't know.
I haven't driven it.
Strange.
I haven't driven it, but it looks differently than most of the GT3s, but it looks so similar to that McLaren. So, kind of out of the shape for a GT3 car, but still looking good. So, mostly depends.
It really reminds me of the Ford GTE car, which isn't really a surprise because it's, well, I believe it's built by the same people.
One of the main,
I know definitely
one of the main
Ferrari
rivals in the GTE class is the Ford GT, of course. And yep, of course, it has some. Yeah, it was, but it definitely has similarities on the lines and the shape of the car. But of course, not matching it exactly. But you can kind of see something familiar.
This car is built by Orica. It is very much made as a GT3 car that's kind of a prototype as well. Because what was very interesting at the 24 Hours of Nürburgring, you saw the mechanics on the Fricadelli racing car. They damaged the rear. And, well, they replaced the rear like they would on a prototype. Just a few screws, the whole rear section comes off, a new one gets put in, and the car is back out on track. Very strange to see in what is a GT customer car.
A lot of penalties are being issued at this moment by the stewards, so it looks like it's a hard race, not only for the participants, but for our referees also. So car number 46, warning for unsafe driving, ignoring blue flags. Car number 48, stop and go, 10 seconds penalty for causing multiple incidents, and I believe these cars are GT4 class cars. Car number 66, stop and go, 10 seconds penalty for ignoring blue flags and causing multiple incidents. So we don't catch lot of with our cameras, but it looks like there is a lot of things happening behind the screens. And guys are having some real blast fun racing, which is not as fun for race control, of course, to take time and have a look at incidents like these. Wouter Billen up to P2.
So it's actually very impressive, I have to say, with this race in particular. At the same time, you've got the official 24 Hours of Spa for the top teams running. That's hosted by the SRO. Well, that race just finished, but it's so impressive how many teams still showed up to this race, to the 6 hours here on the World Sim Series platform. Almost 100 teams signing up to race. That is a massive amount, an incredible amount, actually, considering the events happening around it. There's still so many people willing to race this. And oh, somebody off.
Yep, that's
Ferrari
Tursky. And he had a moment. Let's try and catch up what happened in the replay. It should have happened at the beginning of the track. Into Rouge, this is a replay, by the way, of an accident that just has happened, and that's a rear end loss on the Radion corner.
Massive.
Yep, a massive damage to that Ferrari. So Tursky was running 12th in that situation before that accident happened. He's down in P13.
Like I said, there's never a small crash at Radio. Number 66, stop and go 10 seconds. That is one of the GT. Cannot find number 66. I'm not sure we have a car number 66. I think the stewards have tricked us into saying this. No, I don't see a car number 66, at least on my timing screen. So this is Michael Tursky. He's coming back into the pits in his very damaged Ferrari. He's got the indicators on, the hazards on, to just warn everybody else that, well, he's damaged and he cannot go fast. You can see on the back of that car. And down into the pits. This all puts Thomas Chivokas just lost his position to Ricardo Stavras, but this puts Thomas Chivokas to P10 from P25, let me remind you, and that is... Ooh, I thought that was the move being made for position. It's not being made for position, but it is...
Well, it is a battle between Ricardo Stavras and Thomas Chivokas, so two McLarens fighting.
That was Ricardo's actually getting past.
Okay, so we don't have a change in the lead of the GT3 class, but we have a lot of changes in the positions behind. So Wouter Billen is up to P2 with that Porsche 992 GT3 car. Ian Muzo down in P3, while Mantas Povilaitis is gaining hugely on both of the cars in front. And he's quite faster, actually. lonely on the previous lap. He was 3.5 seconds faster than the car in front and almost 2 seconds faster than the car in P2. He's 6 seconds behind P3 at this moment, but it's still looking pretty good for the team of Mantas Povilaitis. That's the Slava Ukraini by Beaver Grease Racing car, which was involved in an accident, and it didn't look too good at that moment. But with still 4 hours and 20 minutes of race remaining time, it looks like Mantas Povilaitis has the best chances to get back into the position that he was running right after the start of this race. And the next car that is looking pretty good is this McLaren, actually. Well, they had a good start. They were looking pretty strong up until that moment in lap 2 or 3, I think, where Dominic Bacillo had an accident. And then he received a drive-through penalty. They dropped millions of places. They were almost at the back of the GT3 class pack, and now they are up to P9. They managed to overtake Tomas Šivokas and already gaining 3.5 seconds advantage. They are gaining on Dan van Zutphen. It's a 3.5 seconds gap now. Looks like they are on a similar pace on the previous lap, but actually Ricardo Sedauras has much more pace in him, because his fastest lap time is 2 minutes 17.9, while the fastest lap time of Zutphen is 2 minutes 19.6. Did we have a situation in P3? I believe that's that Haas has to have something with traffic. But we have a system where some light flashes by the side of the names of the drivers, and we receive like white or yellow lights flashing by the names, meaning that the car is off track or maybe it is in an accident. And Luca Prinzi again, I believe Luca Prinzi has similar issue again. So is Maciej Rozevich. So we have some sort of connection problems for the drivers. Luca Prinzi again on a disconnect. He was back on the track. He has some more problems by the looks of it. Drive-through penalty for car 17, for team 17. That's Dan van Zutphen. For an incident with car 11, that's Amir Rahmanian. So we had an accident, which which was judged by the stewards already.
By the way, the pole sitter we had, that was the McFlurry Corsa team. If you remember, they had... Was it a drive? Yeah, it was a drive-through, and then they had that incident a little bit later on. They're back up to 11th. Trying to chase down Beaver Grease Racing. That's the second Beaver Grease Racing car. Who is this?
That's another Radion victim, Kowalski Funky Cops. Let's try and catch up with the replay. I think the driver lost out on his own. Looking at what happened.
Ooh, is he gonna make it off the wall? Little touch, not huge. You got very lucky there.
Yeah,
well, new underwear and new tires needed, but car's still alive. It's the G League Esport 1 car. They didn't even drop a position, I think.
The driver has 14 minutes of stint time remaining, so he will stay for a short period of time behind the wheel, and he will have the luck to enter the pit lane for maybe a driver change, because it looks like he's already struggling on those tires and making small mistakes. Of course, he has to deal with traffic.
The window, by the way, to make it to the end, if you take all of your other stints at the maximum, will be in around 3 minutes. So if you pit it, even now, actually now, if you would pit now, you would be able to make it to the end without an extra stop. If you made every other stint an hour and 5 minutes.
Mantas Paulaitis, look at that, he's up to P4, well he was P4, but he's already right on the tail of Ian Nuzo, battling for P3 and looking good to get back into that second position that he was pushed off.
Well, he's now going to get back into third. Ian Nuzo still puts up a fight.
Yep, of course he does. Well, this is a battle for the last step on the podium, so why should he just easily let through that faster Mercedes AMG without putting in a slight fight, small fight? This is all about fun, and well, you're racing to fight other drivers, so I'm pretty sure it's a good way.
Time calculation, because right now Mantas Paulaitis is going. Last time around he was half a second quicker. Last time around he was 1.5 seconds quicker.
Yep, but of course that does it's not good.
He's gonna do it on the exit of
That's good.
That's why I was saying maybe it's a little bit strange to defend your position, but I guess Mantas Paulaitis didn't even want to wait until the end of the straight to get past the unit, so and he gets the job done.
Yep, he didn't take that long, so we have another battle on track. That's Dan van Zutphen trying to defend the 8th position from Rhaegar Dasadavras, who is currently flying around the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, by the way, and looking to get back into top 8 places after that bad start of this race. And I think this team also has good chances to finish up the race in top 5 places. When the clock ticks out, Rhaegar Dasadavras on a move. It doesn't look too bad. I don't think Dan van Zutphen was that defensive, though he's getting back, but not on the right part of the circuit, because the next part of the Lecombe is a right-hander. But look at Dan van Zutphen. He makes Rhaegar Dasadavras badly defensive. That compromises the line, the entry to Bruxelles. But still, Rhaegar Dasadavras, well, he has that base advantage, he has the speed, so it's not that bad for Rhaegar to have some small battles with his rivals. Look at the lap difference. Well, at least that's the previous lap, the 2 cars completed, so definitely Rhaegar Dasadavras on the faster edge to State University. I think
by the way, Federico Pacosi is the fastest car on track.
At this moment. Is it? Tadeusz Juknavich is 2 minutes 18?
Last lap. Now Tadeusz Juknavich has set another lap. And now Tadeusz Juknavich is the quickest car on track. Let's see what he does next time around. But I've been watching them the last few laps. They've been trading lap times. And we know that the McFlurry Corsa car was very quick because they were leading until they got that penalty. Which we haven't figured out for what that penalty was. Yeah. Still.
Number 46, another warning for ignoring blue flags, and that's the second warning for that team. Oh, and already right away the third warning for Car number 46, that's a warning for dangerous driving. So next warning will be a drive through Thomas Shivokas up to P8 because Amir Rahmanian and Dan Van Zutphen entered the pit lane. I think Dan Van Zutphen had a little bit of time in his pocket remaining. That's an early stop. Car number 46, receiving those penalties, is a beautiful Porsche Cayman GT4, running 42nd in the field. This is a GT4 car, and it looks like these guys came here to have not only fun, not only good time, but to learn something new. And of course, in the process of learning, you meet interesting situations, different parts to learn, and yeah, look, it looks like they are trying to be lapped, but they don't want to let that GT4 car through. So no wonder that they are receiving that amount of warnings, which will become
not
penalties.
Really doing anything bad. I mean, the car behind is quite far away.
Well, it is now. When we have that Porsche 992.
See how quickly those GT3s appear. We didn't even see them in the last shot. That is your second place time?
It is, I believe. Well, they don't make life easy for their rivals. Well, they are trying to do their best. They don't need to get out of the way, that they just kind of need to be predictable by all times around the track. A little bit of corner cutting on Radion. That's Mantas Povilaitis, your third place owner at this moment. And he managed to cut the gap to Wouter Billen by 3 seconds. Well, look at how much traffic Wouter has to deal with now. So the same will go for Mantas Povilaitis, but at this moment it's working miracles for car number 7, that Mercedes AMG GT3 car driven by Mantas Povilaitis. He's just cruising towards Wouter Billen for the battle for P2. He's already 5.5 seconds ahead of Christian Iannuso, so that's a big speed difference in the GT3 class leadership.
Experience. That is experience and knowing how to deal with this traffic. I think Mantas Povilaitis has done enough laps on Spa to know exactly where he's going to catch up to traffic, where exactly he's going to pass it, and how exactly he's going to pass it.
The McLaren in front is also one of the faster cars in the GT3 class. We've seen it quite some times already, and you can see the pace he's kind of holding up with Wouter Billen, even though he's at least one lap down, and well, he's kind of pulling away from Mantas Povilaitis. So that McLaren in front is also flying, even though it's not in a battle for leading positions at this time, at least. Mantas Povilaitis, 2 seconds between him and Wouter Billen, and one fast flying GT3 McLaren. Trying to catch up and trying to figure out what that McLaren is. Well, it looks like Wouter Billen has some pace as soon as he hits clear track, because Mantas Povilaitis is not gaining on him in this part of the track. So that should be an interesting battle for P2. 66 seconds, by the way, between our current race leader and P2. And that's quite a huge margin.
Yeah, well, now for your race leader, this is all going to be about staying out of trouble. Just keep the car on the circuit. There's no more risk to take. you know, to lose a minute advantage is you'd have to run really slowly. I'd really like to see maybe rain play a part in this. I'm not sure we're gonna get that, but that
please,
would be...
please, Rain of God, virtual Rain of God, do your job.
That would really, I think, ignite the battle back up for P1, maybe. Oh, somebody is...
Betlan Sinbo having circles around the track. Let's try and take a look at what happened. It's car number 19.
So comes out the piff path into the first right-hander. Onto Stavolo. I think he's just going to run a bit wide at Stavolo.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, he does. Oh, big smack into the wall. That's not nice. Never nice for that.
And facing traffic the wrong direction.
Well, at least he knew when to move. By the way, for the lead in the GT4s, we haven't touched that much on them. It is Jan Nim's leading, obviously, but with a 50-second advantage after, actually a 48-second advantage after 43 laps completed. So Jan Nims leads ahead of Hoffman, ahead of Simon Speff, who's a little bit further behind still. Adam Kashoni down in P6. He was actually battling for P2, but has dropped off as of recently.
Another interesting warning for the drivers. Team number 31, they received warning for using wrong chat, and the rules clearly state that you cannot use the main chat for conversations. So that might give you a drive-through penalty also if you just try to chit-chat with your fellow drivers, fellow racers in the wrong place.
Still trying to find any news on the World Sim Series Discord. You can join that and join actually the service, the World Sim Series service. If you just go to worldsimseries.com, maybe the next event will actually see you on track. But trying to find any useful info on here, but nobody really wants to share strategies, I don't think. But it's that point of the race where you're kind of not exactly maybe clear always of what's going on, because there are so many different cars out on track with so many different strategies. I think the battle for P2 is now very close. It is, because it's now down to 0.8 of a second. Matas Povalaev is closing in and closing in and closing in. That was a 2-second gap bridged last time round. This is going to be done in the lap or two's time, because he's going so much quicker. 70 seconds to the leader. 7-0. It's a big gap. Definitely. It is a pretty big gap, and it's not that easily attainable. 0.8 is between these two cars. It's a gap that can be close. 0.4 actually, now down to 0.4. Getting closer and closer every minute. Both cars with headlights ablaze. That's just because of the overcast conditions. We shouldn't be going into night. Yeah, Down the inside comes Mantas Povilaitis. I think Bilan is not going to put up too much of a fight. He does not at all. Mantas Povilaitis back into P2. But instead of being 10 seconds behind the leader, he's now 7 seconds behind the leader. Milan Radivojevic, he's all the way down in 6th place. So that was the car that had contact with Mantas Povilaitis. Big differences in the way their races turned out, even though Mantas Povilaitis had to make repairs to his car, while Milan did not. That drive cost Milan more than what Mantas had to use up in repair time. Wow, even with the overtake, 18.4, 18.1 by Tadej Juknavicius. These guys are going quick, they're pushing. Especially Tadej Juknavicius is pushing with a massive gap like that. 3 minutes to go until we hit the 2-hour mark in this race, and when they cross the line next time, we'll have 50 laps done.
By the way, Mantas Povilaitis will be heading into the pit lane by the end of this lap, because he has only 2 minutes of driving time remaining under his account because of that accident, and well, he was forced to take that pit stop earlier than his rivals, having a slight different strategy right now due to the timing, but I believe he's still safe, at least by our calculations, if the team extends those stints to the maximum amount possible for one driver to sit in that car. And that should be a driver change for the team that is back into P2, the Beaver Grease Racing team. I think we should see Povilas Klimanskas entering the Mercedes AMG, and that's the different and interesting part of the endurance racing series. The pace of the drivers might differ, and what we see right now, the way that the cars are driven, the speed difference of the teams, that might change slightly when the drivers change. So that's an interesting fact to wait for, and we will see who will be the driver of this Mercedes, whether Mantas Povilaitis will remain behind the wheel. Maybe they can do triple stints if they want. They can do whatever they want to do when they just have to fit within the rules of driving time for the drivers. But the stint times, well, they can choose whatever they think is best for them. Oh, Twitchy! There was a big accident, and I think Mantas Povilaitis had to hit the brakes badly. You see Walter Billen right on the tail, almost overtaking Mantas Povilaitis, who is diving into the pit lane as predicted. Balestra on track, running slowly. Will we have a replay? Let's try and catch up. I think this is a car which was involved in an accident, or, well, we've seen some yellow flashlights flashing by the name of Alessandro Balestra, so this is a replay. Yep, of course, that's the same spot, and Mantas Povilaitis was able to catch that Mercedes, but it didn't go so well for Balestra. Mantas Povilaitis already down in P6, so, well, that's tight in the GT3 class, so he entered the pit lane, and he's still yet to stop the vehicle in the garage, but he's already down in P6. So it's a tight battle in the top 10 places. 13 seconds between Tomas Šivokas, Raigardas Sidabras, by the way, up to P6 now. Vilnius Tech University up to P3 after Mantas Povilaitis hits the pit lane. So good driving by the blue and white McLaren guys. 10 minutes of stint time remaining. Raigardas Sidabras has 11 minutes. So, well, with the different strategy, well, Sim Academy team had 2 pit stops already, but they kind of match out the strategy of all of their main rivals. So with that extra stop, they are actually in the same pit window as the most of the GT3 class drivers. So that's a good thing for the team to try and make those good calculations. And you cannot count that Sim Academy car out. It was, well, but at the end of the line of the GT3 class at one part of this race. They are now in P6. Beaver Grease car back on track. Still are not able to see if there was a driver change or Mantas Povilaitis stays behind the wheel. It's being shown. Oh yes, there was a driver change, so Mantas Povilaitis is behind the wheel of this McLaren Mercedes AMG GT3 car. And it's going to be interesting to watch what the pace of the next driver of the team is, because this is the car that is currently battling for P2 in the GT3 class. After all those hustles, all those fast laps and that incident, it's still going strong. We do not see a lot of action from our GT4 car class this afternoon. Adam Cajoni out of the pit lane. Adam Cajoni was
48. Stop and go 20 seconds for dangerous driving and causing multiple incidents. Last warning, next time DQ, so next time disqualified. Number 48. So cars with... We had the number 46. That was the one that was ignoring blue flags. So we can just go through the race control messages because this is pretty interesting. So car 46, third warning for dangerous driving. Next warning, drive. Then was the warning about the chat, but this is for a different car. Then you have car number 48 that gets a drive-through for causing an incident with the 46 that was disrespecting blue flags and driving dangerously. And then the 49 was given a warning for dangerous driving, and a second warning for dangerous driving, and then the 48 got a 20-second stop and go. So if your number is in the high 40s somewhere, beware. Number 47. If we have a number 47 on track, well, must be careful.
Good insights. Well, basically what we're looking at is the GT4 class is filled up more with rookie drivers because there was no qualifying limit to drive in this class. There was a qualifying time limit to drive in the GT3 class, and well, if you wanted to participate in this race in the GT3 class, you had to hit the time of 2 minutes and 22 per lap in the pre-qualifying session. So that means, well, more advanced drivers, well, maybe not more advanced, but drivers with more driving time entered the GT3 class field. That's why
more experienced.
Yeah, more experienced drivers are in the GT3 class, and they don't get that much warnings.
Oh, wow. That was an interesting move made by that Ferrari. Yeah, you can see, you know, these guys in the GT4s, they're maybe not as experienced. I'm not talking about Daniel Woodvilla here, the number 30 car.
Yep, and he just made an overtake. Let's try and take a look at how he managed to do that.
I think the top fives in both classes have similar experience. But then the GT3 grid is maybe more well-matched throughout, while the GT4 grid kind of slumps a bit more. But that's just because we had less GT4 entrants overall, so we had some of the guys that would have been great in Division 2 have to contend with Division 1. So you saw that with that Mercedes, he was kind of in the middle of the track, kind of not in the middle of the track, and that really ruined his... that kind of confused the Ferrari behind, actually, because the Ferrari behind didn't know what he was going to do. So the Ferrari behind just decided to go on the grass and overtake you on the grass, which is always an option. But yeah, interesting dynamic between the cars, and some of the GT3 drivers are also very non-experienced, or at least have less experience. And they also then have to interact with the GT4s that have a lot of experience. So it's interesting dynamic. Always an interesting dynamic in endurance racing when you've got the super experienced guys on track with the very inexperienced guys. Rossi on track.
Yep, so
that is your pole sitter.
it is the team that started the race from P1. They are now in P7 after their last pit stop, so that's not too bad after that early entry into the pit lane at the beginning of the race, which was a drive-through penalty set by the system itself, not by race control. And well, it's also looking pretty good throughout the race. They were able to get back into top 10 places. They have the pace, and well, I'm pretty sure they will not battle and they will not challenge our current race leaders in case something wrong will happen, but they are still good contenders to finish this race on podium places. They are 20 seconds behind Povilas Klimanskas. Virtually, Povilas Klimanskas is running second at this stage of the race because his main rivals have yet to enter the pit lane. So that's not too bad for Federico Pacossi and McFlurry Course team. I had to take a look at the naming of the teams to be exact. Looks like there's a wrong team name on the side of this McLaren.
Who still owes us a stop?
Oh, there's a lot of cars actually, including our race leaders. So Tadas Juknavicius at Vilnius Tech University, Milan Radivojevic, Raigardas Dabras, all four leaders have to enter the pit lane shortly, and the car that will enter the pit lane next should be Vilnius Tech University, that are running in a high second position at this moment. Of course, that's due to the strategy, but still these guys are doing a phenomenal job keeping that car on track, and not only keeping it on track, still performing pretty well and having some good pace.
Let's see if they take the risk by staying out.
No.
No.
Still too early to do that. But they could have. I would have taken the risk. That would be nice.
Yeah.
They had 2 minutes and 30 seconds, so that's roughly 10 seconds.
You would have had around 5 in hand. So
Yeah,
you
so-
couldn't spin, but yeah. Could have made it.
Of course. Better safe than sorry, because there is no need to stay out too long. We are 2 hours and 8 minutes into the race, which means they are, at least now, pretty safe with the strategy, initial strategy, to have not many pit stops. But they chose to play it safe. Rather sorry. What about Raigardas Dabras? 2 minutes and 27. They are also not taking the risk, so he's entering the pit lane. It's a shame to see those 2 minutes kind of get out of hand.
You know what's interesting? Tadas Juknavicius, he's gonna cross the line on the same, on the same lap. He crosses the line with 2 minutes and 45 seconds. So in this stint, he's gained around 25 seconds on those drivers. That's a lot. That's an hour.
Interesting fact, Milan Radivojevic entered the pit lane while he had 8 minutes of seat time available. So not
Because
all...
if you remember, he had to do the
Drive-through.
drive-through.
Yep. So you think it's counted out in a different system? Because on our screens, I see that he has 8 minutes of drive time remaining. So I'm pretty
Yes,
sure.
but we probably didn't have any fuel.
Yeah, exactly. That's good guess. So
Because this is Spa, remember? So you're using quite a lot of fuel. There's quite a lot of places you're flat out.
yep. Good point.
If this was another circuit, Garo Ring maybe,
What was the circuit that surprised us the most with the GT3 staying out on the
That
track
was
for as
Mugello.
long? And yeah, it was.
But
so
that was on
AC.
AC1.
It was.
Yep, that one I still don't understand. Nobody's explained it to us. Nobody's come out and said how that happened, ever.
Tadej Ignatius is beautifully dealing with the traffic, approaching the end of this lap, and he will be joined by his mechanics in the pit lane. Maybe there will be a driver's change. Grantas Karecka stayed out only for one stint.
They might just do, one.
Yeah, wherever they like. Especially when you have 60 seconds gap between you and your nearest rival. You can basically read a book while you're on a driver's change and still stay in the lead of this race. So no stress, no pressure, just pure driving and being the fastest out of the cars. It's, well, something really amazing.
And they come in with 25 seconds, 26.
Yeah, so no wonder they are currently in the lead of this race. It looks like they just put everything together perfectly.
Kind of doing everything right. They're not making any mistakes that are unnecessary. They're pushing the car when they need to. They're not pushing when they don't need to. And that's how you lead a race.
To Gianluca Bellucci. They have entered the pit lane again, so that's the fourth time they entered the pit lane. What happened with this team? So they were running already in top 10 places. I was counting on them that they will go up in P3, but now it's kind of all out of hand. Did they receive another penalty? Because it looks like that. Well, they have already completed their driver change pit stop recently. No, they made it now after this previous pit stop. So they made a driver's change.
Damage?
They stopped around 2 hours and 4 minutes time, and then they stopped again around 2 hours and 11 minutes time. So
Would make sense if that's damage.
maybe it was damage. We cannot see everything that happens on the racetrack. Oh, that's the close battle with the GT4 car. Of course, they are taking the risk, but that's not looking strong again for the car that qualified first for this race. They are running 13th at this moment. Well, they have to settle down. Raigardas Sidabras also in the pit lane. Again. Yep, that's the second time. They just entered the pit lane. We were watching them and, well, they were running 6th. Now they are 16.
Number 8, by the way. Drive-through for causing an incident with 27. But actually, last time they didn't do a drive-through. They stopped.
So that's fresh info, I believe. So maybe they had an incident, they stopped, and now they received a penalty. Maybe that's the story.
Interesting. Too bad we don't have that. I'd like to have a chance to like write the team directly and force them to be honest with us. Oh, they have actually completed. The number 8 car has completed their penalty. Number 8 has completed their penalty, right? So, right. Number 8. Let's look at car number 8. Pit stop at 7 minutes. That was the drive-through. Then we had another one at 1 hour and 5 minutes. That was the scheduled stop. And another one at 2 hours and 4 minutes. Penalty. Right. At 2 hours and 4 minutes, they had a penalty. And then at 2 hours and 11 minutes, they stopped again because they ran out of fuel at that point. So,
yep.
That's your answer. Finally, we have gotten to the bottom of this mystery.
Okay, so what about car number 5? They are P16th. And they made 2 pit stops in a row. So 2 at 2 hours and 10 and then 4 minutes later. So they had to be in some sort of an accident to make 2 pit stops in 4 minutes.
2 pit stops and not, they didn't do a penalty.
Yep, so from good to bad to better to worse. That's the story so far for the McLaren of Sim Academy. They are looking strong on the racetrack when they're driving it, when they're gaining spots, but well, they are kind of, can you call them misfortunate? They definitely meet quite a lot of troubles. What's happening in front? So Povilas Klimanskas back into P2 with 71 advantage, well, no, disadvantage against Grantas Kareckas, who is back behind the wheel of McLaren. And Nicolas Bosselet is up in P3, the Porsche that we have missed. We thought we have no Porsches on the grid, but there we go. We have a Porsche that is currently running in the 3rd place of this race so far. Vilnius Tech University running 4th and looking pretty strong, showing a decent pace, well actually a good pace. Last lap time was 2 minutes 18.7, so they have the pace, they know how to drive that McLaren around the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, and they are delivering, at least by the looks of it. Well, because what was the position they qualified? I think they were nowhere near the top.
Top 50, I believe. They didn't do too badly. Definitely not. But like with a lot of these, right?
Yep, they qualified 14th, and actually that's not too bad because we had quite a tight qualifying session. So their qualifying lap time was 2 minutes 16.6. which was only 6/10 slower than the pole lap. So that's a tight GP3 car grid.
Mais with Assetto Corsa, right? Who's in P7. That car started all the way down in 25th for Beaver Grease Racing. So he's going to be the gain of the race. If they can stay out of trouble, I think they'll make a top 5. After being last on the grid. So, actually, transport engineers by Vilnius. Is that somebody in the wall? Not sure. But anyway, transport engineers by Vilnius Tech University. This is a team that is running from a single simulator. They are students of Vilnius Tech University, and they're studying transport engineering. But they have their own sim rig in the university, and that's where they run their races from. It looks like they've improved a lot since last time we saw them at the 6 hours of Monza. And these guys were competing there as well. I believe in a BMW that time. But they didn't, I think they finished in top 10, so they had a very big difference in terms of driver speed, that I remember. But now, they are 6 seconds behind a podium position potential.
And actually, Nicolas Bosselet, car number 21, has received a warning from the race control for unsafe overtake of car number 38. So, a couple of wrong moves, and they might be looking into P3, the guys from the university.
But they do have a very angry and fast Milan Radivojevic coming back at them.
Yeah, of course they do, but they are still safe, 30 seconds gap. So quite a buffer. Now they have to deal with the traffic, try to avoid mistakes, and just do the best that they can. And I'm sure they are not thinking about the car that is trying to chase them at this moment. And actually, their previous lap time was 2.5 seconds faster than the lap time of Milan. So Milan maybe was having some problems. It looks like that the driver of the Vilnius Tech University at this moment is one of the fastest drivers in the team, because, well, look at the pace, 18.5. They are kind of gaining on Raigardas Sidabras, who is running 15th.
Gaining on Povilas Limanskas,
actually. And actually on Grantas Kareckas. So they were the fastest car on the previous lap, except for Raigardas Sidabras, who is running 15th, who was slightly faster than the rest of them.
Number 17 drive-through for unsafe overtaking and contact with 38.
Again, 38. So what's the deal with the 38 car that everyone is overtaking unsafely? Who is the driver of the 38 car? That should be a GT4 car. And that's Karolis Žala, who is, by the way, number 38, running 38th.
You remember, this was the car that had the incident with the number 8, right? In the beginning of the race?
Yes, it was at the Radion corner. Yeah.
Yes, at the top of Radion. We saw this car get speared straight into a wall, but we didn't get a penalty from that for the number 8 car, so I think they did it themselves, probably. But still, so this car is still on track, and it keeps getting unsafely overtaken. How many times can you be unsafely overtaken before it is your fault?
That should be frustrating. Should we stay?
Yeah. You want to stay with this car and see when they get unsafely overtaken the next time?
Yeah. I think we should stick a little bit with Karolis Žala, running around Spa-Francorchamps, and take a good look at how people are overtaking this Alpine GT4 car that ends up as unsafe overtakes.
There have been a few more warnings like that. I'm just looking through the race control message sheet, and there have been a few more warnings for unsafe overtaking. Not on car 38, but on other cars out on track. There have been warnings for this.
And remember, those warnings count. If you receive 4th warning, that turns into a drive-through penalty.
Yep. It's 3 warnings. The 4th one is the drive-through.
What just happened? Okay, the Aston Martin kind of got off track, I believe.
that is one of the corners that actually has a good runoff area, a safe runoff area. Oop, down the inside. Still side by side. Is this for This is for position. This is for P37 in the GT4. Well, overall, not sure which position is that in the GT4, but still side by side through Pouon. And I think just about the number 38 car of Carlos Jola is just going to be able to hold on and move up a place.
Yep, that's move done for car number 38 with the driver of Carlos Jola behind the wheel. And he's just disappearing.
It's interesting seeing how different the battles for these cars are. They're able to stay side by side for so much longer than the GT3s, but at the same time, as soon as they go a little bit offline, a little bit more offline, especially in that fast part of the track, they just appear right off the screen. Very well.
Oh, is he going for a move? What line was that into the bus stop chicane?
Oh, he was defending from a GT3.
Oh yeah, that's Izakovsky behind the wheel, and it's difficult to judge off the onboard camera solely. There's a badly damaged GT4 behind.
Sure, it's badly damaged. It
But
has caught up.
It has caught up, but look at the front of that Alpine. It's just... Well, the damage model of ACC is kind of not really realistic from the outside, so it's difficult to judge how badly that car is damaged and how much slower it is due to the damage. Maybe it's not...
Look at the GT3 going through. Got both of them on a single straight, and then some. That's how big the speed difference is, and look at how quickly the car behind catches up, and look at how differently the cars move around the turn. Sometimes it looks similar, you know, these are similar looking cars, but how they could be more different, tight, because that's free wide, that's somebody lapping you from your own class and then somebody coming up to lap you from a different class.
That's where you get your unsafe overtake warnings. No wonder there are plenty of those this evening, because, well, when you get in a situation like this, nothing seems to be as a safe overtake.
That sometimes happens in these situations. You just gotta stay calm and just hit your mark, be sure to do it fine, and you're out of it, then you can relax. Don't make any sudden movements. That's it.
Look, actually, the guys from Vilnius Tech University, they are gaining on Nicholas Balsalet. 3.2 seconds separating now the number 21 and number 10 car in the battle for P3 in the GT3 class. So there should be a guy behind the wheel of this McLaren who is definitely really fast. He was 8/10 faster than the car ahead on the previous time they crossed the line.
Faster than Grandes Canetcos again.
Oh, it's a shame.
Fastest car on track.
It is, and it's a shame they are so far behind the race leaders at this moment. Well, but at least they can enjoy a little battle. Oh, and that's Rhaegar de Sedabras behind the Vilnius Tech University already, and it was the other way around. Of course, these cars are separated by lap because they are not battling for position. Of course, Rhaegar de Sedabras fell down the order after the second pit stop that he had to complete. But well, these two cars are two fastest cars on the track. Grantas Kareckas, that's your race leader on the Rouge, and that says unsafe return. So more penalties. So well,
and damage.
It is.
I'm sure that's damage.
So definitely a new scenario for this race. So Povilas Klimanskas is currently second, but I'm pretty sure we will have a battle for the win of this race. It did look like it's settled already Oh, bump
Oh,
into
inside
the
wall.
tires. So one small contact. Now the unsafe. That's definitely a really unsafe return to the racetrack. That's definitely a penalty for our race leaders. So that's not the end of this accident. It's not just a spin and a hit into the barriers. It's a spin and an unsafe return and another contact. So they still have 30 seconds advantage against second place, the Povilas Klimanskas. They are kind of crawling around the track. I think they have damage because Povilas Klimanskas is gaining drastically on Grantas Kareckas, and Grantas has troubles keeping up that McLaren on surface. Oh, maybe that was a glitch in the timing screen. It's still 34.
Maybe because of the spin. The car doesn't look that damaged. I mean, it doesn't look destroyed. It does look like it has some damage, but it doesn't look too damaged.
What would you do if you would be a steward in this situation? Would you hand out a warning, or would you hand out a real penalty for that situation? Well,
he came back onto the track. He didn't need to. He had the space. Why come back to the circuit like that? It was very careless. It happens sometimes in these heated moments, but yeah, I think it's gonna be a penalty.
he stays on the racetrack, so it looks like the car is still pretty okay. 2 minutes 49, that's 30 seconds lost, so that's good calculations. They had 60 seconds gap, now they have a 34 seconds gap, but with a big question mark regarding the race control. Well, I would say if they moved slightly into the middle of the track but avoided contact, that's one point of view, but they had a contact and they sent that GT4 that is right in front of them into the barrier. So it looks like that GT4, the Alpine, is still going, so maybe no big damage to that car also, but there was a contact and there's another contact and the car spins and there's another car spinning in the horizon. A lot of spinners, and again, Grantas Kareckas involved, and you can see the
Number one drive-through for unsafe recovery, so unsafe rejoin. Car number one has got a drive-through penalty. That's going to cost them at least a minute.
And he just wasted another 10 seconds in that accident where he hit that GT4 into the back. Well, maybe it was not, definitely it was not intentional, because the GT4 saw another car spinning in front and hit the brakes slightly harder, which caught Grantas Kareckas by surprise, but again he hit that car and made it spin. So another drive-through? So drive-through in the distance of two drive-throughs in the distance of 2 laps for our current race leaders? Is it possible? So one question is already answered. The race control is harsh, and yeah, you cannot do any discounts for situations like these, no matter what position the car is running at. So they received their first drive-through. What about the second situation?
I'm not sure about the second situation. I don't know how they're gonna look at this, because he's already got one drive-through, and the drive-through really costs a lot of time. Not sure how they're gonna handle this.
Well, maybe a warning should be enough for that second incident. That's going to be a long and slow drive through. It takes 72 seconds?
Yep, 72.
Yeah, one drive through.
It's a warning for the other incident. So
Yep.
mean, the penalty, a drive-through already costs you so much time around this place.
Ooh. What's happening? We have some sort of connection problems because Vilnius Tech University up to P3. Oh yeah, they overtook Grantas Kareckas.
No, not yet.
Whoop. Something's wrong with the timing screens. No, Vilnius Tech University up to P2. Someone's missing. No, that's Milan Radivojevic. He's on track. Someone's missing.
We're missing the Porsche, aren't we? Right?
Yes, no Porsche. So some connection issues again? Car number 21. I don't see any 21 on the list.
So on the web timing screen, they are in P6, but they are dropping. It does say that the car is not on track. I think they ran into problems.
So connection issues. So okay, Grantas Kareckas back on the track right behind Milan Radivojevic, and it's definitely not the end in the battle for the win of this race for car number 1. So still plenty of time to make things right again after that mistake. It was a small mistake. A lot of drivers do mistakes on Radion this afternoon, but what happened afterwards was what caused this team to receive a drive-through penalty. They dropped to P4.
That's not something we often see from this team.
Yeah, so it happens. Well, if you are mostly leading the races, you definitely are not doing mistakes and those spins, so you don't have a lot of practice. What should you do after a spin? So maybe that caught the driver of Grantas Kareckas by surprise, but of course that's not an excuse. So now they are in P4 after that connection issue of our team number 21 with interesting name, Wishite.
So yes, number 21 looks like they've had connection issues.
Are they back? I don't see them on the timing screens yet, so it looks like they're still off the racetrack.
26.5 seconds, that's the gap from Grantas Kareckas to your race leader.
So that's almost nothing. Remember, they had 60 seconds, 64 seconds gap after 2 hours and 40 minutes. So we have 3 hours and 20 minutes of race remaining. So they have all the chances to get back into the lead.
Remember, actually, that Povilas Klemanskas did have that incident.
Yeah.
And he lost at least half a minute in the pits.
At least, yeah.
And then also the spin and stuff, so that's another 10 seconds. And this is going to be very close to the end, actually. I mean, if Povilas Klemanskas can keep up the pace, I think Grantas Kareckas and Tadas Jurjanic are a little bit quicker, and they might catch up in these 3.5 hours, but it's going to be tight if everybody stays clean. Surprise of the race, by the way, transport engineers by Vilnius Tech University from P14 to P2.
and
not because they have a pit or something. This is their real on-track position, and they're gaining on the lead.
Yeah, they are still gaining. Actually, their previous lap time was 4 tenths faster. We have...
I think they're going to ask their driver, the one that's in the car currently, they're going to ask him, can you do the whole race, please? Can you finish the race?
It's possible. Why not? We had drivers competing in 12-hour races on their own in the past, so physically it's doable. It depends on how willingly the driver is to drive the car for extended periods of time.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not, you're not going to have the same pace once you hit hour 4. You know, he started out 40 minutes ago. He's going to start, you can do 2 hours, but end of hour 3, that's when it starts to go down.
They have the chance to get the driver a little bit of rest after he finishes this stint, maybe put in another driver, and then maybe get the seat for the fastest driver for the remaining 2 hours and maybe a little bit less. Ricardo Stavros is right on the tail of Vilnius Tech University, and it looks like these two cars are working together. No, they are not. So Ricardo Stavros is willing to get back that one lap to his account.
They're still side by side. They don't want to let him go. And while they are quick, please stay behind. That's what I would do. If I know that the guy is as quick as I am, he's a lap behind, so he's not a threat in any way to me. I'll just let him clear the track.
If he's faster, well, you don't want to kind of get stuck behind the driver who is on similar pace, and maybe he is faster at one point of the track but slower on others. So, you know, just don't want to run into troubles. But it looks like Ricardo Stavros is faster overall at this stage of driving, so that's a good decision to let the faster driver through. It wasn't an easy overtake. We were running side by side through a couple of corners, but it looks like it settled out nicely, and they can use the slipstream of this faster driver for a little bit, though they lost time in that battle. So the gap went from 10 seconds between Climax and Vilnius Tech University up to 15 seconds, and well, these are the situations that you don't want to be in. Battling with a car which is a lap down, and Ricardo Stavros ran into troubles with the GT4 car. Vilnius Tech University, they are not lifting up, so they saw a chance and they go for it. Now it's another uncomfortable situation where you have a driver that's on your tail and he looks to be slightly faster, so he's kind of creating some unnecessary pressure for the driver. Well, if you see a driver in your mirrors who is not battling for position, but he's still there, and he definitely shows that he wants to be ahead of you. So that's definitely an unnecessary situation of higher pressure for the driver. But it looks like that's what he chooses to do. He doesn't want to waste any time because he feels the threat from Grantas Kareckas. But look at Grantas Kareckas, he's back on the track, and he's still 2 seconds behind Radi Vojevic. Slightly faster, but only slightly faster.
Well, that's what he looked like, you know, when he was in front. But they got in front because they weren't making any mistakes.
These two drivers are having enormous fun. Hopefully they will be able to avoid miscommunication. On board with Grantas Kareckas, by the way, he's back in P9. This car's looking really good. So with all the troubles that the drivers are facing, they are still in top 10 positions.
Wide from Vilnius Tech University.
Yep, and that might be caused by the pressure of having a fast or equal driver, equally paced driver on your tail. So you are still kind of not only looking at the front, you are looking into your rear view mirrors, and you keep doing these mistakes. So the driver of Vilnius Tech University is actually kind of creating a little bit of damage to the race right now. Of course, he doesn't have a choice. Well, you cannot kind of stop and let that car through. You want to do as good as you can, but it causes some small mistakes, and 3 wide down the Camel Straight. And Rhaegar Desidavros, once again on the same spot in the Lecomte section, is ahead of the Vilnius Tech University car, but we are meeting traffic again, which was the cause of the switcheroo the last time. And you see, well, you have to brake to not run into that GT4 car ahead. And yeah, thankfully the GT4 car noticed that Rhaegar Desidavros was on a move. It might have ended badly, but it ended safely. Grantas Kareckas into the pits. Isn't that too early?
Damage.
Damage, it is.
No, it's not too early because remember last time out we said that the limit was 4 hours and 20 minutes. This time it's 3 hours and 15 minutes. That's why they're down into the pits trying to get their damage fixed, and I think they're going to get some. They hope they're going to get some. Should be coming out of the pits any second now. The car's still down there. Yep, and that's Grantas Kareckas coming out of the pits. Let's see how long the actual stop took.
Not too bad.
No, around 7 seconds more than normal.
Yeah, that's 40 seconds in total. Grantas Kareckas back on track. Not in the position that he was used to when he was running out of the pit lane. He's down in P7 now. 9 seconds behind Gianluca Bellucci, 7 seconds ahead of Andrea Catania, and that's actually Tadas Juknavicius behind the wheel of that McLaren, so there was a driver's swap also, so Grantas Kareckas needs to chill a little bit of that mistake that he made and all those penalties and warnings he received.
No, I think anyway, Tadas Juknavicius was a little bit quicker.
But he was definitely fast. Now, and he has fresh tires now, so he will be flying towards the cars in front of him, who have quite a lot of track time remaining to their accounts. The fastest car to stop is the one driven by Povilas Klimanskas. They have 17 minutes of time remaining of the seat time. Thomas Truffaut has 22 minutes, Mažvydas Aliukon is 23. So, well, still a decent chunk of time for the drivers to stay on old tires and try to finish up the stints that they are currently at. Oh, they are still battling. Look, Rhaegar Desidavros and Vilnius Tech University, they are having nice time. Yeah, but they are wasting time. Oh, and they're making contacts. So it's not only waste of time, it's also big risk into running into troubles, of making contacts. But that's what you get when you meet a driver of similar pace on track. And you know, one can be faster on one part of the track, the other on the others, and then you have the traffic in mind. The GT4 cars always running into the way, which cause some situations that create scenarios like these. But you cannot go into the pit lane now because it's too early, so all you are left with is staying out on the track. But what the drivers can change in this situation is stop battling each other. Just run together. Well, do a team run if you are not teammates, but still kind of try to play to the advantage of both of the cars. But when you're battling, both of you are just simply losing time. Of course, if you go for an overtake when the other car runs into traffic, that's okay, because, well, you then are not losing time.
Side by side again, down the straight. Let's see if Vilnius Tech finally lifts out of this. They kind of do. I don't think they had a choice. Let's see if they try to compact this time. Well, the thing is, when you're in slipstream behind someone, feel that you're going quicker. So then you want to overtake them. Once you get in front, you're going the same pace, and then the car behind gets quicker. And then they're like, I'm actually quicker than you, and I want to overtake. And you're playing this cat and mouse the whole time.
Yeah, and then there's traffic. Now Vilnius Tech gets stuck behind a GT4. Isn't that the 38? GT4, the number 38 of Jala, which was unsafely overtaken a lot of times? No, it's another GT4. But we have a gap between Rega de Sedabras and Vilnius Tech University now. So definitely no overtakes for the coming corners at least, but we have a group of GT4s battling each other.
See if they can start actually getting closer. You know, they've got a gap. I think this is kind of going to hold it. Oh, this is a difficult scenario here coming into the final chicane.
But Rhaegar de Sedabras did it beautifully. He was just diving between those GT4s into the one side and the other. And he definitely doesn't want to waste time.
I don't know. If I was Vilnius Tech, would I pit now? Maybe. You can do the shorter stop earlier. That's fine. Maybe get into the pits and kind of get out of this strange area where you're kind of catching up to. When you're kind of catching up to the car ahead, but then you're losing time, then you want to overtake, and then you overtake, and then the guy ahead, the guy that's now behind, he becomes quicker, and then he tries to overtake you, and you're playing this game the whole time. They were down to 12 seconds, I think, for the lead. Now it's back up to 17. I don't think it's because Vilnius Tech have run out of tires or run out of something. Because now, look, the gap has opened up. They're both in free-ish air. The gap for the lead is coming down again, as well as the gap between Radivojevic and... the gap has come down between Radivojevic and Vilnius Tech, but I think Radivojevic will be a little bit slow. At least that's what he was before these two got into their battles.
Well, they should wait for a couple of minutes at least now when they have that free air between themselves and Rhaegar de Sedabras. Maybe there will be no need in the change of strategy. And the next trouble they might run into when pitting slightly earlier is, well, firstly, they kind of run out of the strategy they are at. Second one is Rhaegar de Sedabras has similar amount of... Oh no, Rhaegar de Sedabras has similar amount of driving time remaining, which is 25 minutes. So if they pit now and remain on similar pace, after like 20 minutes, they will meet on the racetrack again.
Well, after you pit, you're going to have a new set of tires. But you're running with low fuel now, so you have to kind of balance which one. Ooh, somebody in the wall.
Yep, that's Munir Kabir.
That is
and
a Ferrari 23.
And I think it was a multiple car accident, because they are not the one on track.
There you go. Coming up the hill, touches the grass. Loses the car a little bit. Oh, touches the wall. Big touch to the wall. Oh, and takes someone else out with them. That was very unfortunate for whoever was next to him. Because they had nothing to do with this at all. They tried to avoid it, and they didn't by millimeter.
I think that was Dan van Zutphen.
By the way, Radivojevic, he's He's already been in the car for the whole time from the start of the race until now. They do have another driver, that's Uvalic, who's ready to get into the car. I think he's going to be getting in and doing the next half of the race. So 3 hours and 3 hours, probably.
So as soon as Rega Veselaudas was released from Vilnius Tech University, he unleashed the speed, 2 minutes 17.9. He is currently the fastest car on the track. At this given situation, they are running 9th, they will become 8th in a couple of corners because Andrea Catania is in the pit lane from P8. But, well, what would have been a great race for Sim Academy team has become somewhat a, well, low-end top 10 race. Because they had well, problems at the beginning of the race, they had problems after their third pit stop, I believe, when they had to re-enter the pit lane after 2 laps to get some fixing, so they were involved in an accident of some kind. They're up to P8 now, they have the pace, but, well, they are quite far behind from the battle of winning this race. Of course, it's still not over. The main thing, the strong thing of the team is that they have good pace, so they are always gaining, which gives them a little bit more strength. But when you run into troubles, I'm not sure how long motivated can you stay behind the wheel and keep that pace high. Vilnius Tech University 2 minutes 20. On the previous occasion they were 1 full second slower than Milan Radivojevic, so I think it has something to do with traffic. But Milan Radivojevic is still gaining, still up there in the battle of a better finishing position. They're running now 3rd, but having Tadas Juknevic behind and knowing that that car is definitely fast, well, you have to perform. You think about it less, but you have to still keep the performance up. And there is a difference in the strategy the moment that the drivers make those pit stops. So actually, even though Tadas Juknevic is currently 7th, that's not the real position of the team, because they have 1 pit stop more in the account already as all of their main rivals. So Tadas Juknevic is roughly 12 minutes behind the wheel, and the next pit stops will start shortly. Pavlas Klimanskas will be the first of the cars to enter the pit lane, first of the leading cars. He has 7 minutes of driving time remaining to his account.
He's going to make it over the hour for the first time because of that early stop. But he's going to make it, and he's going to be safe for the first time in this race. What is happening to Vilnius Tech? What is the what's the hazard sign? Do you know what this sign is?
No, but I've seen them quite a lot of times, and that might be something. Okay, it's gone. I'm not sure what that sign means. Maybe it has something
Dangerous
to do with...
overtake.
Unsafe overtake.
Unsafe overtake, right. Yeah, so I think for Pavlas Klimanskas, this now becomes a race for him to control. Because Tadas Juknevic, well, when they stopped, they lost a bit more time. So they're going to be around half a minute. If Pavlas can keep up the pace, do well, he's going to hand the car back over to his teammate. I think after one more stint for him in the car, they've got a chance at this, you know, when it looked impossible. But just think about if they didn't have that repair. This would have been an even bigger gap. So a lot of things happened. And Oh, number 10, warning.
So that's definitely, you were right. That sign has something to do with unsafe overtakes.
I don't you think that was such a quick reaction?
Yep, stewards are really fast this afternoon with reacting into those incidents. They are doing a brilliant job, and that sometimes catches me by surprise. Well, remember the situation, the case with Grantas Kareckas. He made that mistake, and well, he received the drive-through penalty just one lap later. So that's definitely a good work by race control, and I'm pretty sure that might have something to do with that. How you call that sign? Well, with that sign that we have seen by the side of Vilnius Tech University.
I'm not so sure.
Okay.
I'd be really interested if that is actually what it means. You know what? It could mean contact. It doesn't exactly say dangerous overtake, but maybe if you have a touch. Let's see if somebody else can have a touch, and then we can deal with that. But in any case, we can see Paulius Klimanskas with 3 minutes and 55 seconds remaining on his timer. So he's going to be the first car to come down on to pit road. Who else is going to come down early today? Thomas Truffaut, Mažvydas Aliukonis. These are guys that are going to come down early. They're going to be the earliest stoppers. Then we have the top 5. Vilnius second, Milan Radivojevic. They're going to come down at the same time.
Mažvydas Aliukonis, by the way, that's the same team that's the Beaver Grease Racing team. They started 25th. They are running 5th now.
Plus 20. Right? But
yep.
Yeah, plus 20 positions. Actually, have a look at those gainers. So, big gains by Vilnius Tech University, up 12 positions. Thomas Truffaut in the number 20 car. That's the Ferrari of Vig Project Strato. They're up 9 positions. 20 positions up for Mažvydas Aliukonis and the Beaver Grease Racing car. The second Beaver Grease Racing car. They've done a phenomenal job here today. Chang Kong, he is in the number 14 car, the driver from Hong Kong. For the Raiden Esports Racing, they are up 11 positions. 6 positions up for Jakub Regulski. The Sim Sprint Series WSS team, they are up 6 from where they started. And Lucas Lichten, he is up 13 positions. All GT4s are up 5. That's the GT3s they've passed. Number 43 has gotten a warning. That is... Second warning for dangerous driving causing an incident. So another warning. So all GT4s have gone up 5 places because of cars retiring. But big gains in the GT4s. That's Lucas Lichten. And I can tell you the team name in a second. Lucas Lichten. They're running in third in class. That's Team Iris. Started all the way down in P36. Now up to P23. 21 is the place for the AOR Racing team. That is where they've gone up. Miguel Silverio, that is another car that's had huge gains, but looks like they're running a bit slow. No, that's actually GT3 behind them. They're not running slow at all. That's Silverio Garage IRT. They are 5th in class at the moment. Huge gain by John Benton. And that's Breaking Point Race 2. And they're in 7th in the GT4s, Vittorio Simeone. And in the EP Lab Sim Racing 2 car, and they're up 14 positions. Some other gains, but maybe not as significant. This is Povilas Klimanskas down into the pits. Your first stop for one of the, well, not the first stop for one of the leaders, but this is your stop for one of the leaders. Vilnius Tech University now can say that they've led a lap of the Bunasta summer race. They are, well, they have to cross the line one more time, but they have taken the lead of this race. And, well, at the end of the lap, you're going to see a number 1 flashing up on their visor, on their windscreen. Incredible run by this team. Really is fantastic what these guys have done. They continue to push on and gain positions. Povilas Klimanskas still in the pits. That's going to be another 30 seconds, 35 of stationary time for the Lithuanian on board the Slava Ukraine Beaver Grease Racing car, by Beaver Grease Racing car. He's going to probably stay in for one more stint and then allow his teammate Povilaitis to get to the end. Here he comes, moving out on to track. Povilas Klimanskas, your previous leader. Let's see how big the gap will be. I'm mostly interested in what the gap will be compared to be running across the grass. That is. This is Povilas Klimanskas. Um, 55 seconds. Actually, Tadas Juknavicius has gained a lot of time on it. Wow. I think he's gained around 7 seconds, actually. Nothing to laugh about. Thomas Truffaut into the pits. He comes in with his Ferrari, the driver who's ran in 4th place for a long time. That's the big project Strato machine. Vilnius Tech University staying in the lead of the 6 hours of Spa here. Just having a look at how much time they've got remaining. Actually, Thomas Truffaut was the one that was closest. Mažvydas Liukonis is close as well. He's going to be pitting soon, and, well, he's going to give up that place to Tadas Juknavicius. Gianluca Bellucci, that is the number 8 car, another one of those who led early on, but now maybe struggling a bit more. It's going to be one hell of a battle for the lead. Thomas Truffaut drops behind Povilas Klimanskas now. Mažvydas Liukonis as well into pit road. I think he's still rolling down in the McLaren. Yes, he is. This just jumps up a position. So Povilas Klimanskas right now, he is your man to watch. 5 more minutes for Vilnius Tech and Milan Radivojevic. I think Milan Radivojevic is going to jump out of that car, but the flashing number 1 on the Vilnius Tech University car, I think these guys are going to be very, very happy with what they have achieved so far, and wherever this race takes them, to start from 14th and now lead the race, yes, on strategy, but they're off strategy to lead the race. Actually, they're on strategy. The other one is kind of off strategy, but to lead the race, actually run in a podium position, and having so many fast guys chasing you down, they're doing a fantastic job. 4 more minutes to go in this stint for them. I think 1 more or maybe more laps, depending on how easily they can get to the line and how much risk they want to take. Because both them and Milan it's getting more difficult as the race goes on. Radivojevic, and I'm very sorry to Milan for butchering his name, but it gets more difficult as the race goes on. The number 10 car looks like they're dealing with traffic well, especially considering the amount of experience they have. They're doing well, but that car is getting very, very dirty on the side. Look at that, the white paint on the McLaren. That's not the paint you want to choose because it gets dirtier and dirtier and dirtier. Much of the siliconis. What is going on with that car? No, that car is coming out the pits. Is fine. This is Gianluca Bellucci in the number 8. He's being chased down by Tadej Juknavicius. Bellucci down into pit road, and he is going to take the stop. That's going to put Juknavicius and Klimanskas one behind another. 25 seconds is the gap at the moment. Number 9, warning for unsafe overtake and causing a collision with number 25. Number 9, that's second place. Let's see if they're actually going to come in. If they're going to stay out for one more lap. This is Vilnius Tech University. Are they going to risk it? Not that big of a risk unless you spin it. They don't take the risk overtaking. They come down. Yes, down into the pits. Let's see what Milan Radivojevic will choose. Down into the pits as well. So let a lap. They've got that box ticked. Now time to be safe on the pits right here. Both cars choosing the safe option. Heading down the pit lane. Will be interesting to see. This is on lap 81 that they pit. They've actually crossed 81. This is where Povilas Klimanskas is on track. I like how the positions change. Well, they're still rolling down pit lane. This is how long this pit lane is. Milan will actually even get in front because he has a pit box further down. Not much further. This is Povilas Klimanskas coming out of the final turn. He's going to regain the lead once he goes into Rouge. That's where that bottom pit lane is. Gianluca Bellucci, yellow for him. Is he coming out the pits? Yes, he is. That's it. Povilas Klimanskas back into the lead of the race. Let's see. Coming out on the track, Vilnius Tech is rolling. Milan Radivojevic. Still him. That's another car exiting the pits. I keep seeing blue. I keep seeing yellow. Oh, big getting stuck behind the GT4. That's not great. Is that still Milan behind the wheel? Number 21, Kurt, warning for an unsafe overtake. Number 21 is a bit further down the field. Let's see, 19. Tadej Juknavicius has actually jumped him. Completely missed that. Was reading the bulletins and wow. So Tadej Juknavicius, genius strategy move because he actually was in the pits for 7 seconds longer and he's come out ahead. He's really pushing, that's for sure. And so is Climax. They're both pushing hard because both of them know what is at stake here. Like if the Sedabrus comes into the pits from P7, doesn't take the whole of the stint time that he has available. Still not moving. Is it got this? Oh, I think that car just dropped and off he goes. That's how long a pit stop takes around this place. Ooh, a little bit of wheel spin coming out of the pits just to get those tires back into shape. Coming onto the circuit, he is 11th. What could have been for that team? The pace that they were demonstrating. This damage is getting very close, actually, to the Bunasta car. Maybe they changed drivers at the stop. We obviously don't see that because they're running from a single account. That's something you can do on the World Sim Series, on the World Sim Series network, World Sim Series system. And if you want to participate in races just like this, well, worldsimseries.com, jump on and you'll find these kinds of races and many, many more. From GT3s to GT4s to TCRs to open wheelers and even drift competitions. It's all on worldsimseries.com and free. So sign up today and jump on the racing action as well. Tadej Signavich is getting very close now to the back of the transport engineers by Vilnius Tech University, and well, they're still gonna stay in P3, I think. Actually, that was a driver change. So Uvelic is now behind the wheel of the PGZ car, and now let's see if Uvelic can keep up that pace. Because if he doesn't, then Vilnius Tech University will be very, very happy. I think they're going to be passed by Tadej Signavich, who's on a mission. Somebody very far off the track. Oh, they're getting very close. Tadej Signavich is maybe taking risks that might not be that necessary. Wow, a lot of cars mowing the grass. To the outside tries Tadej Signavich. Touching. Trying to squeeze that other McLaren and that GT4 out. I don't think he's gonna make the move down into Rouge. He's gonna come up. Oh, into the wall! Tadej Signavich is into the wall. Incredible scenes. Another mistake for this car. Oh, I cannot believe it. This is what the driver saw. We kind of didn't see it exactly, but coming on up the hill, just lost it, touched the grass. Ow, wow. Big, big hit. Massive, massive hit. Oh, I cannot believe it. I really cannot believe it. That was very unfortunate. And that's gonna, yeah. That's great for Vilnius Tech University. That's great for Paulius Klimanskas, because now they have to think, what do we do? They have to make at least minimum half an hour, but more. I don't think they're going to be as quick as Paulius Klimanskas. And they would have to be quicker. So once they fix the car again, they will be quick again. But they're going to lose more time. This race just keeps throwing up more and more surprises. Again, same thing. They try to go too fast, make a mistake, and then, well, they pay the price. Yeah, this happens a lot, you know, in endurance. When somebody tries to rush something, they often make a mistake. And this is exactly what happened here. Because they could have lifted more, they could have waited, they knew that the car ahead was slower, they still had 2 hours, more than 2 hours left, but now they have to deal with the damage they have. Yes, they're still quicker, it'll be interesting to see how much quicker they still are. Number 46, drive-through for ignoring blue flags and causing an incident. Another drive-through, that this time for the GT4 cars. Looking through different teams, saying different things. There are, I think the drivers have calmed down at least a little bit, but it still looks like there's a lot of anger between the GT4s and the GT3s. A lot of cars kind of not sharing space on track even. So Vilnius Tech University, 2 minutes 20. I think they did a driver change because their other driver was doing much faster lap times. But with a different driver installed in number 9 as well, those lap times changed. To Januzzo in P5, he's 17 seconds back on Village. And that is his kind of goal, yes. Januzzo in highest place in Ferrari. Because everything except for your so second, third, and fourth are McLarens. First is a Mercedes. Fifth is a Ferrari. So it is a sandwich where the insides are McLarens and the outside is a Mercedes and a Ferrari. Very careful now from just not even getting close to the track limits there. Could they be close on that as well? Likely. It doesn't feel outside the realms of possibility. They are with a drive-through. Still is Uvelic. Well, a served drive-through, but just looking who had penalties today. A car that didn't was Vilnius Tech, and a car that didn't was Slavo Ukraine by Beaver Grease Racing. Also, Beaver Grease Racing didn't have any. That's the car that is running in 9th, the Beaver Grease Racing car of Thomas and Sivokas. And he's running in P9, starting from 25th position, the highest gain of any of the GT3 cars. Well, it would be difficult to gain more than him. He's in 16 positions, and it all also depends on where you stop in terms of the hour. If you're gonna make it past the cycle, if you're not gonna make it past the cycle, a lot of things. But let's have a look at this. This is your race leader, Paulius Klimanskas. He's at the front of the field. He's doing well. He's collecting the laps. He's now half a minute ahead of Vilnius Tech and of Tadas Juknavicius in that WCR Exveloce car. They're doing well. I mean, they really are, and they're doing well not because they've been the absolute quickest car on track, not because they have, you know, they had some incredible strategy. They've just kind of rolled around. If you remember, they were involved in an incident where they lost 40 to 50 seconds in the beginning. That was, I think, at the end of hour 1, when they got taken out by the number 9 car that's now driven by Lich. So that is their story of the race. They lost about 40 seconds when they had to repair, and they had to get back into the pits. But from that point onwards, they kind of just kept going. And yeah, definitely, it looks like it was maybe... Actually, I'm not sure about that driver change now for the Vilnius Tech car, because they've set it 19.1, which is quite quick. Maybe it was a driver change, but... Yeah, it could have been a driver change. But they have, I think, more similarly paced drivers now. This is Tadas Juknavicius. He's trying to get closer and closer to Vilnius Tech. He is very close at the moment. Down to El Rouge, coming very, very, very close. And this time doesn't make the mistake of going off into the wall at the top of the hill, so he's going to be able to make a move coming down the back straight here at Spa. Will Vilnius Tech to defend that position? They kind of do. Juknavicius to the outside. He's going to try and get that move done. He does, under braking. Oh, wow. That was a very impressive move. And, well, he makes it stick. Wow. Don't want to say I wasn't expecting it, but to get it done like that in the braking zone, maybe Vilnius Tech just actually left it off a little bit. Just, yeah, not take that unnecessary risk. They do have Uvelic 3 seconds behind. If Uvelic can close that gap, well, that would be good for Uvelic. If Vilnius Tech can just stay behind Tadas Juknavicius, that would be great for Vilnius Tech, because Tadas would just carry them forward. 35. That is your gap to leader. From the WCR Exveloce car to the Slavo Ukraine by Beaver Grease Racing car. Paulius Klimanskas and Mantas Polaitis driving your leading car, and it is Tadas Juknavicius and Grandas Karatskas in the number in the car that's in at the moment. What is interesting is actually we missed this somehow, but for the lead in GT4 that has changed because Simon Speff has lost it. And I just want to check whether it is a question of pit stop or is it a question of the actual pace of the track. Down into the pits is Simonas Urbanas. They shouldn't have pitted yet. They lost a lot of time somewhere. But this is now actually your GT4 leader. This car out on track, that is the number 32. They are the leaders in the GT4 class, actually getting passed by the overall race leader as well. This is Hove Sim Racing with Precker behind the wheel right now, but it's the other driver in that car. I think he's going to be getting back in for those last 2 hours of today's race.
That's car number 4, McLaren. They should enter the pit lane by the end of this lap. Out of P7 in the GT3 standings. Okay, but interesting topic in the GT4 class. So it looks like pretty recently the AOR team were still in the game and they are standing in the pit lane. Maybe some sort of connection issues has hit that team also, who was comfortably leading the GT4 class. But when you are in some virtual racing environment, you have to have in consideration such moments and such risks. So, well, in reality, you can lose your brakes, a lot of things can go wrong, which are kind of missing in the virtual part, but those connection issues, well, they sometimes hit you unprepared, and you can compare them to some technical difficulties in reality, and they exist. So even though it looked like the AOR team were the lonely leaders of the GT4 class, it happened to change. So Simonas Urbanas was behind the wheel, and I think Gustas has found them in the pit lane, but they are still facing some issues because they are not on the leaderboard again. So Dennis Preckle took the lead of the GT4 class, trying to figure out what situation they are at in the GT4 field. They have healthy advantage, 103 seconds, so roughly half a lap of a distance. Plaza is currently third, 39. No, it's difficult to say how much big of a gap they have. Simon Speth fourth with interesting deltas. So 7,000 seconds behind Klose. So there's definitely something going wrong, I believe, with the timings, because maybe that has something to do with Simonas Urbanas and Jan Nims, who are still missing on the leaderboard, and maybe maybe that's going to be the day for the GT4 team, and I'm pretty sure that happened pretty recently, because the last time I checked on the results on the World Sim Series platform, the AOR guys were still second, so maybe they will figure it out, maybe they will try to reconnect, or maybe they will lack the motivation, because there's no chance for them to try and get back and snatch the win of the GT4 class in the Bunasta summer race. We have quite a huge grid of cars this afternoon. Well, out of 49, there are 49 out of 49 teams. There are 39 teams still registered, with some of those still standing still in the pit lane, like Amir Rahmani in one of the GT3 cars, which was doing good at the first part of the race. They are kind of, I think, out. Still standing in the pit lane, but they are not moving. Look, I'm now back on the racetrack in P11. That's the car that had the least amount of driving time remaining. So now back to the GT3 cars, which are in the bigger battles right from the beginning. We have higher competition in this field and more equally drivers. Jacopo Grillo, he's currently 6th, car number 6. They have 9 minutes of driver time remaining to their account, so they will definitely be going to the pit lane quite soon. Tadas Juknavicius is going to be the next car who will enter the pit lane. So a different strategy after that misfortunate mistake by Grantas Kareckas down the, well, not down actually, up the Radion corner, and that's Federico Pacossi, your pole sitter, having some off-track excursion. So let's take a look at the replay. What happened? Oh, the McLarens, they seem to be really unsettling up on that hill. That was a spin, and I think no contact was made with the wall on the initial spin, and on the comeback, losing the grip on the back end. That's pretty dangerous, because, well, the cars are traveling up that mountain at pretty decent and high speeds. Good thing that they managed to avoid mistakes, and I think Federico Pacossi is now right in front of our current race leader, Povilas Klimanskas. Car number 7, healthy lead advantage, 37 seconds against the second place. Tadas Juknavicius, the car that is going to enter the pit lane the soonest out of the GT3 class leaders. But it's still not over yet. 2 hours and 22 minutes remain, so everybody needs to remain cautious, perform the best they can, because you never know what can happen. And Law re-entering the track after his completed pit stop. And let's try and stick with Tadas Juknavicius, who is dealing with the traffic. 30 minutes of driving time remain for Tadas Juknavicius, so there's still some chunk of time remaining to stay behind the wheel. And well, the strategy is looking pretty sketchy actually. So Tadas Juknavicius will pit with 2 hours and roughly 10 minutes remaining, so they are still within the limits of the good strategy. Oh, we have a big contact. That's Strahija Uvalovic, car number 9. It was a contact with a GT4 car. Let's try and see if we can catch up with what's happened. And does the GT4 car have some connection issues? I think it was jumping around the track. No, it's just racing its own race. Oh, and that's the GT4 car which ran into the P4 of the GT3 class. What about Tadas Juknavicius? Tadas Juknavicius also having a hard time with the back markers. So there was one contact, and I'm pretty sure there was another. Let's try and see if we can catch up with that, because Tadas Juknavicius lost out again to Vilnius Tech University. Oh. I'm not sure what happened here, but it doesn't look healthy. I'm pretty sure the stewards will have a hard time looking at these incidents, but it looks like that incident between Tadas Juknavicius and that I think that's a McLaren GT4 car which was causing these problems. Well, it didn't look straightforward to me, so definitely something to look at by the race control. Almost looked like an intentional wreck. I'm not sure what happened there, but I'm pretty sure we will receive some answers. So number 15 got a warning for moving under braking, and number 41 ignored a drive-through penalty for ignoring blue flags and causing incidents with number 1. So that might be the cause. Number 41, let's try and find it on the racetrack. That's Sebastian Lucasen. Yes, indeed. So, well, they received a drive-through penalty for ignoring blue flags and making a contact with one of the leading cars. It's a big shame. The car is currently 33rd overall, and it looks like it has a hard time keeping that McLaren on the racetrack. Trying to give enough space for faster cars, even of same class, and just keep it on the road, keep it safe. But well, this situation created another interesting situation, because it might become into a battle. 9 minutes of track time remain for Tadas Juknavicius. He will definitely be willing to get back into P2 before they make a pit stop. Battle between Christos Papanastasios and Mauricio dos Santos, because we have a position change. Yes, indeed, we had a small battle. This is for P14 overall, P14 in the GT3 class. So dos Santos is going on Papanastasios, or is it vice versa? No, it's vice versa. So Papanastasios is enjoying that slight a pace advantage and gaining a position. So back to the live pictures. Vilnius Tech University doing pretty good. Of course, Povilas Klimanskas currently enjoying a healthy lead. So how things turned around after the first half of the race. We had Krantas Kareckas and Tadas Juknavicius safely in the lead. It didn't look that the team is facing any threat up until that one small mistake on that hill, which is called, of course, Radion. And we are seeing a lot of cars, especially the McLarens of the GT3 class, struggling up on that mountain, and it looks like that the back end steps out quite quickly. And well, most of the drivers are unable to react to what happens to that vehicle to try and avoid those mistakes. So Tadas Juknavicius right on the tail. This is not the first time Tadas Juknavicius is fighting with Vilnius Tech University guys on the racetrack. And I'm pretty sure it's not going to be a tough fight, because well, the guys understand that there's no need to put in a too harsh of a fight. Of course, you want to extend it to as far as possible. Tadas Juknavicius from right behind onto that GT4 car driver. I think Vilnius Tech University had a small contact with that GT4 car, because we are receiving that sign one more time on the right side of the team name on the results screen, which will be, we're not sure what that means, but maybe that definitely means a small contact happened between the two cars. It stays there for a brief moment of time, and it goes away. So Tadeusz Knaus lost a little bit of time with that traffic, but he's still gaining on Vilnius Tech University. And the question is, will he make it on time before his pit stop time comes? 6 minutes and 36 seconds remain to stay behind the wheel for Tadeusz Knaus before he will be forced to enter the pit lane, because the maximum amount a driver can sit behind the wheel is 65 minutes, which is coming to an end. And well, the strategy changed. Oh, and we have Jacopo Grillo, who is entering the pit lane right at the end of the maximum allowed stint time. So it was calculated pretty nicely by the team that are driving car number 6. We have Oliver Gleiner in the pit lane, and we have Nicolas Bosselet. Oh, Nicolas Bosselet down in 17th. Our beautiful Porsche 992 GT3 car. They were battling, they were up in front, but they faced connection issues, and well, good thing is they rejoined the race. The bad news is they are somewhere in the back spots of the field. GT3 field at least. Do we have our AOR team back on the server? Cannot find them. It looks like we have 37 teams remaining in this race, so quite a lot of DNFs so far, and we are still within 2 hours and 15 minutes of the race remaining so far. So these 6 hours are quite an endurance for a lot of the teams that are facing not even technical issues, but also some incidents on track. Getting quite close. Tadeusz Knaus, is he going for a move into the Lecombe section? He's close, but they have traffic ahead, and I think that's not the best part to make that move count. You have to make it safe with that traffic. So that was really good for Vilnius Tech University that the GT4 car was on the way, but now Tadeusz Knaus is trying to take the outside line. I think both of the cars slightly touched. Nothing dramatic. Both staying on the track. So Vilnius Tech University is not giving that spot that easily, leaving just enough of room for the car of the rivals, and that's the game done again. So Tadeusz Knaus overtook Vilnius Tech University car not for the first time in this race, and he repeated that successfully. Vilnius Tech is trying to get back onto that, but that doesn't work, and he just decides to get out of that move to play it safe, because, well, Tadeusz Knaus will have to enter the pit lane quite soon, and I'm trying to calculate the time, but I believe Tadeusz Knaus will stay out for yet another lap. He has 3 minutes and 6 seconds of driving time remaining, and he has to finish off this lap. But that should be roughly 2 minutes and 30 seconds maybe of driving time remaining until he will be forced to enter to the pit lane. So I think he can surely stay out for yet another lap just to make it safe. No, he's diving into the pit lane. So that's an interesting strategy, because, well, with 2 hours and 11 minutes remaining, they are making one pit stop. So I'm not sure if they will be able to finish off this race with one single pit stop remaining. Well, that's close, and I'm pretty sure that would have worked out if Tadeusz Knaus has stayed out for yet another lap. It might still work out with the timing, but that's going to be tight. So there is going to be another question towards the very end of this race about the driver's time in the team that was leading this race for the highest amount of time. So that leaves Vilnius Tech University back. Well, moves the Vilnius Tech University McLaren back to P2. They have 15 seconds advantage. That's 18 seconds. Well, my timing sheets are kind of sometimes out of the way, but yeah, I think it's 18 seconds between Vilnius Tech University and car number 9 that is currently third. Cristian Iannuso is fourth in this Ferrari, number 20. Tadeusz Juknowicz is still in the pit lane, and Federico Pacossi, should he overtake Tadeusz Juknowicz while he's standing still? Well, he's approaching the bus stop chicane, and he has Povilas Klimanskas right in front of him. What about the pace of these two drivers? Let's try to compare them. So Povilas Klimanskas way faster around the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. Federico Pacossi around the La Source corner, and Tadeusz Juknowicz is exiting the pit lane. So that's going to be tight. I think Tadeusz Juknowicz will safely be in front of Federico Pacossi when he'll enter or re-enter the track, but Federico Pacossi should have the pace or the speed to try and make that move, but it looks like it doesn't work. And that makes almost a full lap of lead between Povilas Klimanskas and Grantas Kareckas, who just sat behind the wheel of this McLaren. And the gap between Grantas Kareckas and Federico Pacossi is 3.4 seconds, so that's close. But of course, Grantas Kareckas has fresh tires. Federico Pacossi has still 25 minutes of stint time remaining. Grantas Kareckas getting stuck behind a GT4 car that will give another maybe second of advantage to Federico Pacossi to gain on Grantas Kareckas. The gap is down to 2.9 seconds, and that's Dominic Bacillo behind the wheel of the Sim Academy McLaren, and he's moving up positions. He's up to P8, overtaking Roberto Colombo, who will be stopping soon. He has 10 minutes of driving time remaining, so good driving by the Sim Academy team. They are always falling back, but then kind of coming back up front. Car number 5, number 8, 6/10 advantage against Roberto Colombo, who was recently overtaken, and they have 16. That's actually roughly 13.5 seconds gap between themselves and Tomas Šivokas, the Beaver Grease Racing team car. So Dominic Bacillo will try to gain on what's happening here. Wow. Tomas Šivokas is being registered as being stuck in the woods, and I think that's another connection issue. And we have a replay to maybe try and figure out what happened, and I lost, that's a shame, I lost Tomas Šivokas, and I cannot catch him on my tables, on my list of cars. So, yep, that's another victim of bad connection, if you can call that so. So Dominic Bacillo up to P7 with not a lot of work to do, just a simple drive and perform action. Yep, so Tomas Šivokas is back in the pit lane, so that was definitely a connection issue, and they will lose quite a lot of places. This was the car that was one of the most gainers in this race. They started 25th. They were 5th at one stage of this race, and now they will have another scenario for the race of their own, trying to kind of get back what they lost. Of course, they will not get back all the time that they have lost due to this connection issue, but maybe they will be able to compensate at least by some positions what they have lost in this situation. They are still standing. They are P15 now, following a standard pit stop procedure. Strahijanja Uvalovic is in the pit lane, and they had 24 minutes of driving time remaining, so that's an earlier stop. 2 hours and 5 minutes remaining, so they can do that, those strategic changes now, because they are safe with the driver's time, while stopping with 2 hours and 5 minutes remaining, meaning that the next driver will be able to stay behind the wheel for 1 hour and maybe 3 minutes, and that will leave the team with roughly 1 hour of race remaining the next time that they will enter the pit lane. So good calculation, and there's still a small question for this team. Car number 1, Grantas Kareckas behind the wheel. 2 hours and 4 minutes remain. 60 minutes remaining for Grantas Kareckas to stay behind the wheel. So it's safe, but it's close. But it looks like these drivers have good mathematical abilities, and they calculate their strategy precisely when they were leading. They were one of the best stopping teams around the circuit, and I'm pretty sure they know their math really well, and they just, well, everyone can try and learn from the team that is currently 4th, but they are still in the battle for, well, at least the 2nd position of this race, because the race of Povilas Klimanskas currently is looking pretty decent and pretty strong. But, well, yeah, you never know. We've seen a Beaver Grease racing team recently being stuck in the woods due to the connection issues, and this is the sister team called, I'm not sure which, maybe a brother team, maybe a sister team, no matter how you call it, but this is another Beaver Grease car on the track. Povilas Klimanskas getting slightly stuck behind the traffic that allowed the car behind to gain slightly on them. I lost the driver. That's Federico Pacossi. He is running 5th. So our overall leaders have gained a lap on at least all the cars except position number 2, 3, and 4. They are roughly 3.5 seconds behind Kareckas. Kareckas back on the track with fresh tires, and of course no wonder that he's showing that he has that pace. The fastest lap time still belongs to the Grantas Kareckas team, so no wonder that the cars behind cannot gain on Grantas Kareckas. Oh, again on Radion Grantas Kareckas, almost losing it, sending the McLaren sideways while he's dealing with the traffic, so that definitely cost a little bit of time, but maybe not too much. Grantas Kareckas having beautiful car control. And that's another situation. We had a similar situation between Vilnius Tech University and Raigardas Sidabras maybe 1 hour ago, where one car was running behind the car which is in the lead by the position, but well, they are similar on pace, so it's creating some sort of an similar situation for both of the cars, but this time the car ahead is Povilas Klimanskas. He's being chased down by Federico Pacossi, and that's nothing wrong about that, but well, it might just be creating some unnecessary pressure for our current race leaders. Another drive-through for car number 41, ignoring blue flags and causing incidents with car number 28. Let's try and figure out who our bad boys are in this situation. That's Sebastian Lucasen. That's the same McLaren which already received a positive warning, or was it oh no, it was a drive-through penalty and they caused problems for the number 1 car. Now they caused problems for Adam Khashoggi. That's why they received the penalty. Adam Khashoggi is currently 6th in the GT4 class. Well, we can stay with the car number 41, which is running around the track with a drive-through penalty, and we can try and take a look and figure out why this driver is receiving those penalties that often. And it looks like, well, they don't have a lot of experience, and that's no wonder why this car is sometimes placed in unnecessarily positions on the racetrack. Well, when you're driving, when you are unexperienced, sometimes you have to learn from something, and that's why you sometimes see the car positioned in interesting or wrong places on the racetrack. But that's virtual environment, and that's the safest surroundings where you can try and learn your driving. Well, the main thing is to try and avoid those situations and not cause any damage to other cars. But you cannot avoid situations like these, and well, the drivers have to learn some way, and I'm pretty sure they don't want to disturb the other teams, but they just sometimes place their car on situations where they don't want to. Linus Butwell currently 5th in the GT4 class, of course, after problems for our race leaders Jan Nims and Simonas Urbonas. By the way, they decided to call it the day because I don't see them on the list, so I'm pretty sure they didn't get back on the track after whatever happened to them, but that might have been yet another connection issue, but that's my lonely guess, and I might be wrong about it, but why not to try and speculate. Pavelas Kamackas, 10 minutes of driving time remaining. Vilnius Tech University, 17 minutes, so well, it might be yet another couple of lead laps for the Vilnius Tech University, who are looking pretty decent and pretty strong, and they are actually fighting for podium places in the Bunasta summer race event. This is a 6 hours event on the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, one of the famous circuits and one of the most beloved circuits of drivers in the world. Of course, in the virtual environment, racing in the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform, GT3s and GT4s. We had 49 teams starting this race in the first division. We had 49 teams in the second one. We have 37 drivers remaining on track, with race time being shown as less than 2 hours. Looks like 44 teams are still running in the second division. So 44 teams are being shown on the first division also, but well, my timing screen shows a little bit less of the teams that are still in the race. Well, no, actually 35 teams are being shown in the first division. That's the way to look at it. 35 teams remain in the second division. Am I looking at the same results? Yep, that's the second division, but it looks really, really similar. If we should compare the lap times, well, Racing Team Simulation is currently leading the second division in a BMW, which we are not seeing on track in the first division. They have completed 101 laps. The fastest lap time is 2 minutes 17.9 by VIG Projects in a Ferrari. This is in the second division, but they are down in P16, so definitely face some issues. The fastest lap time of the first division is 2 minutes 17.0, of course, by WCR and the Loche team. I think the lap time was set by Grantas Kareckas. We have completed 102 laps, so slightly a bit ahead of the second division. Usually the division.
Not by much.
It's not by
much.
Not
a lot.
Yeah.
It's not, well, the second division leader could actually be comfortably in the top 10 here.
Easily. And in a BMW M4 GT3, which we don't see on the racetrack in the first division. So that's another interesting fact. So not only the cars...
Are those easier to drive, normally? More stable, bigger, more of a boat, but easier to drive, and I think that's why, you know, some of these teams pick that, because the second division is not all about 100% maximizing your pace. Well, it is about maximizing your pace, but you still have to make it to the end, and that's the more important thing. Here it's the same, well, pretty much. I mean, I think if you put the Beaver Grease guys, or you put Grantas Karatskas and the WCRX Veloci car into a BMW, they'd still go as fast. Maybe not as fast, but they'd be very close to the times that they're completing here right now. Because of the GT3 class BOP, a lot of these cars are very, very similar. And they're only choosing the McLaren because it's maybe, could be a 10th quicker. But it won't be by much. And we have a Mercedes leading by 50 seconds at the front of the field, in a race dominated by McLaren. So.
Yep, it's a GT3 class field, and I'm of that opinion that you can win in whatever GT3 car, especially in endurance races. They are different, but at the same time they are all equally able to win you a race.
Well, no, if you have a car that you're very familiar with, let's say you've been doing thousands of laps in the Bentley GT3, for example, and you know the setup in and out, you know how the car behaves at every single point on the circuit, but then you find out the McLaren is 2/10ths quicker. I don't think you're going to find the time in the McLaren that you've already got in the Bentley, or any GT3 car for that matter. You're not going to find that same lap time, just because it's a quicker car, potentially. And for a lot of teams, you know, if you, let's say, draw the line at, I don't know, top 8 in qualifying, I think for most of them, the car choice is not going to be a massive difference. There's going to be a difference for sure. I'm not saying that it doesn't matter, but it's not going to be that huge.
Well, in short words, it's
more from the driver.
It's not the car that wins you races in a GT3 class. Or in a GT4 class, to be exact. Anyways, back to the racing. Polas Klimanska still at the lead, and he has 4 minutes and 20 seconds of seat time remaining. That means that he should stay out for at least this lap. But they should try and... well, maybe they shouldn't. They don't have the need to risk to extend the stint too much. Because they are safely, they are pretty safe with 2 remaining pit stops. That means Polas Klimanskas will make that pit stop quite shortly, and they are pretty much safe with 1 remaining pit stop. Everyone who pits now actually is safe with that strategy to finish off the race with 2 final pit stops in this event. By the way, those connection issues is, well, it's kind of hitting quite a lot of teams now. The last...
I guess something happened to the number 9.
9, I think they made a pit stop. Simply, yeah, they just made a pit stop, but something happened to the Beaver Grease sister team. Mažvydas Alukonis, yes, car number 26. They are down in P14, and they had some sort of a connection issue because I caught them napping in the woods in between the trees.
That's unfortunate. They had a fantastic run all the way through today.
Yeah, they definitely had. they're still doing good. Well, they are trying. They are trying to kind of compensate the loss. 2 minutes 19 versus 2 minutes 21.5 against the car ahead. Of course, they are 74 seconds behind. I'm not sure if they will have the chance to fix anything now, but well, at least they are still trying. At least they stayed in the race, and the main goal is to finish an event like this. It's not a 24 hours race, it's a 6 hours race. It's not that long, but still, well, it's nice to finish what you are started, no matter what difficulties you faced during those hours of racing. It's 4 hours and 10 minutes completed, so 2/3 are already under the records.
Bunasta University, by the way, still holding on. I think Climax just came out of the pits, right? Yes, I think so. But Bunasta University back into the lead of the race, obviously off strategy, different strategies, yes, but they lead again. They've led once, now they lead for a second time this evening, and they've been doing a fantastic job.
Yep, and they have 7 minutes of lead time remaining, so they can stay out on the track, on the racetrack, and maybe put those lead laps to go into the records of the World Sim Series platform. Mantas Povilaitis back on the racetrack in P2, is that correct? So that was a short pit stop.
It was a normal
32 seconds, yeah, it was a normal pit stop. 32 seconds long, so they managed to keep up with that position. Grantas Kareckas 44 seconds behind Mantas Povilaitis. I'm not sure what should happen for Grantas Kareckas to be able to catch up with Mantas Povilaitis, to try and...
Second a lap.
Yeah, he needs to be at least a second a lap faster than Mantas Povilaitis, but I don't see this happening.
No, I don't think... I mean, Mantas can... Okay, let's say I think he's a few tenths slower normally than the number one car when they're going at maximum pace.
Maximum, yeah.
So they can drop their pace a little bit. Let's see how many risks actually Grantas Kareckas will take. But yeah, while you were away actually, they had another incident. When they hit a wall in Radion again.
Yeah.
They were actually following the Vilnius Tech car. They hit the wall at Radion.
And they had another accident with a GT4 car afterwards. They had overtaken the Vilnius Tech car. They were in front, and then it wasn't big, but they lost that position again. They lost roughly 5 or 6 seconds in that situation. So it's not a easy ride for the Grantas Kareckas team, but they are still doing good. Grantas Kareckas and Tadas Juknevičius. They find themselves lonely on the racetrack the way they are used to. This time not in P1, they are P3 at this moment. By the way, Federico Pacossi, well, they are doing a pretty decent job. They were 3.5 seconds behind Grantas Kareckas when Grantas Kareckas exited the pit lane and re-entered the racetrack. And after, I would say, after 24 minutes, they are only 5.5 seconds behind. So the car that won the pole position is still doing pretty good out on the racetrack, and they had ups and downs. They had pretty bad situations, but they somehow managed to get back into P4. And, well, maybe they will challenge Vilnius Tech University for P3. GT3 in this race. The pace is similar, of course, but well, that might be interesting at the end of this whole Bunasta summer race event. Dominic Bacillo into the pit lane.
In the car with Business Tech University, you never know who's actually driving the thing.
You never know unless they kind of send you a message.
Yes. So you never know if the next driver is going to be quick or not. They've all been quick, but there has been one driver that's been especially quick. And we don't know if he's still in the car or not.
Yeah, but that creates some interesting situations, not for us to try and speculate, but for their rivals also. Well, they kind of have to decide if the driver who's driving the car is fast or no, and how you have to behave. Of course, you always want to maximize the pace that you have in your GT3 car, but well, sometimes it's easier to decide what to do.
Go as quick as possible. In any case, you're going to go as quick as possible. I think it's more difficult for us to predict a battle, whether that's coming out or not. Picosi into the pits.
Okay, so that was my wrong.
Yeah, he was at the end of his drive time.
So they are not battling Vilnius Tech University because they are on the same strategy. So they are separated by a huge amount of time on the racetrack, and there's no chance that Federico Picosi could battle Vilnius Tech University. So at this moment, Vilnius Tech University look to have a pretty safe situation to finish off this race with a podium position.
Don't say safe. Nobody has been safe.
Nobody has been safe, but well, by the looks of it,
we saw with the leaders of the race, who were more safe than I think Vilnius Tech are right now. They were super safe. They were almost guaranteed at their position, I would say. But yeah, mistakes come about. Down onto pit road they come for their second to last stop, so this one and one more, if all goes according to plan, and they come in from the lead.
The next car.
I was gonna say they were gonna brag tomorrow at university. It's up there, so we're gonna have to wait until September.
Well, they can still brag at a university, but there's just less people to brag to. But they can safely do that. Well, they need to finish off this race, but well, I'm pretty sure, and I'm cheering for the.
They have a picture of them leading the race. That is more than enough.
But that's the next car driving into the pit lane. That's Etienne Pernot, car number 15. No surprise, that's yet another McLaren with a McLaren GT4 following right behind. Car number 44 entering the pit lane behind, and the 44 car belongs to Jeff Klose, and this is your second position in the GT4 class. By the way, Dennis Preko
is well. Yeah, for the GT4s, the leader is in as well. What I really like about this race, like is a very strong word for this, but all the cars are very, very similar. I mean, the McLaren GT4 and the Alpine GT4 are super similar. The Porsche GT4 looks similar as well. And then you've got the McLarens and the Ferraris in the GT3s, which look almost identical, especially from a bit further back. So many similar cars.
So Vilnius Tech University.
Back on track. They lost the position to Grantas Kratskas.
Yeah, they lost it before the pit stops, actually. Grantas, well, it was Tadas Juknevicius who was driving the McLaren at that time, so they managed to overtake Vilnius Tech University on track actually for 2 times in a row. So they overtook them, they had the contact with the GT4, they fell behind, they regained the position, and they overtook again just before they dived into the pit lane. So
still a big gap they've gained, 20 seconds.
Maybe they managed to control the pit stops slightly better. Well, 3 seconds, yeah. So the pit stop by Grantas Kareckas and Tadas Juknevičius took 32.9. The pit stop by Vilnius Tech University took 36.3 seconds. The pit entry and exit time was actually also slightly faster by Tadas Juknevičius and Grantas Kareckas, 73.5 versus 74.1 to Vilnius Tech University. So they gained 6 tenths. Yeah, so they gained 6 tenths just simply by entering and exiting the pit lane slightly faster. Mantas Povilaitis was not that rushing in the pit lane, and he took 74.6.
Yep, he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to receive a drive for speeding in the pits. So he's better off doing it slower, but doing it correctly. Yeah, I wouldn't say that this podium position for Vilnius Tech is that safe. You've got
yeah,
the number 9 at 11 seconds back, and then we've got the number 20 car. It's half a minute back from them. Half a minute is a bit more, but still, it's not.
Well, it's still 1 hour and 40 minutes of race remaining, so everything depends on what the driver behind the wheel in the Vilnius Tech University team is, and how fast he can be on the racetrack. If that's the fastest driver we've seen, I should say, well, they will not safe, but they are okay. Well, if there's someone slightly slower or not that fast, you might see a nice, interesting battle for P3 by the end of this race. And well, the GT3 grid was always tight. Even in the qualifying session, it was so tight, and it's still tight during the race. So after 3 hours and 20 minutes of race completed, we have position 3 and position 6 separated by roughly 40 seconds, which is quite close of a gap. And with 1 hour and 40 minutes, well, things can easily change. One small mistake and you either win or lose a position. Alessandro Balestra, car number 6, still running 6th, halfway into his final stint. Oh, and actually looking at the car number 6, they have 29 minutes of stint time remaining, and race time is 1 hour and 38. So they have messed up with the strategy, am I right? So after 29 minutes, when they will enter the pit lane, there will still be 1 hour and 8 minutes on the clock, meaning they will have to make a short pit stop by the very end of the race.
Even with the pit lane time, they're going to have to pit again.
And Grantas Kareckas and Tadas Juknevičius are right on the edge. Well, they are still in, but that's still risky. And I'm not sure why Tadas Juknevičius pitted slightly earlier. I think he had, well, he didn't pit slightly earlier. He could take a risk to complete one lap. It was close, but they decided to not take that risk. So Grantas Kareckas has 33 minutes of driving time remaining. The race time is 1 hour and 37. So everything will count on the final lap and the final minutes, because sometimes you can burn out 2 full minutes of the drive time if, well, you end up in the wrong situation. But knowing the pace and knowing the gap, they were always hitting that marker really nicely. So if they do that by this stint, they will be safe. But if they miss 2 minutes, that's close. That should be close.
They will. There's no way they can make it. Because you have to think that after the finish...
Oh yeah, there might be another lap.
The leader still has to come round, so you'd be banking on the leader crossing the line at 6 hours and 1 second completed, so you can cross right behind him.
So does that mean that Grantas Kareckas and Tadas Juknevičius are in trouble? Well, they are hot.
No, I would say they are not in trouble. We're talking about the number 6 car. I think they're going to be close. But going to be very close in this one.
Well, they are out already. I'm not sure. Well, 27 minutes, 1 hour and 36. That's already too much. They are already out of the window for the final stint.
Yes, the number 6 car definitely is out. There's no way they can make it.
Yeah, and number
The
1
number
is
1
close.
car, they're going to be super close on it.
So
It's all going to depend where the number 7 is out on track.
Definitely.
Now, what the 6 car will most likely do, I can imagine their situation, that they're only going to do a drive-through just to reset their stint timer. We've seen this done before at the real Spa 24 hours, but that is more common to do in the rain because you've got so much more, you're using less fuel, and especially if you've got a full course yellow or a safety car. We've seen the race won like that by Ferrari, I think 2 years back or a year back, where they went through the pits just to reset their drive time, and they could keep going under full course yellow. They reset their drive time, and they made it to the end and won the race.
A lot of interesting strategies available that you would never think of if, well, you wouldn't watch races like these. But everything goes into your knowledge, and then you can use that out to your advantage, even when racing virtual races. So I mean,
these guys for sure. The number 1 car can for sure, if they need to, they will for sure just do a drive-through. But if the race, I mean, the closer they get to the number 7 car, the more the number 7 car will likely push. The more the number 7 car will likely push, then, well, yeah, you have to really count back to where it's going to cross the line.
Looking at lap times, it looks like Motorsportlights is actually really pushing hard. 2 minutes 17.4, almost hitting the fastest lap time of this race. Well, missing it by 4/10. That's a lot, but still, they were 1 second and 6/10 faster than the lap time, than the previous lap time of Grantas Kareckas, which was 2 minutes 19 equal. Actually, Vilnius Tech University were slightly faster. By the way, Milan Radivojevic, well, I think he came in closer by 1 second. The gap now is 10.9 seconds. It was 11.9 seconds, I believe. So the pace is similar, and the previous lap time was faster by Vilnius Tech University, so it has something to do with the traffic. But it's an interesting race, even though we don't see that from the outside. The drivers are pushing, and they are actually racing each other. So Milan Radivojevic is doing the best that he can to try and keep up, at least keep up with the Vilnius Tech University car, to put in some pressure, to kind of force them into some decisions that might maybe become a mistake. And they are actually still racing, and including Thomas Truffo, who is 5th, they are 20 seconds behind Milan, and actually Alessandro Balestra. So yeah, Alessandro Balestra has that issue with the pit stops, so he's kind of in and he's actually out. But well, that 3 cars of number 10, number 9 and number 20, they are actually in the battle for P3 in this race, even though we kind of don't see that directly on the racetrack. They are actually in that battle. Dominic Bacillo up to P8, some academy car. So, well, they had a lot of misfortunes this race, but they are doing strong. 2 minutes 17.5. Actually the fastest car on track again, and they're always like they are losing them, they are gaining, and they are putting themselves into situations like these where, well, you have almost four cars.
You gain time.
Yeah, this is how you gain time.
You get stuck behind that, you lose a lot of time. Now you've gotten past the GT3 and the GT4 in one turn. A lot of risk, but sometimes a lot of reward.
So they are.
Especially if you're to catch someone.
They are 15 seconds behind Gianluca Bellucci, who is running 7th. Strategy is really similar. So both of the cars are more than safe with one final pit stop remaining. So all that they can do now is push as hard as they can. And well, the big question is Alessandro Balestra, who is running 6th. With that,
this is a battle for 6th.
Yeah, it is actually the battle for 6th. So beautiful to watch, and you just you can only leave wondering what would have happened if the Sim Academy team would have avoided at least one incident. But they had 2 incidents at least that we've seen so far this afternoon, which caused the team to lose quite a lot of time, and they found themselves at the very back of the pack, and they managed to get back to the top 10 places. Then they fell back again because they made a mistake or an accident, or they had an accident right after they completed their pit stops, and they are still finding themselves in top 10 places. But of course you can only, well, that's normal situation when you have pace like that. You can be fast, you can always keep up with the pace. Well, the last time was 2 minutes 18.5 with that huge traffic, so that's still really fast. Thomas Truffo having a little bit of battle, I think. Well, we have that sign again. I think that means that the car had some sort of an accident. Let's try and figure it out by watching a replay. So they were gaining on it's a GT4 Mercedes, I believe. Yep, and there was a small contact off the track. I think they had a small contact with the left rear of that AMG GT4, and that's why you see that sign, kind of dark orange sign by the name of the drivers. That means that they had some sort of a contact. Gianluca Bellucci, another McLaren. This is the car that won the qualifying session, so it's not the easiest cake for Dominic Bacillo to crack, because this driver has definitely a lot of pace in him. That's another team that we should speak about, because this is another team that's seen a lot of unfortunate situations this afternoon. They are still running 7th in a battle for P6. And everything actually depends on the strategy of Alessandro Balestra now, who is on his side gaining on Thomas Truffo. This is quite a close battle in the GT3 class, and that's actually one of the tighter battles, because, well, Alessandro Balestra, I'm pretty sure if we sit on board with him, he can see his rival in front. That's Thomas Truffo, number 20. I think that's the black spot further ahead. Completing the campus section. Into Stavelot, and the gap stays 3.5 seconds. Alessandro managed to cut off 1.5 seconds on the previous lap, and I'm pretty sure that's because of the traffic. This is a multi-class race, so you always hope to meet traffic on your way, and sometimes it helps, sometimes it takes, as Gustas says. And it took away 8 tenths from Balestra on this lap, at least by the looks of the gap. Oh, I'm out braking into the bus stop chicane. This is not the fastest way around that corner. You cannot overshoot the first apex too much, because then you have a bad left turn and no good exit speed onto the straight. Yes indeed, so the last lap time of Thomas Truffo was 2 minutes 18 seconds .9, and the lap time of Alessandro was 2 minutes 19.8, and you can have a look by yourselves at the screen to figure out where the drivers lost mostly on the racetrack while battling each other. So it's still close, but the pace of the drivers is also really similar. You could say the same thing about Vilnius Tech University and Milan Rodivojevic battle. It's so super close and super tight. So much equality on the racetrack between the drivers.
It's interesting, you know, we've never seen this pace from that Vilnius Tech car.
Maybe
Maybe
they have found a couple of pro drivers and invited them.
Nobody would know.
Yep, there's no rules in these series. Grantas Karetkas having to deal with traffic, so is Mantas Povilaitis.
Bundas Povilaitis actually extended the gap
Up.
up to 50 seconds.
It is.
40 something.
Well, the last lap time of Mantas Povilaitis was 2 minutes 17, and the lap time by Grantas Karetkas was 2 minutes 20. Of course, Mantas Povilaitis has fresher tires on his car.
Still, well, Grantas Karetkas has less fuel in it.
Yeah, but I think you go more with the fresher tires when you're dealing with the traffic than with the lighter car, because, well, it holds you a little bit better offline when you have to make those moves.
Well, in traffic, yes, but it obviously all depends on where you are on track and how you're dealing with those situations. It's still interesting how these gaps changing. The gap is increasing. Maybe they have kind of given up on the idea of catching.
Maybe they are saving the fuel to make the strategy work with the timing, because they
The
are
1 hour
hitting
5 you can make, I think, without failing to. They've been safe to make 1 hour 5 the whole race. I mean, they've never struggled with the hour 5, so I wouldn't see why they would struggle this time.
Well, let's wait and see. Roughly in 20 minutes we will have the answers of when Grantas Karetkas will enter the pit lane and exit the pit lane, and we will have all the numbers on our hands, and no more guesswork will have to be done.
Yeah, but they have to push it to the very, very final second.
Well, they have, but Tadas Juknavicius was unable to achieve that on his previous stint. He entered the pit lane with, well, maybe 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock remaining.
So they didn't take the risk, and now they are at risk.
Yeah, so maybe that's their biggest concern now. So they're trying to...
Something to also keep in mind, the checkered flag is on the top pit lane, not on the bottom where we started the race. So it's a bit better for... Ooh, into the wall.
That's Christos Papanastasiou. Yet another McLaren victim. So it looks like those McLarens are fast, but they are twitchy. They can bite the driver. But maybe, well...
Oh yeah, they're definitely hard to drive. I think one of the harder cars to drive.
That's maybe... Oh yeah, he just...
Self-spin.
Yeah, that's... Well, he hit the curb, unbalanced the car, and, well, the story went from bad to worse afterwards.
Actually, that was the 21 car getting past them. If you remember, they were fighting for a podium.
Yeah, they had problems with connection. This is our car, one of the cars that faced that issue. And they are down in P15th, and they were, well, also they were looking pretty safe in that second position of the race. They were running second at one time of this race, but now they are down in 15th. And actually, it looks like they are just simply enjoying the Spa-Francorchamps circuit and, well, driving all that traffic. They are 10 seconds behind Francesco Clemente, but it doesn't look that the race will go any further from this moment. And it will not get any much better. So traffic, it's all about in this race, but still, no problems for Mantas Povilaitis. As soon as he got that lead, it seems that he got that pace taken over from Grantas Karetkas and Tadas Juknavicius, because, well, all that he keeps doing is extending the gap between himself and P2, car number 1. And with that clock ticking out, I don't know. it looks good for car number 7, Mercedes, which is it stood on the starting line between those McLarens, and it proved to be super good for the racing conditions that we meet in the Spa-Francorchamps circuit this afternoon.
So the last big World Sim Series event at Spa was the 12 Hours of Spa last year. That was run on the 23rd of July, so a week later than this year. And that was won by Beaver Grease Racing Blue and Yellow. Driven by Grantas Karatskas, Mantas Povilaitis, Tadas Juknevičius, and Harald Rukjot. Two of the guys are now the chasers. One of them is trying to hold on.
That's a replay of Tartaglia, Fabio, who lost out on his own, driving this new Ferrari car on the ACC platform. A slight hit. That's one of the back runners of the GT3 class, P17. So losing on his own. Wilderness Tech, by the way, they are doing good. They just extended that lead.
They're closing down, actually.
Yeah, that's another interesting fact that we have missed. So Wilderness Tech Racing are not giving up, and maybe they want something more.
Last time Wilderness Tech raced, that was back in March of this year, in the 6 Hours of Monza, and they finished in P7 that time. They actually finished, I think, they finished in P8, but then there was another car getting a penalty, so they finished. So they finished in P7. So this would be a big improvement for them if they can hold on. Car number 49, stop and go 20 seconds, dangerous driving causing multiple incidents. Last warning before DQ. I've seen this message before, not for that car, but for another car.
And of course, meet the consequences. So Balestra is gaining on Truffo. Truffo, well, he was stuck in the traffic, and Truffo is that number 20 red and blue Ferrari, and the gap is already 1 second. So Balestra was doing a better job on the racetrack without traffic, and it looks like they will have a chance for a small battle. This is a battle for P5.
Another interesting fact, I'm just running through the history books of World Sim Series. Last time there was a 6-hour race at Spa. That was back in December of 2021. That was won by Beaver Grease Racing with Grantas Karatskas and Povilas Klimanskas. So both cars in the top 2 are run by drivers who have won a race at Spa on the World Sim Series platform under the Beaver Grease Racing name.
So it looks like the Beaver Grease Racing will continue of picking up those trophies. This time with Mantas Povilaitis and Povilas Klimanskas behind the wheel of that Mercedes. But of course we still have to finish the race to make it count. Let's ride on board with Thomas Truffo in that Ferrari, who is being hardly chased down by Alessandro Balestra. Balestra, by the way, has to go into the pit lane after quite a short period of time. He has 7 minutes and 50 seconds of seat time available for him, but he can make it in these minutes with that small position swap. This is a battle for P5, and that's what Balestra is aiming for.
say it's more fun.
It is, but well, yeah, you're racing, and you know you can see that he wants that place. Flashing those headlights to try and distract Truffle, who is kind of being stuck in the traffic. And he managed to cut off a couple of tenths through the bus-stop chicane. Still some traffic. Oh, and they will meet them in the Rouge part. Will they make it? Oh, Truffle is going for it. What about Balestra?
Oh, no.
Wow, that's.
You can do that.
Beautiful driving. It was controlled precisely, I should say, by both of the drivers. Well, Balestra lost out a little bit too much, but well, he didn't want to take those risks. It looks like a faster McLaren approached Balestra. It's hard to catch up with who the driver of that black and white McLaren is, but it looks that it's a pretty fast driver.
Hey, he's catching up. Well, he's caught up a good amount.
Had some battles with the traffic, I believe, but it looks like he's losing time to Gianluca Bellucci at this stage of the race. The gap is up to 20 seconds almost.
Transport engineers keeping that gap steady to WCR, the Moche car. They're putting on the pressure on them, and it will be tight once we get into that pit stop range and to see if they can make it to the end.
So it looks like Balestra already made that gap a little bit too big to make it work on the racetrack with that overtaking maneuver, and well, with 4 minutes and 20 seconds of seat time remaining, I think they will have to enter the pit lane by the end of this lap. Maybe they will take the risk, but that's going to be really tight. And remember, this is the team that needs to that the race would be slightly shorter than it's actually going to be. And after Alessandro Balestra will pit, we will take our focus to Grantas Karetskas. Next car that is pretty tight on time. Well, they still look safe, but at the same time it's tight.
Yeah, Balestra will be tight if he can make another lap. He's going to want to do it. But even with that, I don't think his situation will change too much.
Well, they have to try it. That's, of course, not risk too much, but they have to try it. 3 minutes and 7 seconds. They can try to go for another lap. Yeah, they should try and go for another lap. It looks safe at this place to make that one lap more. I think the driver time resets as soon as they hit the pit lane marker. So, right. Yep, they are going for it. Well, 2 minutes and 40 seconds is pretty safe.
had a good stint, but you can see how fast someone's stint was.
Yeah.
By how close they're gonna cut it with that final moments to the stop.
So the same should go for Grantas Kareckas.
Yes.
But it's already... Well, yeah, Grantas Kareckas is pretty safe, actually. So if nothing goes wrong, they will make that final pit stop count, and they should be safe with the driver's time. Of course, if you have that one long lap time in consideration, that's close. But, well, there's nothing you can do now just to try and extend this stint and try to hope for the best. More traffic, Balestra trying to be as safe as he can. Goes to the outside, prays for the GT4 car to see him on the right side, on the left side, and he did. Now he's diving to the inside. Of course, he lost quite a lot of time in this traffic already, 2.7 seconds behind Truffaut, who he was right on the tail a couple of laps ago, and it looked like that he will make that move count, but that's not the case. So 1 hour and 9 minutes. So I don't see a chance for Balestra, even though he's extending this stint to make it work. It's not going to work. Even with the clock time, not even talking about the last lap when the leader crosses the line. So it's a shame because they are doing a good job, but somewhere in the middle of the race, well, they had something going wrong. Because they are out of the pit stop count window. They had 4 pit stops completed. This is going to be the 5th pit stop. But somewhere earlier in the race they had 1 pit stop really too early. So yeah, they are entering the pit lane.
They made it. They pushed it to the limit, but where was that?
The
Where
first
did
pit
it
stop,
all go wrong?
they
Yes.
had to pit 30 minutes into the race, so it actually went wrong during the first stint.
And then they went a little short, because look, you see they pit at 1:34. That means they left around 2 minutes.
But it's interesting, well, the gap between the 2 pit stops, it looks like they missed one. 2 hours 39 and then 3 hours and 46. It's more than 1 hour and 5. I'm not sure how it's being calculated. Maybe, well,
Because you entered,
yeah.
that's when you enter the pits, so you still have those 2 minutes when you're driving.
Oh, that's tight. But that's not going to work out.
No, because they're gonna come out with over an hour and 5 minutes. Grantas Kareckas, 1 more lap for him.
Oh, that's safe. That's safe. So he will extend the stint to the maximum, and that's more than enough for the WCR and Velocity team.
We don't know if it's enough.
Oh yeah, well you are correct because of the moment
leader,
when
we
the
don't know
leader
where-
crosses the line.
Exactly, we don't know where the leader is, so you might actually run the max that they could run after the flag is 2 minutes, and max they can run after the flag is 2 minutes, and they're 50 seconds behind now, and this is difficult math for me. It's 3 minutes and 10 seconds is the max they can run after the flag.
That's going to be an interesting show. I'm pretty sure they will be safe, but of course, well, there's always that what if. And looking into the past
Well,
now.
let's see when they come out. That's the big question. Of how many minutes to go.
Jacopo Grillo took over the wheel of the number 6 car. They are out on the track. And they are P9, so they will gain more places as soon as their rivals will stop, but then they will have to stop again. Well, they will not have to stop. They will have, well, if they save fuel, which they might be okay on that. They should be enough of a driver reset time, of course, with that final lap time in consideration. Well, that's tough. That's not what you want to have towards the end of the race. These difficult calculations, even for the team, to make those good decisions. So, yeah,
down into the pits. So let's follow this car through the whole way.
Well, 1 minute
cross the
5.
in at 1 minute 5 and 3 seconds. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, so
now.
72 seconds plus 34, that's 2 minutes. So they should be safe.
It's a minute 40.
Yeah, minute 40. Well, roughly 2 minutes, of course. Well, minute 40,
well,
minute
for
50.
them, there's no more roughly, I think. This is going to be super tight. Let's see when they actually do come out. What's that time going to be? I have asked the question whether that timer has to run out before the line. I mean, when the time runs out, the race time runs out, or when they cross the line. When can the time run out? Car stops on its marks. They're quite far up ahead in the pit lane as well. So they are close to exiting. How much time is spent here? Car moves away, very close to an unsafe release with that G4. They're gonna cross the line at 3 minutes and 20 seconds. 1 hour, 3 minutes, 20 seconds. So they've got a minute 40 in hand. A minute and 40 seconds. So at the current gap, the leader would have to cross the line a minute after the time has expired. Gonna get my answer here very quickly, so we'll know what the actual situation is. Maybe we're worrying about nothing and the team knows more. Well, they will know how exactly the driver's stint will be calculated here at the end. So we are either worrying about nothing, or this is an actual issue that the team might have.
That's Lance Simbo in a GT3 Lamborghini, running a little bit too deep into the comps. Having a spin. Oh, that's really tight with the oncoming traffic. Hopefully they managed to, thankfully they managed to avoid contact. By the way, Milan Radivojevic in the pit lane for the final stop, and everyone that stops now, well, they are safe with that final pit stop of this event. Tadej Juknavich is behind the wheel of that number 1 McLaren, and they are trying to get that McLaren home in P2 at this stage of the race. Everyone else is safe. With all the remaining time, they can do whatever they want, just try to avoid accidents, but they can make that final pit stop safely. Oh, and Gianluca Bellucci, they came right out of the pit. No, what happened here? How did does Gianluca Bellucci gain on Tadas Juknavicius? How did they end up so closely together? It's only 0.3, so Tadas Juknavicius overtook.
Bellucci also stopped.
So no, well, maybe he had an accident on the track. He's still 22 minutes of stint time on his clock, so he didn't come out of the pit lane. So maybe he had an accident on the racetrack. Not sure what happened here, but Tadas Juknavicius moved up in front of Gianluca.
Could be just pace, but yeah, Gianluca still owes us a stop because we were saying that he might be a contender for the podium, and then we realized that he's not. Still owes us a pit stop. I mean, he owes us a pit stop until the end. They're not going to make it the end like this.
So Bellucci is looking racy in this stage. He's kind of right on the tail of Tadas Juknavicius. Both of them have similar pace. That's going to be a hard stint.
Well, remember, this is the car that was on pole.
Yep, and Gianluca Bellucci started the race, and it looked like he had no problems up until the penalty that, well, he received the drive through. But that's close, that's tight. Well, he's kind of slightly slower than Tadas Juknavicius. The gap is up to 0.7 seconds, but he's still within the slipstream. So down those long straights, he can pull himself closer to the car of Tadas Juknavicius. And look how beautifully that slipstream is working. Now, I think he's going for a move. Well, he dives, well, kind of lines up into the inside. He's not going for a move, but he provokes a mistake by Tadas Juknavicius. So he overshoots that corner, and that's an off-track maneuver. Well, how should you call a move like this in a situation like this? So, well, Bellucci was not side by side with Tadas Juknavicius. So, and Tadas Juknavicius went off the racetrack. So, that's not a position game gained by driving off the racetrack, but well, he still went off the track while defending the position.
But I think that's all managed automatically by software. At least I'm pretty sure it is. So the ACC software should decide whether the time gain was too big or not too big.
I think they can do 3 off tracks with a little bit of gain time, and then they receive the drive-through penalty by the system. But we have also race control this afternoon.
I don't think this would really be investigated. You have 3 strikes in terms of track limits. If you straight line Lacombe or you straight line the bus stop chicane, you'll get a penalty immediately.
I think. Yeah.
I mean, if you gain a crazy amount of time. But they're back together, so Bellucci has actually closed the gap back down. That's obviously in part thanks to slipstream. That is a GT4, I believe, in front of them. Yes. And I don't know if both of them are going to make it past.
Tadas going for it. Oh, Bellucci also going for it. Beautiful. Well, the GT4 saw those 2 leaders coming behind, so I think he just figured out, I'll give them room. and let them race each other. And that's beautiful racing, and we still have a little bit of time for this battle remaining because Bellucci has 18 minutes of stint time. And he doesn't need to go to the pit lane to kind of get back on the track on his own. He can afford himself a pit stop right now, but well, I think he should enjoy that battle. Even if he overtakes Tadas Juknavicius, he will have to pit and lose the position, but it's still beautiful for racing, and I think they maybe want to prove something that they can do
even
this.
if he doesn't overtake him, that's someone off track. Even if he doesn't overtake him, he's gonna be in the slipstream, going quick because, well, Tadas Juknavicius is one of the quickest cars on track. What happened here? Oh, free into one, does not go.
Oh, that's
a touch on the exit, actually.
Yeah, so some material for our race control. That's an accident between car number 23.
That's very interesting, actually, because what happens here is that you're side by side with the GT4. You don't want to push the GT4 out, so you have to slow down more, and the car behind.
Oh, and look who gained on that 23rd car. That's Tadas Juknavicius and Gianluca Bellucci. That's Michael Tursky in that Ferrari. Truffo has had some sort of a small contact, I believe, in P3.
Traffic. Going very wide.
23 going into the pit lane. So Tadas Juknavicius, well, as soon as he gets released into clean air, it looks like he has better pace. So he was 5/10 faster on the previous lap time. Bellucci is still doing good. So of course he's using that slipstream down those long straights to kind of pull himself closer to Tadas Juknavicius. But as soon as the gap extends slightly more, the slipstream doesn't work, and Tadas Juknavicius is being released into the distance and slowly trying to focus on what's ahead of him rather than who's behind him. He's 37 seconds behind Thomas Truffo, and he's basically running second now, but pretty tight on time. I'm pretty sure they are safe, but still that small question in those heads remains. What if the worst scenario occurs?
By the way, drive-through for car number 16 for causing a collision with car number 23. That's the one we just talked.
That's so fast. Yeah, that's Francesco Clemente who clipped the back end of Michael Tursky, who's, by the way, in the pit lane now. So, good work by race control. So they are not wasting time. They are doing the job as fast as they can to not avoid.
I mean, to be honest, there wasn't that much to consider there.
You could basically take a decision by only looking at the broadcast, not digging into the replays.
I'm sure the stewards had a look at the replay, but it was, pretty, at least to us, it looked pretty straightforward.
Yeah. No questions asked, of course. Will you run into the back end of your rival car and cause him to spin and will make some damage for his car, so that's definitely an easy one. These are the more dangerous places on Spa-Francorchamps circuit to meet your slower class rivals. Cautious. And Gianluca Bellucci decides to he has enough and needs to go to the pit lane for that final pit stop for car number 8 out of P5. Dominic Bacillo up to P6 because Milan Radivojevic had his pit stop completed. Right, so Dominic Bacillo will have to make that another pit stop. So they are 7th. The Sim Academy car. Mantas Povilaitis enjoying the final minutes of the Bunasta 6 hours race. I'm pretty sure
50 minutes to go.
Well, I'm pretty sure he will hand out the wheel to Povilas Klimanskas, who will finish this race. So that should be the final moments, the final minutes.
Why would he?
Why would he? Okay, that's something to discuss, but I think they will change. They swap places.
Because they did 2 hours for Mantas.
2 hours for
2
Tadas.
hours for Povilas.
For Povilas, right. Now, one
And
hour
now
for Mantas.
Unless they want to make it equal.
Yeah.
But he's doing well. Honestly, I wouldn't pull him out the car. He's having good pace, very good pace. He's comfortable. If he is comfortable himself, I would keep him in because you're running for. They're gonna run for another 45 minutes. Why change something if it works, right?
I don't know. Let's find it out. Let's wait and see what the opinion on the situation is by the two teammates who are running and chasing the win of this race. Oh, Mantas Povilaitis just flowing through the traffic with no problems whatsoever, even though it looks dangerous. But well, he's doing really, really nice job. That beautiful Mercedes, it looks like it's scratch free, and it seems that it was able to avoid any possible problems and incidents. What about our GT4 class? So Ken Hoffman, car number 32, is in the lead. And that's the same car that was leading after Jan Nimtz and Sona Surbanas faced issues. Dennis Prekur was the driver who was driving that car. They will have their pit stop in roughly 10 minutes, and they have 90 seconds gap against Carlos Arroyo. And the gaps in the GT4 class are huge. Look at the gap between Linus Butula and Adam Kashoni. What's happening here? The system is going crazy, and the gap is way out of my mathematical abilities. 12,823 seconds. How many minutes is that?
How many? 12,000 seconds.
Yeah, well, you can say 13,000 seconds. Well, that's easier, maybe.
We can have a calculation.
That's a lot.
13,000 seconds to minutes.
Oh, and Linus Butula dives into the
216 minutes.
Yeah, so
that's the length on the race. Actually, that's the length of the race we've completed so far. That's oh no, a bit less. This is 3 hours and 35 minutes, something like that. 40 minutes.
You said 216 minutes, 60 minutes.
16 minutes.
216 minutes.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's over 3 hours.
That's crazy. So
I'm not sure that's the gap between those two cars.
No, it's not. Look, so Linus Butula back into the pit lane, and the gap, went straight over to Simon Speth. And it continues to grow, and it was growing constantly during the race. So Simon Speth up to P5 after Linus Butula pits. Simon Speth is currently on his final stint. They will not have to pit anymore, so that's good news. And there are actually all the cars ahead of Simon Speth are still going to the pit lane, so that's an interesting moment. So Simon Speth is roughly, he should be, well, how can we predict how much further behind he is? But actually he's on lap 119 and Carlos Araujo is on lap 120. Carlos is currently second. Well, with that pit stop, Simon Speth should finish higher than P5 in this race with that car that has seen a lot of action during the race that has already been completed. But Simon Speth should, well, he should finish a little bit higher than he's running at right now in the GT4 class. Linus Butula still in the pit lane. Miguel Silverio should overtake Linus, and he does. Alexandre Querios is in the pit lane, and the other GT3s are way further behind. So let's wait no more, and let's get back to what's really most interesting in this race. Is Mantas Povilaitis about to enter the pit lane for the final time in this race. 1 hour, 1 minute and 45 seconds of driver time remain for the current leaders of this race. And well, if something can go wrong, it can go wrong with the final pit stops, doesn't it?
Well, you can always speed into the pits.
Well, definitely there are more things that can go wrong. You can make a mistake because look how tight on time he is. And well, one little mistake, go on the gravel, get stuck there, and your driver time runs out. I'm not sure why I like to create these scenarios.
Keeps us on the edge. Keeps us thinking something can still happen.
Yes, so still 1 full minute remaining, so Matas Povilait is doing a phenomenal job. As soon as he took over that lead, looks like, well, he kind of forgot how to make mistakes. And he will be entering the pit lane. By the way, Thomas Truffo in the pit lane out of P3. That should move Tadas Juknavicius back to P3 in the lead on the leaderboard.
Number 8, drive-through for dangerous driving.
Federico Bacossi.
Yes, that's your ex-Polster.
Well, dangerous driving. Did we see something on screen? I cannot recall a situation where I've seen this guy driving dangerous unnecessarily, actually. So maybe we didn't see that on screens. Well, he's tight, of course. Well, he's kind of trying to waste not a lot of time while making those moves. The final wave of pit stops is underway. Dominic Bacillo is up to P4 because Thomas Truffo is in the pit lane, but Dominic Bacillo is going to be the next driver to go into the pit lane. So Federico Bacossi.
We just had info that he took out 2 GT4 cars in a single lap.
Yeah, that's pretty self-explanatory, and well, if you take out 2 GT4s, no wonder you receive a drive-through penalty. And I should say that's still really a friendly penalty for the driver who is kind of trying to row through the grid. Okay, so Mantas Povilait is back on the racetrack. Time reset. Let's try and wait to figure out who the driver behind the wheel is. Did the team listen to your advice or did they swap the places? But it looks like they kind of went... No, they actually did swap the drivers. So they want to have the driver who didn't start the race to finish it off. And Pavlas Klemanskas is definitely not the slower driver of the two. With that healthy amount of lead against Tadas Juknavicius. That's a pretty safe situation. Now all the remaining teams should pit shortly. The next driver to go into the pit lane is going to be Dominic Bacillo, and he's doing that right away. I'm not sure if he's going to stay behind the wheel or he'll hand over the car to Raigardas Sedabras, because, well, Dominic Bacillo started the race and maybe Raigardas Sedabras will be wanting to finish it off. So you cannot say that this was a really good race by Sim Academy car, because they had the pace, they were really fast, and sometimes they were just flying around the track being the fastest car, but well, those mistakes has cost them quite a lot. Next car to pit is going to be the Vilnius Tech University McLaren that are again back into the lead. Good achievement, and I hope they will kind of give us a report of who the drivers were behind the wheel of this McLaren, because we never met them and we don't know who those fast guys actually are. But this is definitely a good job, and I think that's going to be a personal record for the team that has seen quite a lot of races so far, but never seen positions like that. The for this race. Of course, you have to finish first. 41 minutes of race time. That's 1/6 of the full race distance to be completed, so you cannot say it's the very end of the race. You still have a couple of corners. That's a good sprint race still remaining, and those cars have seen some action. Some of the cars are really tired of the racing that they've seen, and after Vilnius Tech University car pits, there will be one final question, and it is for Tadas Juknevičius. And that's not a final question. This was an accident, actually.
Doesn't look like it was their fault.
No, it wasn't, and it wasn't again caused by the same driver. What was the number? I tend to forget those numbers. Well, of course, it didn't cost a lot for Tadas Juknevičius, but it's still an accident. 16th. Was it the 16th car that has already? Yes, indeed, it was. And it was a really similar situation we had before between 16th and 23, but this time the number 16th, I think we are already too late.
But I mean, it was pretty clear what was happening there. They're not going to be too happy about that.
No, of course, and they will definitely receive another penalty. I wonder how big the penalty is going to be for a car who keeps repeating the same mistakes and hitting other drivers and taking them out. And this time it was actually a car that is running P3, Povilas Klimanskas, but he was also having a moment for a short period of time. And look at those cars. What's happening towards the end of the races? It looks like the drivers are losing it out and kind of making a lot of oaths. So he definitely was in a situation. Look, that Ferrari is currently ahead of him. So Povilas Klimanskas, I think he was off track. And he lost it on his own. He didn't lose it. Nice car control. So,
well, for sure, he was pretty scared, I think, when he did that. That's not a place on track where you want to have the rear end snap.
Yeah, good car control by Povilas Klimanskas. And I told you that it's not a bad decision to put in Povilas behind the wheel. I never said it was a bad decision.
Said what I would do normally.
The gap between Povilas Klimanskas and Tadas Juknevičius. Oh, it remains 62 seconds, so it's still the same as it was before the pit stops.
Stop and go, 10 seconds for the number 16 car. That's for causing a collision with the number 1. So a little bit bigger of a penalty. This time it's a stop and go. In any case, a penalty round here is a minute minimum. At least a minute, and then the time just increases with however much you have in stop and go. It's not fun. This is really not a fun track to receive a drive-through penalty on. Really is one of those horrible, horrible pit lanes. And if you would take only the F1 pit lane, the top pit lane, it wouldn't be that bad. But when you have to combine both, and you're trundling down the pit lane at 50 or 60 k's an hour for such a long time, down into the pits comes Vilnius Tech. For their final stop of the race with 35 minutes to go.
I wonder what amount of lead laps does Vilnius Tech University own in this race. But it led, well, at least 9 laps that should be through all the distance of this race.
Is there such a stat on the...
No, it's not, but well, they did lead some laps. If anyone would calculate them, you could well, easily brag about it, you know, that you not only finished high, but you have also led the race, and not for 1 lap, but well, for at least, well, maybe not 9 laps, but that should be close to that. Every time that Polos Limanskas pitted, they stayed out for 2 or 3 laps, so I think we've seen that for 3 times already. That's close. Tadas Juknavicius is still pushing.
Well, he has to push. Because he is... he's, I think, trying to get in front of Grillo in the case that he needs to do that drive-through to reset his stint time.
Yeah, and the gap is 50 seconds, 51 seconds. And what about Milan Radivojevic? So the drive-through reset of driver of stint time takes 72 seconds. So, well, he would lose.
Yes, but he would lose 50-something. Because you're still moving through the pit lane. I mean, it takes time for a car to get... They're actually side by side with Vilnius Tech. Wow, so they've come out side by side because Vilnius Tech only needed 20 seconds of fuel, and Vilnius Tech right behind the number 1 WCR X Veloce car. This is close, and this is exciting for us because maybe, just maybe, Vilnius Tech can actually get the position not in the pit lane and not through strategy, but maybe even actually on track. This is your battle for P2 with just over half an hour to go. 5.5 hours done. This is not over yet.
Just imagine what would have happened if Tadas Juknavicius would have, had a bigger accident that he had before. So that would have sent Vilnius Tech University in front of Tadas Juknavicius. Of course, Tadas, well, we don't know who the driver behind the wheel of Vilnius Tech University is right now.
It still looks quick. He still looks quick because he's hanging on to Tadas without too many issues. Both in the McLaren. Both cars are the McLarens, so they are both doing well.
And there's a third McLaren behind them, but I cannot figure out who the car is, but it looks like also fast. That's Luca Mirai. He's running 9th. And look at the pace of Luca.
Which car did we say still has to pit? I think that's the number 20 car or number 6. Who is definitely not going to make it on drive time. Let's have a look. Yeah, Luca Mirai is not going to make it on drive time, but also Jacopo Grillo is not going to make it on drive time. So the number 6 car in P5 is not going to make it on drive time. But back to this battle, 0.4 of a second is your gap. Vilnius Tech held on and gained time. Battle for P2. And this is a real battle, not fake on the road or out of sync. This is the battle. We've still got that question mark for the number 1 car, but if Vilnius Tech can get in front of them, then there will be no question marks because the number 1 car will, well, be behind them anyway. Radivojevic has closed down a little bit, maybe just stabilized the gap. But
I'm trying to figure out who the driver might be behind the wheel of Vilnius Tech University, but I cannot say that right now. But I will try to find it out. Maybe if there's someone who is listening to us can, well, maybe tell us the name of the driver to just know who's driving that car. But I think that might be the fastest driver of the team that we have seen so far. Well, at least that's what I would do, just to put in the fastest driver behind the wheel and take the chance.
Well, you have to if you want to get that position. We are watching, I am watching the YouTube chat, so if anybody comes into YouTube chat and tells us who's actually behind the wheel of that car, And if he is the one that has been behind the wheel for the last hour or so, 2 hours maybe.
Kristupas Žukauskas says one of the guys, so I didn't heard.
Alice Uknav is trying to break the slipstream coming down onto Rouge. Holding on very well. Yes, he lost 2/10 last time round, but still holding on very well. This is forcing Tadas Juknavicius to push. At this point, with the gap being 66 seconds, the leader has to cross the line within the first 40 seconds of the flag being dropped. I believe, because we still, Vilnius Tech, Dominikas Eichinas behind the wheel right now. That is the answer from YouTube chat. 5/10. Closing down. Normally you kind of lose in this tricky part of the track coming from Speaker's Corner right there and on to Tuon because of the aero wake, and these McLarens are very dependent on their aerodynamics. When being behind someone, you lose a little bit of that front end grip and you lose a little bit of speed. So if you can get just a little bit closer, that's going to make life much more difficult to Tadas Juknavicius. I think you have to be at least half a second behind coming out of the first corner to even think of mounting a move at the end of the Camel straight. 0.7 of a second, so he stabilized the gap, and now down the whole run here on towards Blanchimont. You're gaining time. This is all going to depend on that GT4 right in front of them. Is it the GT4? Yes, he does block both of them, and this is now the chance for Vilnius Tech University to make a move. One of the best chances they're going to have to the outside, into the bus stop chicane. It looks like a very late braking move for Tadas Juknavicius. He outbrakes himself a little bit. Vilnius Tech trying to cross that line and trying to make that scissor maneuver. Down into turn 1. I think Tadas Juknavicius is going to have to hold the inside. To the inside, actually, comes Vilnius Tech if Tadas Juknavicius doesn't try. Oh, and they touch! They touch coming into turn 1. Tadas Juknavicius tries to cross the line. Now, Vilnius Tech can kind of box them in between the GT4s. No, they do not. So now Vilnius Tech does have the advantage of being the first car on the road, but he's going to get stuck behind the GT4s once again. There's a GT4 going off into the grass and cutting the turn. Now he has to do incredible maneuvers here. Oh, super tight for Tadas Juknavicius. I don't think Tadas Juknavicius will have enough speed down this back straight to catch up. So for now, Vilnius Tech Racing holds on to P2, and Tadas Juknavicius goes wide. That is...
He doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. That's why he makes mistakes. And I'm pretty sure he wasn't expecting Vilnius Tech University to go on him towards the end of the race. And look at those mistakes, the amount of mistakes that Juknavicius is doing right now. And that's hurting his tires. And he actually already lost 1.6 seconds just because he is going too hot into the corners after he was overtaken. And, well, he's risking to make a bigger mistake driving like that. Well, putting those two wheels on the grass might send you off spinning and losing more positions because Milan Radivojevic is 26 seconds behind. So if Tadas Juknavicius makes a bigger mistake, they risk to lose not even the second position that they lost now. They risk to lose a little bit more. What Tadas Juknavicius
lost more time to the leader, 71 seconds now.
He needs to cool off. He needs to chill. He needs to cool off his tires, and he needs to try and stick with Vilnius Tech University car because, well, there's traffic on track. There's a lot of things that can go differently in a couple of laps, so he needs to just stick with Vilnius Tech car, but all he's doing, he's just burning tires and shooting those corners. Oh, but have you expected something to happen like this towards the end of this race?
I was really not expecting them to actually be able to make that move.
Wow. So, and he's losing time, and he's still losing. A big medal should go to the driver, whoever is driving that McLaren of Vilnius Tech University car, because he just overtook one of the fastest drivers on ACC from Lithuania. So is it Kristupas Žukauskas or any other driver? But
it was Dominikas Eičinas.
Oh, yeah, so I was thinking about him because I've seen... I was looking for that name. I've already forgotten that because it happened quite a lot of years ago. But Dominikas Eičinas was one of the fastest drivers in SimWorld in Lithuania, especially during those Dream to Drive championships. So he definitely has pace in him. So, well, those practice sessions and maybe... Oh, look, Tadas Juknevičius is making more mistakes. So, yeah, the preparation into the race done its job. So, Dominikas Eičinas is driving beautifully and performing well. And they have no problems with the stint time. They don't need... Well, they do not care whenever the leader crosses the line because they have no problems with the timing. And you know that Tadas Juknevičius and Grantas Kareckas have to kind of have hopes that the timing will play towards their part, because if something goes wrong, they risk to receive a penalty and lose more places. But I would never have thought that the car that was leading the race by 70 seconds will be overtaken by Vilnius Tech University McLaren with 30 minutes of race remaining.
Maybe there's, some damage still there. They're getting frustrated, and that's how these things happen. But it's looking more and more likely that they'll have to do that drive-through for drive time.
It is? You think it's possible? So 20.
The more time they lose to the number 7 car of Povilas Klimanskas, the more chances there are for them. Because right now, Povilas Klimanskas, if he finishes the race more than half a minute after, I think, if my calculations are correct, if he finishes more than half a minute after the time has run out, then Tadas Juknevičius will have to come in and do a drive-through for drive time.
And they have to be sharp on that. They have to follow every second, every minute what's happening on the screen. And
I think they know. I think they know already.
Well, of course they know, but still they have to be cautious because, well, you have to either take that risk or leave it off.
No, I mean, I think they've already calculated when will Povilas Klimanskas take the checkered flag. I think they know already which way it's going to go. And maybe that's why they didn't put up such a huge fight to Bunasta Tech. Because I was expecting more, to be honest. Into turn 1 especially. Looked like the door was left quite open. I mean, no disrespect to Vilnius Tech, who did an incredible job capitalizing on that situation, but really the number 1 car kind of left the door open at turn 1 and didn't try to fight it too much. Made it, I wouldn't say easy, but easier than I thought it could be. Tadas Juknevičius is going slowly.
Is he going slowly? No, I think, well, he was. 3.8 seconds gap. Oh.
Very wide there behind.
That's Federico Pacossi, the driver who took that pole. Number 8 McLaren orange that we've spoke about. Maybe Tadas Juknevičius is saving fuel. They might have not only driver stint time problem, they might have fuel problem also if the race will extend slightly more than expected. So he maybe needs to save fuel. Look at the pace. So he definitely dropped it. He can go faster, but he's doing 2 minutes 20. That's quite off pace. Oh, Pacossi. Beautiful save. That Mercedes AMG GT4 car cutting the Radeon. Look how slow Tadas Juknavicius is going down the straights. I think that's definitely fuel saving. So they will lose out to... That's not for position, but that's track position. And, well, the worst thing, as Gustas mentioned already, is the gap between Povilas Klimanskas and Tadas Juknavicius. What else can they be thinking of to try and make a gap to lose one lap to finish right behind the leaders? Is also not the case. That might not save them. Tadas Juknavicius is definitely going slightly slower. And he's coming into the clutches of Federico Pacossi right now. And it looks like there will be small battle. Oh, and Jacopo Grillo is forced to enter the pit lane. This was the last driver who was at risk. Yep, Jacopo Grillo made that pit stop. That's car number 6. And they were misfortunate. They were having a good race, but with that early first pit stop, they have to make one extra pit stop in this race. That's why they lose at least 2 places. They are dropping to P7. That moves Christian Ayenuzo to P5 and Rhaegar de Sedabras to P6. That was a really short pit stop, and Jacopo Grillo is back on the racetrack. P7, 20 seconds, roughly 20 seconds, or maybe even more ahead of Roberto Colombo. The system needs to calculate the time. Povilas Klimanskas dealing with the traffic. But my, if we would have some voting on the team of the day, if you can call that so, that definitely the win would go, well, at least from my side, would go for Vilnius Tech University.
I agree. Yes.
To make it more interesting, they qualified 14th on the grid. So 12 places gained, 13 places gained during the race is something that you can call quite a big achievement. Of course, 18 minutes left. Let's
Our number 15 drive through for a collision with number 44.
That's Jerome Demajeur. He's running 11th and going right into the pit lane to make that count. Rhaegar de Sedabras running 6th. This is another car that was really fast and was always able to come back into the race, even though it looked like all is lost, but they kind of always, well, they didn't give up. 2 drivers, Rhaegar de Sedabras and Dominic Bocillo.
They're good to the end.
Yeah, that was really a beautiful drive. You can only imagine what would have happened. Well, you cannot count out what happened on the first or second lap. That's okay. Well, it's race start and it was tight. But what would have happened if this car number 5 wouldn't have collected damage after their second pit stop, where they had to come in right after 4 minutes into the pit lane, and they lost tremendous amount of time. They managed to get back to P6. Also a phenomenal race. So they gained quite a lot of places. They were right at the back. I think they were running 25th at one point of the race. And they should finish the race in P6. Look at the gap of Tadas Juknavicius. So he already slotted behind Federico Pacossi. No, Federico Pacossi is behind, so Federico made some... Yep, so Federico was right on the tail. 2 minutes 23.9 was the previous lap time of Tadas Juknavicius. So more problems. Look at the state of the car.
You know what? I was gonna say I saw a message that said number 1, unsafe rejoin. That was a report that I saw. Wow. Everybody's going around.
Another contact.
Oh.
Tadas Juknavicius is out of the place. He's kind of missed himself after he got overtaken by Vilnius Tech University and started making huge mistakes from that moment on, and that might give them more problems. Coming to a halt, and
that's it.
Yep, they called that a day. So this moves a lot of cars up by one position, including Milan Radivojevic, who is up to P3, and I think that's a disconnect. Vilnius Tech University had a small contact, but that's no problem with maybe with a GT4 car. They have 26 seconds lead. But that moves quite a lot of cars ahead by one place, including Milan Radivojevic, Christian Iannuso, and Regardas Sidabras, the Sim Academy car, going up to P5. So no matter what problems the teams had, Tadas Juknavicius and Grantas Kareckas had the biggest problems. But what's the most interesting is that the team have gave up. They don't want to finish lower than P3, I guess, because with that damage, Tadas Juknavicius understood that he needs to pit and fix that car, but that would have taken away the third place easily from them, and maybe they decided they just don't want to finish lower than P3, so better not finish at all. There's your turn. 15 minutes till the finish line. And you can call Vilnius Tech University the biggest winners, of course. Povilas Klimanskas and Mantas Povilaitis, they did a phenomenal job, and they did everything right in this race with their Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3 car, which was one of the rare cars in this split. But they managed to, well, they do manage to lead the race now. But Vilnius Tech University, wow, great performance. Our new third place holder, Milan Radivojevic, car number 9, 57 seconds ahead of Christian Iannuso. What about the pace? They're slightly faster than Vilnius Tech University, at least on the final lap.
Yeah, 25 seconds. You'd have to be gaining over 2 seconds a lap to do this. Number 10, warning for dangerous overtaking causing an incident.
Okay, Vilnius Tech University. So it seems that you, while running second, in a safe second position, you still can do some mistakes.
Here, oh, just a self-spin and oh wow, don't park on the track, but run out of there safely. Sim Academy and VIG Project Strato, that's Iannuso and Sidabras, 6.5 seconds, Sidabras gaining time. Number 8, by the way, stop and go 20 seconds, causing multiple collisions. That's Pecosi.
Oh, Pecosi, that's the orange McLaren, down in P9 already. They received a drive-through, but it looks like they just teleported to the pits, I believe. So that there's another team that decided to call it a day, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe that's not the case, but, well, they received a drive-through, not a standstill.
Mandas Povilaitis says, guys, it's 12 minutes left, just chill.
Yeah.
He's experiencing some interesting traffic along his way. Well, along Povilas Klimanska's way, who's reporting back saying, what are you doing?
It looks like
this is the most stressful part of the race. Because you've got just 20, you know, what is it, 11 minutes to go. You're like, don't crash into me, don't crash into me. I'm trying to be super careful around everybody.
Yep, car number 8 out of the race. Well, they teleported to the pits and they decided to call it a day. Maybe it's a little bit too hard for the team.
Yep, McFlurry Corsa, the car that was on.
And that's only, well, it happened 13 minutes towards the end of the race. You participate in a race for 5 hours and 43 minutes, and towards the very back of the race, it's done, and you don't cross the finish line. So that's a big shame, and I'm pretty sure that's a big loss for the team. Having in consideration that I'm pretty sure all the drivers put tremendous amount of time while preparing for races like these. You have to put in a lot of practice lap times to be stable during these races, to be consistent. That takes work. It's not only, you know, get behind the wheel and drive and hope for good finishing positions. You have to put in work into that. And, well, 13 minutes of race remaining, or actually 20 minutes like it happened with our previous race leaders. It's something that, well, it's really hurts. And the drivers, well, they do this, well, quite a lot, so they have to be motivated. Look at the traffic. So that's why those messages keep coming in. Mantas Pavlaitis met the biggest traffic of GT4 cars. What about our GT4 class? So Ken Hoffman is first, Carlos Araujo is second. What about the driving times? I think we are good, everyone. Another crash. That's
Colombo, I think.
Yep, that's Colombo and Jerome de Mazur, and that's another team that decided to call it a day. So all the drivers got tired of the traffic and these situations towards the very end of this race. So why? Because things keep happening. So that's Demazur being overtaken by Colombo, and actually that's Colombo running straight into the side of Demazur, and Demazur decided that, well, I don't want it anymore.
That's Demazur running into the side. Because Demazur is in the 15 car.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Colombo's in the 12. Yep. I believe, right? Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look back at the replay just to be sure. Yes, it was Demazur who ran into the side. That he was the one who outbraked himself. And he called it a day, maybe out of out of pity for that situation. Yeah. An unnecessary move.
So you could say that the drivers got tired, but this is only a 6 hours race with 3 drivers or maybe 2 drivers per team. It shouldn't be that difficult because the drivers are doing 12-hour races. They are doing 24-hour races. I would understand if that would happen by the end of a 24-hour race when the drivers really get tired, where, well, some of them don't get to sleep during the night, or maybe they sleep only 2 hours or something. And then, you know, towards the end you see those mistakes and you can clearly understand the drivers. But a 6-hour race is, as you mentioned before, is more like a sprint race. It's not a sprint race, but it's closer and more similar to a sprint race than an endurance race. So you couldn't actually say that the drivers got too tired. It's not that bad. It's not that physically demanding. But those mistakes, wow, they keep pouring in.
Actually, we get info that both Grantas and Tadas raced the Spa 24 hosted by SRO Esports last night, and then jumped into this today. So
that
maybe they were
explains.
just too tired.
That's normal. So if they had a 24-hour race before, no questions asked. So there we go. Guys do 30 hours race straight. Then you can understand
at the same track. Exactly.
You can understand the tiredness and those mistakes. That's normal.
Car number 15. That is a drive-through penalty. But I think they're out anyway.
Yeah, that's Jerome Demazur. That's the one.
You know, 6 minutes to go. We haven't lost the final battle. There's still one more battle to go. 4th place, VIG Project Strato and Sim Academy. 4 seconds. The gap, let's see, they cross the line again in a second here. This is your battle. 2.7 seconds. That is the gap. We don't see it on our timing screens, but I can see it on the website. And if you want to see the live timing for this or any event, stuck behind the GT4. For this or any event, go to worldsimseries.com. All you need to do is register, and you'll be able to see the live timing for any of the events.
What about that? So Sim Academy still keeps performing. Ayanuzo is dealing with a lot of traffic, so will...
Got lucky. He got lucky. He got past them in time.
So Rhaegar Sedabras should get stuck a little bit more. And he's already roughly 2 seconds off his fastest lap time now, and he needs to clear the traffic that's going to hurt him quite badly. 5 minutes of race remain. So still doable. Finally managed to deal with the traffic. I think he had small contacts with cars underway. Not sure why we don't see the gap between Cristian Ayanuzo and Rhaegar Sedabras. Although the timing is acting weirdly. Good thing we have the guys from World Sim Series doing quite a lot of heavy job, and they present us with some beautiful result timing screens where we can check things out. I think the gap has extended on this previous lap simply because Rhaegar Sedabras got stuck behind the GT4 car slightly more.
By the way, if you want to join one of these races yourself, well, next race coming up is the 24 hours of Nürburgring Nordschleife on the Assetto Corsa platform, the original Assetto Corsa platform, and that is coming up on the 30th of September. 30th of September, 24 hours of the Nürburgring on the World Sim Series platform. You can join on worldsimseries.com. All you need to do is register for a free account, and you'll be able to join the next special events coming up, and races, daily races, going on every single day with all different types of cars. 2.6 seconds, your gap for P4. It's going to be difficult to close down, I think.
Well, but it's melting, you know. It looked like the previous lap time of Rhaegar Sedabras was a really slow one, but it was actually slightly faster. Well, it matched the lap time of Cristian Ayanuzo, so maybe Cristian having some sort of problems. Maybe, I don't know, his tires...
Or Rhaegar being very fast.
Well, one of the two is the answer, but Rhaegar Sedabras wants that 4th place, and he's going for it. Even though the time is ticking out, you can see Rhaegar Sedabras using not only all the width of the track on the outside, but also on the inside. And he's gaining, you can see that from the camera perspective clearly. And it's definitely already less than 2 seconds. Right in front is the Ferrari, the target of Rhaegar Sedabras that he's chasing after.
Yellow flag for local. Maybe something happened there. Not.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at where Povilas Klimanskas is on the racetrack. So he's about to cross the line with 2. That's the final lap of the race.
He's
2 minutes.
Start the final lap now. Yes.
Yep. So that's the worst news for Rhaegar Sedabras, actually, who is chasing down that Ferrari. So he will have the final 7 kilometers to do that. But first, he needs to catch up with that Ferrari, and there's still roughly 1 second gap between them, but he's just flying towards that Ferrari on these final moments. He's hitting those apexes, and he's definitely nailing those corners. Great driving by the Lithuanian driver, who wants to finish to put this...
What's interesting, if Beaver Grease, if WCR X Veloce would have continued, they would have made it to the end with enough drive time. Because Povilas Klimanskas will finish exactly on the hour. It would have been
Don't mention that. Don't mention that.
It would have been enough.
It would have been, yeah.
1.1 seconds the gap between these two cars, closing down very quickly. I mean, a second a lap.
Look at how much faster. Maybe that Ferrari has some sort of problems. Why is it going so
Very
slow?
fast. Super fast.
Look at the straight. I
The
think the
inside,
Ferrari has...
Oh, that's a very late block, but they're going to come up to GT4 traffic any second now. They've got a GT4 right in front of them. What can Riccardo Stavros do? To the inside, he kind of pushes him out in the Ferrari. To the inside goes Riccardo Stavros, but not enough space right then and there. To the outside now, the Ferrari trying to hold on with all it can, maybe saving some fuel or something. This is Vilnius Tech. But this is that battle that we were looking at right before we turned off to Vilnius Tech to the inside. Riccardo Stavros still trying to park his Ferrari. This is the widest Ferrari we've seen all day. He's trying to put it everywhere he can into Puon. That didn't happen. Into Piff Path. I don't think it's going to happen. To the outside goes Riccardo Stavros, but that is still not enough. Through the Piff Path they come. Now into that final section, but the bus stop chicane, that will be the difficult part. Into the right-hander here, and then coming on to Stavolo. Will Riccardo try to stick his nose in at Stavolo? No. So now, to the back straight they go. I think the leader has crossed the line, but this is the battle for P4 and for glory here. I think it is also for prizes as well. So coming on to the bus stop.
Do we have one more lap? I think we have one more lap. No,
that's
the
it.
finish.
Checkered flag for the leader. To the bus stop chicane they go. To the inside goes Iannuzzo to really hold that line. Riccardo Stavros not trying anything crazy, trying to cross the line, but Iannuzzo really breaks. Oh, and he's taken out.
No, that's
sure
not the way you want to
gonna
finish
have a
this
look at
race.
that.
Yeah, but that's something that Riccardo Stavros was not aware of, and he was not willing to run into the back end of that Ferrari, so he... Yeah, so Riccardo Stavros...
So Povilas Klimanskas, by the way, wins in the number 7 car. An incredible victory for them. They came back from having damage, lost over 40 seconds, but they have won today's event. And, well, what a win that was, winning against that super fast WCR X Veloce team.
Vilnius Tech still going...
Job.
Vilnius Tech still going to the racing line, and you can see Ken Hoffman also driving towards his win in the GT4 class, and they should finish roughly together with Vilnius Tech race car. But there goes the win for number 32 GT4 car. Congratulations, and that's P16 overall. Carlos Araujo should cross the line shortly in P2, and Simon Speth, he's going towards the 3rd place. Milan Radivojevic enjoying his P3, and he's saved by that, which you couldn't save the same thing about Riccardo Stavros. What a shame, what a bad finish to such an amazing race like this, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't intentional, and well, the hard defending and fear defending by Christian Iannuzzo just, well, caused Riccardo Stavros to make that mistake. So I'm pretty sure Riccardo Stavros will not hold that 4th place finish, simply because he ran...
Racing is the winners, are the winners in GT4. That's Hoffman and Record. They get the win in that class. Congrats to Vilnius, to Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech University, who take 2nd place in today's race. An incredible result for them. Their first podium here on the World Sim Series platform in front of, well, a very, very strong opposition. Nice drifting from Povilas Klimanskas. He's very happy with today's win.
Great racing by all the guys. Congratulations to all the finishers. That's definitely the race results are not the final ones. I'm pretty sure we will have some work for the race control to try and figure out what had happened in the final corner with Riccardo Stavros and Christian. But that's about it. Good racing by everyone, and as Gustas Grimbergas has already mentioned, there's another big special event on the tables on the World Sim Series platform. If you want to take a part in special events and special long endurance races like these, you can mark the date. It's the 30th of September 2023, the Nordschleife Nürburgring 24 hours event. I'm pretty sure it's going to be held on the original Assetto Corsa title. If you're interested,
plus
just
15 seconds, by the way. I'm sorry to interrupt, but plus 15 seconds for number 5 for causing a collision with number 20.
so
That
he
will
should
just bring them back. Yes,
to
that
fifth.
will bring them back to 5th, and yeah, he'll not drop anymore. So back to 5th.
So that was intense, and one of my favorite races, actually. The length of the race is one that is the most suitable. 6-hour race is an endurance race, but also really similar to what sprint races are. So plenty of action, not only counted on strategy, but a lot of on-track action, and I hope you enjoyed that. We can run fast through the results, and congratulations again for all the winners of both of the classes. They will be rewarded with special prizes by Bunasta. That's why the name of this event is Bunasta Summer Race. I hope you enjoyed this one, and well, what I can say, have a good and cozy evening, have a great summer, and the next special event is on the 30th of September.